Mr. Mayor, we're going to start.
Evening, everybody. I'm very happy to welcome everyone to this meeting of the governing body. We're doing it in the convention center because City Hall chambers are under renovation. It's going to be a little bit different for all of us, so bear with us. We don't have our usual alignment. We are spread out. We have Councilor Garcia beaming in from Chicago, so we're spread out even more than we would have been ordinarily. But let me call this meeting to order. It's 5:07 on my clock, and I'll begin with Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Chavez, the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Cassett, and then Councilor Garcia will give us an invocation for tonight's proceedings. Please rise as you are able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst United Nations.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please, committee members, please accept my apologies that I'm not there with you this evening. I am currently on work travel, but please know that my heart is there with you all, and I'm sorry to not see so many great community members. As we begin to deliberate and discuss these very important matters before us, many of which came directly from the community, please let us remember why we do this important work. Ultimately, it's for the people of Santa Fe. Let us remember that we are here to build a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Let us make decisions that will not only improve our government for our current and present status, but also please let us make decisions that will make future generations proud of the work we are conducting. With that, I'd like to hand it off to you, Mr. Mayor, for any remembrances.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances tonight among our members here? Councilor Rivera, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we buried my uncle, Jim Perez, who was a great man, did some work with the Peace Corps, did some drafting for some buildings here around Santa Fe, worked in various areas and was just a fun person to be around. So I'd like to remember him this evening.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Well, let's add to that remembrance those in our community who are struggling, who are not well, who are dealing with life's travails. They're in our community, they're in our hearts. We reach out to them tonight and wish them well, healing. We want our community to come together for those who need help and for those who are in mourning. Let's take a minute and bow our heads. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. Now you have to bear with us. We're a little spread out. It's a little harder to make eye contact. The acoustics are not quite what we're used to over in the City Hall chambers. So please, when it is time to come to the microphone, speak clearly. There will be timekeeping. Please respect that. Please remember that as a matter of decorum in our council meetings, we don't applaud or disapprove of people's statements. Everybody gets respect for being here and for coming to this meeting to say what they believe is in the best interest of our community. So as we go forward, try to give everybody courtesy and respect. With that, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Cassett. Here. Councilor Chavez. Here. Councilor Lee Garcia.
I'm here.
Councilor Mike Garcia.
Present.
Councilor Lindell.
Here.
Councilor Rivera.
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Present.
Mayor Yavaquam.
Thank you. Now, are there any changes to the agenda or any adjustments we have to make to this agenda before we approve it?
No, Mayor.
I think the city attorney has one item.
Mayor, Weber, councilors, you can either do this now and probably might as well address it now. You need to waive the rules in order to hear one of the resolutions because it did not get heard in committee.
So would we do that now or would we do it at the time we get to that item?
Either time is fine.
Let's do it when we get to that item. I
Okay.
would suggest. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Madam Clerk, perhaps you could take us to the first item on the agenda so we can take action on that.
That is item 7A. It's a request for approval of amendment number 5 to the collective bargaining agreement between the city of Santa Fe and local 3999 City of Santa Fe employees of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 18 AFL-CIO, for all bargaining unit employees to receive a 3% pay increase who earn less than $100,000 annually and 1% for bargaining unit employees who earn $100,000 or more annually for the first full pay period in July 2023.
Thank
Move
you.
to approve. Second.
There's a motion and there's a second to approve this item. Bernadette, did you want to say a few words before we open up the council for discussion, the governing body?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. I am requesting approval of amendment number 5 to the collective bargaining agreement. The original request was made in June, so it would have been effective the first full pay period in July. But because the membership voted it in on August 9th, it'll be the payday of September 8th, 2023.
Very good. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there discussion? Councilor Garcia, I apologize. The way the screen is set up, I can't see you. You're behind me. So if your hand is up, maybe one of our folks at that other table will signal me.
No
Uh,
questions for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from the members of the governing body about this motion? I'll recognize Councilor Rivera and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Just a point of order, Mayor, since there's an amendment that's different than the title, do we have to approve the amendment?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. This is an amendment to the agreement, but it's not an amendment to the item in front of us. This amends our agreement with the union.
Yeah, the title of what we're looking at says the first pay period in July. The amendment is something different.
I see what you're saying.
Mr. Mayor, I think the city attorney is looking at the language right now.
Great. Thank you for checking that. In the meantime, Councilwoman Villarreal, did you have something you wanted to bring up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to state that I'm happy to see that the local 3999 was able to get membership and come together to make a decision for this amendment to their CBA. And I guess I would just like to see, and hopefully in the future, that there will be negotiations that continue to make up for the first few pay periods that were missed with this extended amendment negotiations. And I don't know what that looks like. It obviously doesn't involve the council, but it does involve the members of the union and also human resources. So I just hope that there's a way to make up that difference since, as indicated, this acceptance of pay increase will begin in September. So July and August will be missed. So just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
Member councilors, it does look like that last phrase is still there from the original posting. We can only approve to the extent that's permitted by law, which is only starting now. So, I mean, I think you can still approve, but we can only interpret it to the extent that would be allowed. We can only prospectively approve. And that is what the supporting documentation also states.
Okay. Counselor, is that okay with you?
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this agreement and the motion? Yeah, Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I did just want to quickly echo what Councilman Villarreal stated. And I know that it gets, we can't necessarily give pay retroactively, but there are other models that we could explore to make up for those, 4 pay periods that we've missed? 5? 4? 3. Oh, that's fewer. Can you speak to that at all, Director Salazar, at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, yes. So the collective bargaining agreement along with New Mexico law does not allow for retroactive pay. The money that was missed for the 3 pay periods would be one-time money, and we could come back to the table with AFSCME to determine and negotiate how the one-time funding could be spent.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. And similar to Councilman Villarreal, definitely would like to see that happen sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
thank you. That takes us then to the next item, Madam Clerk. Can you read that into the record? And for people who are listening or on Zoom, let them know what we are taking up next, please.
Item 8A is consideration of bill number 2023-23 and adoption of an ordinance. It's a bill, sponsors are Counselor Cassett and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a bill creating Article 18-18, the high-end excise tax for affordable housing ordinance, establishing an excise tax on the transfer of certain residential property and dedicating the revenues to affordable housing.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and I assume many of you are here for this hearing. I think what we'll do is begin with the folks who want to speak to this issue and are either on Zoom or here in the auditorium. We'll give everybody a chance to have a 2-minute opportunity to speak. As I said earlier, we're in slightly different quarters here than we're used to. So
Mr. Mayor,
if you want to line up, if you want to wait for the line to clear.
may I intervene real quick and just?
Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, everyone who is here will be allowed to give comment. So you don't need to feel compelled to stand in line for 30 minutes. You are welcome to stay in your seat until the line clears. Everyone will be able to speak. We're going to ask that when your 2 minutes are completed, the microphone will be turned off, and we're going to ask that you return to your seat at that time. But everyone will be allowed to talk. And then, Mr. Mayor, is there any clarity on whether or not there's public comment anywhere else tonight for anything, just so the public understands what's coming?
Yeah, this is the only hearing. All the other ones are not public hearings. This is. So to address the item that's in front of us now, the proposal that is called the high-end excise tax for affordable housing, this is the only item that will be a public hearing. We'll be doing the other business, of course, but not with public hearings. The city manager is right. We've got a lot of folks who want to speak. Please use your time to the fullest. Once the 2 minutes is over, please recognize it and take a seat. If you don't want to stand in line, I'm sure that there will be opportunities to get in line when the line starts to clear a little bit. And as I said earlier, please, no applause, no reactions. Please just show respect to everybody's opinion. People are here because they are eager to have their voices heard. We should respect everybody's opinion.
Mr. Mayor, we also would like to remind everyone that we need you to give your first and last name before you begin speaking.
Right. Okay, with that, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Weber. My name is John Bacon, like bacon and eggs. I am a resident of a supportive housing apartment complex and have resided there for over 2 years. I'm formerly unhoused, but as a result of hard work as a service provider, I have qualified for a home and down payment assistance. I want to move out of the supportive living apartment to make room for someone else that is currently unhoused, but I can't afford affordable housing. The 3% tax in the amount that they sell over $1 million will help people who are rent burdened but can qualify for a house if they become affordable, and will ultimately create an opportunity for others currently that are unhoused. I respectfully urge the council to give the general public an opportunity to vote on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is David Schulman, Mayor, members of the council. There's been no formal economic study on this proposal. There's been no formal study of alternatives on this proposal. There's all kinds of unknown consequences that will come from this that you haven't even looked at or studied. For a council to bring this before the voters without a study like that, I think the council would be guilty of malpractice in office. As to the substance of the proposal, a tax on high-end housing basically will be an extraordinarily volatile source of income, because high-end housing sales are very, very volatile and prices are very, very volatile. And those of you who have long memories, with some of you with short memories, may recall 2007 to 2014, when the high-end housing market in Santa Fe basically came to a halt. So you will not get steady revenues from this source. And I think you're fooling people into telling them that it will be stable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Weber and council members, my name is Terry Brown. I am very much in support of housing for all. I just had to move from a studio apartment at the end of May because my landlord was selling her house. I did not wait to the last minute to look for a place and did not realize how much the rents had increased. I'm on disability after a fall through the ice in the Arroyo off of Alameda. My background with 2 alcoholic parents and being abused has led me to have a high tolerance of pain. Thus, I have not had much medical help from the conventional doctors and have now found a doctor of Oriental medicine that is helping me repair the areas of my body that were with platelet-rich plasma, PRP stem cell treatment. With this, I've been paying for almost all my medical bills on my own. I say this because my rent now takes more than 1/2 of my income. Housing and rent costs have become unreasonable. I'm a livable Santa Fe fellow, and I'm trying to help with this situation that is adding to the increased number of unhoused in Santa Fe. My church, Christ Lutheran, is applying to be an owner, a site, and have pallet shelters on its property to help the unhoused receive the proper help to move off the streets and feel safe enough to receive support of various providers. The excise tax will help support the Housing Trust Fund that will support many areas to help move toward housing for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Sue Klein. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm
supportive of and glad to see support from my neighbors for more affordable housing. But I'm concerned that we seem to be focusing on just a single source of funding. We have multiple causes for the affordable housing crisis, and I can't quite understand why we don't have multiple funding sources. I've read of at least 6 different funding sources in the Santa Fe New Mexican, and I could support all of them with some modifications. First, thank you to Councilors Cassutt and Villarreal for reworking the excise tax and bringing that forward. But voters are going to be nervous that even though you've set the threshold at 1 million now, it could very quickly drop to a lower level, and that may impair support for your proposal. I don't see why we can't do the excise tax and keep city general funding flowing, perhaps as a % of the budget rather than a fixed amount, so that you can have more funds in good years and still have some funds, but lower levels in lean years. Third, as Kim Shanahan has mentioned, you could consider a surcharge on the property tax for all residential and commercial properties in Santa Fe. But I would suggest, to make it more financially progressive, that you include limits, exceptions, or rebates for low-income, elderly, and perhaps small business providing essential services in underserved neighborhoods. A fourth source would be a higher property tax rate for non-primary residences. This was something raised by the executive director of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. This is done in other cities. I don't know why we couldn't add that additionally in Santa Fe, perhaps set as a surcharge like you do for the gross receipts tax. The 5th and 6th proposals were ones raised by the realtors. I don't know why we couldn't add gross receipts tax from short-term rentals and housing bonds. So we have 6 sort.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Tashima Wildrose. Some people say the 3% tax isn't fair, but I ask, what is fair? Is it fair that someone with health insurance could still go bankrupt, lose their homes, live in their car with no hope for housing? Is it fair that there are workers here who cannot afford to live here, who stock the shelves, serve the food, patrol the streets, teach our kids, who cannot afford to live in Santa Fe, who have to commute? Over 30,000 people would commute to Santa Fe every day to work here. Is it fair that you come here as a child from a foreign country, have lived here your entire life, and now you have to return as a young adult to a place you've never lived before and may even be dangerous? Is it fair that some people have 2 or 3 houses and some people have none? Life is not fair. No one said it would be. So I ask you, is it really fairness because a person buying a house for over $1 million, who might even pay cash and then remodel parts of the house? Do they really think, or do you really think that 3% over $1 million is going to stop them from purchasing a house? If you frame the tax in terms of assisting and encouraging our new neighbors in their new community to have affordable housing, wouldn't that encourage their generosity? I feel the realtors' fears are unwarranted. Their commission does not seem to be affected by the tax. They fear no one would buy buy houses. I don't think that's really true. This measure calls for compassion and caring on the part of the new residents. The realtors, wouldn't you like to be associated with compassion and caring instead of greed? Thank you.
Ma'am, can I ask you to give us your name again? We didn't all get it.
Tashima Wildrose.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Carl Summer. I practice law here in Santa Fe, and I do mostly, as you know, real estate and land use law, and I've been doing it for just about 37 years. And I'm here in support of this ordinance as one tool in the box of tools that we are addressing the affordable housing, or attempting to address affordable housing. I watch the struggle over inclusionary zoning. We have waived fees. We have dumped money into infrastructure. As a community, I think we have to do more. And this is one important step, and I applaud the effort to do it. It is not a perfect ordinance, probably will never be a perfect ordinance. It can be gamed by, clever lawyers who will put properties into entities and then sell membership entities and that sort of thing. That should not stop us. We should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. I applaud the effort and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, esteemed council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Karoom Henry, and I'm a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Board here in Santa Fe. I support this tax, and so does a lot of everyone else, because it's not going to affect the realtors negatively in any way or like what they're saying. They won't be affected. People are still going to come to the city different because it's such a beautiful place and wish to stay here. And they would, don't matter what cost it will be, they will stay here. I actually think that the tax should be between 6 and 7%. And it should not be based on actual New Mexicans. It shouldn't be have to pay that tax. Only people moving from out of state. Or either way, we can also have a 1-year moratorium on anyone purchasing homes here in Santa Fe, because they said the same thing about the tax for art being shipped out of Santa Fe many years ago. And last time I checked, everybody is still coming to Santa Fe to purchase $1 million art and sculptures and send out of state back to their other homes. And that tax is double the amount of what we are asking for this proposal. So what they're saying is it's not going to, the only people it's going to affect is the poor people of Santa Fe and New Mexico, because it's going to help them. Thank you very much and have a blessed evening.
Thank you. And one more time, could we get your name?
Karoom Henry.
Thank you so much. The acoustics are not great, but
That's all right.
you're patient and I appreciate it.
Have a great evening.
Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Edie Lopez, and I am a fellow in the city. And I want to let you know that this decision you're going to make, that I support to include the 3%, is within your realm of influence. I know it has to go to the voters later, but you can influence this decision. And I want to let you know that if you look at let's say it's $1.3 million, that's $3,000. That is less than a refrigerator, less than a stove, and less than a couch. If you're buying $1 million home, I seriously do not think that this is a burden that you would not mind undertaking. I also want to tell you that the taxes in Santa Fe are 0.39% generally. This is sourced from the Urban Initiative and Brookings tax policy. The average taxes in New Mexico are 0.60. The average taxes in the United States for property is 1.14%. Also, we often are equated with Aspen, Scottsdale, and Santa Fe. And if you look at the property taxes in Aspen, they are 1.5%. Again, we are at 0.39. If you look at the Scottsdale privilege tax, that is at 1.75. Much more than ours is. So I'd like to have you imagine what it would be like to have a mosaic of neighborhoods.
I think your time is up, ma'am. Thank you very much. And please, when you get to the mic, if you need to adjust it, I know everybody's not the same height. Please do fix it so we can hear you as clearly as possible. You have the floor.
Mr. Mayor Weber and council members, thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. My name is Alex Martinez. I am a Santa Fe native and longtime resident of this city. I'm currently getting my master's degree and finishing at UNM. I would love nothing more than to be able to move back to my hometown and contribute to this community. Unfortunately, I fear I will not be able to do that due to housing prices in this city. A similar effect has happened already to my sister. She is a longtime educator with APS Schools, and her husband is an RN at UNMH. They wanted to move back to Santa Fe and were also unable to. I'm sure you have already heard this evening that 30,000 people commute on a daily basis to work through Santa Fe. Median housing prices have increased 55% since the last 2 years, I believe, and have doubled since 2015. This measure, again, although imperfect, is a very important first step, I believe, to help assuage the income inequality and housing crisis that currently affects our city. There are a lot of other ways that we can address this, but I do believe, again, that this is an important first step and something that we can actually do. So I would urge you to please send this measure to voters, because as opposed to pitting voters against homeowners, I believe this would give the people of Santa Fe an actual opportunity for their voices to be heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may need to pull the mic up a little bit to where you are, if you can adjust it. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Beach Beecham, and I'm a resident of Santa Fe. And I'm part of the S3 Santa Fe Housing Initiative and the Lived Experience Advisory Board. And I'm a success story, because I was on the street. I'm a voice for the mental health community. I'm one of those vets that was on the street mumbling, or, mentally ill, drug addict, alcoholic. And I have a debt to repay and a debt to society, and I will repay it, and I'll do it. I'm bringing the light back from the depths of despair. And the only reason why I'm able to do that is because I had community support. And that's what we need. I do agree with the speakers that say we need a multi-pronged approach here. It needs to be holistic, but we all need to remember that that we're going through changing times. We're going to have refugees that we're going to house. And this S3 Santa Fe Housing Initiative is actually a national network. And we will be able to absorb people fleeing climate change problems and our refugees. And our agriculture workers that we really need. So we need all of them. We need diversity, and we had better work together. And I absolutely support this initiative and this bill and all the other ways that we can approach this and that
Thank you, sir. Now you're going to have to make it lower.
Does that work? Okay, my name is Amy, A-M-Y Lafferty, Lafferty. And yeah, I'm in favor of this because if you can afford a house that's over $1 million, but the workers and the citizens and the historic people of Santa Fe cannot afford rent, there's a problem. And I think this is just going to be one part of the solution. I think there are going to be many ways that we can help each other. My suggestion to people to just be homeless for a very short time, maybe just like 2 nights out there on the street. No, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants that. So I met a wonderful man here in Santa Fe, E.J. Martinez. He is the son of the man who the school, E.J. Martinez School, was named after. And he said, if you want to stay here, Amy, go to HomeWise. I'm getting emotional because a home is emotional. So they made me go to financial literacy classes and learn about credit and learn about the down payment and all that. So I live in a beautiful, wonderful house. I pay my mortgage every month, and that is because of HomeWise. Because without them, I have to stay in friends' houses because the rent is more than half of my monthly income. I am a retired teacher after teaching for over 30 years. So that does not give you enough money to pay rent here for a nice home. not at all. So I don't know if people are really aware of all the struggles of the working people in Santa Fe, because they really do need to live in Rancho Rio or Espanola or someplace else, because the rent just keeps climbing and everyone says it's not going to go down. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Katie Gross. I am born and raised in Santa Fe, and I'm actually lucky enough to live in the house that I grew up in on the east side, which I know is really out of reach for so many people in Santa Fe. I'm here in support of the high-end excise tax. I believe that this is the first step in the right direction. I want to point out that most of the houses in my neighborhood, or many of the houses in my neighborhood, are empty. And I would love to see the council and the city address this issue, maybe with a tax on part-time residents. It's really important that the people who work here, who contribute to our community, to the city, are able to also live here and buy a house if they choose to. So please, I urge you to allow the residents of Santa Fe to vote on this issue in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Weber and council, my name is Sam Baca. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Fe, and like Katie before me, I'm lucky enough to live in the home where I grew up, about 4 blocks from here. I walked here today. But my concern, 13th generation, like many of other families here. But I think I speak for those families when I say our concern is for our children and for our grandchildren who may not be as lucky as I am and be able to afford to live in this community. They may be the first generations that are actually priced out of the place where their families have lived for hundreds of years. So this is, I think we all know that this is a affordable housing crisis, but it's more than that. It's a crisis for the soul of Santa Fe. And the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is an important tool in addressing that crisis. It can help many of the 14th and the 15th generation to be able to afford to stay in Santa Fe, the place where they are rooted and the place where they belong. So we all know that Santa Fe is a very special place, which is deeply rooted in culture and history. And many of the people that's what has drawn many of the people that come here, including the people that are buying the $1 million and the $2 million and $3 million homes. And so this proposal, the very least that those people can do is chip in to help keep Santa Fe the way that it is and the way that they came to it for. And
I think your time is up, but thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I intervene real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, just had a quick chat with our very friendly fire marshal who says, so far we're doing good, but we want to make sure that we keep the exits clear. And I just want to remind everyone, if you've come late, there will be time for everyone to speak. You don't have to feel like you have to stand in line for 10, 15 minutes. We'll make sure you can keep going up in waves, but we just want to make sure we're keeping the exits clear. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alicia Shaw. And I wanted to thank you, Councilors Cassett and Villarreal, for putting this policy forward, and to thank you, the council and mayor, for considering it. I have lived in Santa Fe for 18 years. I have a good job and I can barely afford to live here. And a friend is renting to me below market value, and it's still more than I've ever paid for housing. I know other working people who become unhoused or come dangerously close to being unhoused when they need to find housing in Santa Fe because affordable housing is so scarce here. I know so many people who have been pushed out of our community because of the lack of affordable housing here. There are so many stories like this and much worse, and you've heard many of them. We need you to pursue every strategy you can to address this housing crisis. This modest yet significant tax on high-end homes to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is just one strategy we need you to pursue. We need you to be courageous and innovative and responsive to fix this housing crisis, which is destroying our community and the culture and the people that make it so special. Please put this excise tax on the ballot so that the voters can decide to support affordable housing. Please pursue every strategy you can to address the housing crisis with the urgency that this crisis demands. Santa Fe used to be a national leader in affordable housing. We can do this again. This is a good first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Robert Weger, and thank you for this opportunity.
Robert, could you say your last name again, please?
Weger, W-E-G-E-R.
Thank you.
What often goes undiscussed in our public discourse is the ever-present relationship between the structure of our economy and the strength of our democracy. They're usually discussed as if they're entirely separate realms. Inequality is not only an issue of the ability of people to feed and house their own families, but is also an issue closely intertwined with the balance of political powers in this country. Insofar as growth benefits society, that growth must be justly distributed. Otherwise, it will cause more problems than it solves by leaving out of the loop those who are vital in the creation of profits and in the building of our community. This deprives the common worker not only of wealth and dignity, but of democratic power. And when the size of your bank account determines the reach of your public voice, it leads to a vicious cycle of apathy and civic disengagement for many people. Concentration of wealth and power and the destabilizing effects caused by real estate speculation have encroached upon basic necessities in our community, like affordable housing. Here, the people who make our city beautiful and different, the workers and community volunteers, are being pushed out of the city as a result of real estate speculation. The effects of destabilizing speculative bubbles on our community and democracy is clear. Houseless people rightly do not feel a sense of belonging to a system that is indifferent to their suffering. Tourists do not want to visit a city where poverty and displacement are plainly visible to everyone. And without changes to the status quo, the city and its residents will end up in trying in vain to remedy the problem long after it has grown out of control. This luxury home excise tax is just a small measure to help increase our funds for affordable housing, which is severely lacking in Santa Fe. When BlackRock Real Estate Investment Corporation made 1.8 trillion in the last 5 years.
I think your time is up, sir, but thank you. If, by the way, if anyone has a prepared statement and you don't make it through all the way, please just offer it off at the desk over here, and we'll be able to keep track of the unfinished written documents. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
My name is Rebecca Bustamante, and thank you for having this, allowing me to speak. I live in an area where the prices are very, very expensive. I probably, when I sell my house, will probably make over $1 million. But I find it kind of unfair that I've had this land for so long. It's not a extravagant house, but now that I am alone, I will need that money to go into a nursing home or to get somebody to take care of me because I have no family. So I think assuming that everybody who lives in these areas or who's going to sell a home, we were rich when we bought it and we're rich. We're not. As I indicated earlier, my husband recently, well, I didn't say that, but my husband recently died and I went from a 2-income family to a 1-person income family. And I'm struggling. I probably made less money than you make as counselors. I believe you get $39,000 a year. And so I really want you to look at everybody's situation differently. We are not multimillionaires, of those of us who have owned our land for many, many years. So I hope you will consider some kind of an adjustment for those of us who are now living on an income that hopefully will be able to pay for assisted living, and it may not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you can, or maybe, is there somebody on our?
I think you'll be able to hear me okay.
Okay, I just think we might end up with somebody over there who can help adjust the mic if it needs to be done, somebody from the city team. Go ahead. You do have, I think you're confident you'll be heard.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Marissa Santisteban Cartier, born and raised here in Santa Fe, still trying to stay a local in Santa Fe. The first ask I have of you is to take this decision to the public, because while there may be many people here tonight, there is a huge swath of Santa Fe that is not, and that's the service industry. 20 years ago, when my mom was a single parent and she was a server, she could afford a 2-bedroom apartment because it was less than $900. Wages for servers then were about $213. 20 years later, an apartment here costs about, on average, $2,000. Server pay is still only around $3 an hour. Line cooks make the most, around 20 to 25. Those are the people that I really need you to think about, because without, and I will say this with pride, with the south side of Santa Fe, you will not have these restaurants downtown. If you cannot have servers that afford to live here, they will not serve the people who visit here. If dishwashers cannot afford to live here, there will be no clean plates for the visitors. Last year, when it was Indian Market, I checked the rates for one of the hotels nearby. Each room per night was over $800. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask that the people that clean those rooms, that feed our visitors, also be able to live here. Santa Fe rates of pay, even the living wage, is only about $14.03 an hour. If you're going to spend $2,000 on rent and have some hope to eat and pay utilities, how many hours do you expect a local to do that to achieve that? Just so they can serve visitors. Please be mindful that Santa Fe is a service town. There are a lot of bussers, servers, cooks, and people who make their living not only in this town, but they also make it possible for a lot of other people. So please do not forget that when you're thinking about them, because they will never know what $1 million looks like. They will never shop for that. A year ago, when a family member was looking at HomeWise, their 4-bedroom new construction was already $500,000. If you expect Santa Fe to be able to serve the visitors, to be able to provide them clean rooms, and to be able to provide them transportation, you need locals for that, and locals need to be able to live here. So please do not forget the service industry, because they are not here. They are serving everybody dinner, they're cleaning up from the day, and they are the people who make this town run. There are no deals closed at the Bull Ring if there's nobody to serve.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Nikhil, and I'm a Santa Fe voter, and I'm a proud member of the Santa Fe Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to speak in favor of the luxury home tax because I think that the city of Santa Fe should serve working people, not just the ultra wealthy. Santa Fe is a beautiful city. People from all over the country come here to retire, come here as tourists. But that's only possible because of the working people who make Santa Fe what it is. It's working class people who serve in our restaurants, who help build our streets and roads, who work in our hotels, and whose labor every day makes this city a place that people want to visit. Now, the proposed home tax, it would only affect homes worth over $1 million, and even then, only on the value above $1 million. Now, in my opinion, if somebody can afford $1 million house, they can afford to pitch in a little bit to support the actual workers who make the city what it is. Now, finally, I think that this measure is only a first step in terms of what needs to be done to address the housing crisis. We need to take action to end unjust evictions, end exclusionary zoning, and build real social housing so that housing is finally a human right for people in Santa Fe, and nobody has to choose between a roof over their head and a hot meal at dinner time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Goldstein. I don't have a speech prepared, but this is an important issue to me, so I just wanted to say a few words. I do support the proposed ballot measure to provide a permanent source of funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I see firsthand here in Santa Fe our inability to recruit and retain professionals to work in our community because of the cost of living here. I care deeply about Santa Fe remaining a vibrant place to live, and I would think that everyone should want to invest in us being able to remain providing services to the people that live here. And I think that if we don't do something, we're going to completely miss the ability to really do that in any near term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Seneca Johnson, and I'm a leader of Earth Care in Yucca. I'm 21 years old, and I've lived in Santa Fe for most of my life. And like my fellow youth members who spoke before me at last month's meeting, we are here tonight to ask for your support on the high-end excise tax for affordable housing. We as an organization have hundreds of members who would directly benefit from this measure and who are eager to organize in our communities for the support of its passage this November. Santa Fe is in a housing crisis as inequity, wealth disparity, and underinvestment in our communities continues to grow. More and more of my friends and their families are pushed out of Santa Fe because of the unaffordability. Despite commuting to Santa Fe and wanting to continue to live here, they must uproot their entire lives, and move to Albuquerque in order to access affordable housing. And as a young person myself who wants to continue to live in Santa Fe because I love my community and I want to support and serve my community, I don't know how realistic that will be when, I graduate in a couple of years and I have to take a look at, what the housing market is going to look like then. The high-end excise tax provides a vital step in spreading resources to where they are most needed by providing millions of dollars directly to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund every year, which we know has been an effective avenue to develop vital affordable housing resources. And using this tax, we can begin to turn excess directly into community support. So please support and invest in our community by voting yes to the high-end excise tax for affordable housing, and giving Santa Feans a chance to vote to support affordable housing in our own communities. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Fix. I am privileged to live in what was once the greater Baca neighborhood. It once was a working class neighborhood where people built their own homes for their families to live in. That is not feasible now, I've been told. The pressure on our neighborhood has been tremendous in terms of the real estate values, that people can't afford to buy what used to be somewhat humble houses. I think in looking at the structure, our tax structure needs to be reformed or at least acknowledged. If someone owns a second home or owns a residence here, if they live more than 6 months in this state, then they owed income tax. Most people who have second homes, and I imagine many people who can easily pay $1 million to $3 million. If you look at the real estate ads, you'll see those are normal prices these days. They can afford it. But what happens is there's a subsidization by the working people to the rich people and the people who are well off. And people, you can't fault somebody for being well heeled, but they need to pay their way. And we need to have the funds available to restore what used to be where people could build their own homes or at least have their own homes. I was able to buy my home with a $6 an hour job. I could get a mortgage. That would be absurd these days. I commend you for considering this, and please let the voters decide.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Briegel, and I really just want to talk about loving Santa Fe. I came here for the first time during COVID and everything was closed. So I just drove around with my friend and I saw the sky and all the people and the buildings and the pride flags. And I thought, wow, this is so different from Western North Carolina. And I literally went back home, sold all of my stuff, grabbed my dog, and just drove back here. And now I live here and I work at a nonprofit in town and I love it. And I think Santa Fe is so cool because so many people here have that story. They just love this place and they either love it more recently or they have this generational love and it's in their bones. It's like part of their family. And it is devastating that people who have that love are leaving this city and they're leaving it because their rent is too high or their utilities triple in the winter or making enough at their job. And I am excited that there's policy on the table that is supporting these people with this love for Santa Fe, because our policy should be focused on people who live here and are the heartbeat of this city, not the people who love it for a week for a market or love it for the 3 months that they're here checking on their fourth home. It should be here for the people who keep this city alive. And so I'm really excited to see this tax hopefully supported tonight and also supported by the voters in November. And I would like to see more of that in the future because we need to support and keep the people here who love Santa Fe for the long term because they are what's keeping this city what it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Could I get your last name one more time?
Amanda Bregel, Bregel.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Miriam Luébano y soy miembro y coordinadora comunitaria de ERCE, Poder Familiar. One, two, three.
Hello, my name is Miriam, and I'm a member of the Organization of Earth Care Potter Familiar. I live in
Vivo en el lado sur de Santa Fe,
on the south of Santa Fe,
donde mis hijos están creciendo y creando sus raíces.
where my kids are growing up and putting roots on the ground.
Les agradezco de la manera, les agradezco la oportunidad de expresarles cómo ha sido estar viviendo sin accesibilidad y en mi comunidad.
I appreciate the opportunity that you have led me to live in a place where I can afford it in my community.
Trabajo con varias familias del lado sur de la ciudad, las cuales viven en condiciones no muy favorables.
I work with different families in my community that their life, the way they live is not very favorable.
Amontonadas.
They live close together.
En apartamentos, en trailers o en casas pequeñas.
Apartment, mobile homes, or small homes.
Ya que no cuentan con suficiente ayuda económica para pagar un espacio para ellos solos.
Since they don't have the money to live in a place where they can live in a comfortable, roomy place.
Y la única opción para esas familias es rentar un cuarto con alguien más.
And the only option for them is to rent a room with someone else.
Y esto significa que no tienen espacio suficiente para ellos ni para sus familias.
And this means that they don't have enough space for them and for their families.
Ni mucho menos privacidad.
Less privacy.
Miembros del Consejo Municipal, ¿ustedes creen que esto es justo para nuestra comunidad?
Councilors, do you think this is just for a community? Just for the community?
La mayoría de las familias viven en estas circunstancias.
Most of the families live in these circumstances.
Créame que muchos de ellos viven en estos apartamentos tan pequeños y trailers y casitas que rentan.
Believe me that they live in the small houses, mobile homes, and apartments.
Todas esas personas son personas que viven día al día con su salario.
All of that people live day by day with what they earned.
Por otra parte, soy una persona que vive también día al día como ellos.
I am a person that lives paycheck by paycheck, the same as they do.
Tampoco tengo el privilegio para enfermarme y faltar a mi trabajo.
And I don't have the privilege to get sick and miss work.
Ya que si eso pasa, puedo perder un día de trabajo y no puedo completar mi renta.
Because if that happens, then I will miss a day of work and I don't have enough to pay my rent.
O simplemente llevarles un plato caliente a mis hijos a casa.
Or to bring the warm food to my house.
Por eso me gustaría pedirles a ustedes, Consejo Municipal y Alcalde,
That is why I asked you, Mayor and Councilors,
que apruebe la ordenanza 2023-23.
to approve this ordinance 2023,
ya que me encantaría que Santa Fe tenga una fuente financiera sostenible
because I would like for Santa Fe to have a good financial stability
y que garantice fondos de vivienda accesible.
that will guarantee this accessible living.
para que todas las personas como yo y de mi comunidad
so that all the people in my community and myself
puedan sobrevivir con sus salarios.
can we survive with our salaries.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Chacon, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, as well as my husband, who could not be here this evening. We are homeowners, and we were fortunate enough to purchase our home in 2015 prior to the steep increase of housing costs. At the time that we bought our home, we had different jobs, and our combined salaries allowed us to be first-time home buyers. Just 3 short years later, we both became educators. We both followed a long-time passion to be teachers and serve our communities. Should we have been in the position to purchase a home when we became educators, we would not be able to serve our communities. We would not be able to live in Santa Fe. We understand that we are extremely lucky, but we don't feel that this luck we don't feel that it should be luck. We know that our home would rent right now for 2 to 3 times our mortgage. That would essentially price us out of living in Santa Fe if we ever needed to sell our home. As educators who intend to stay in Santa Fe, we feel extremely lucky and recognize that others should have the same opportunity. Individuals, couples, and families who are serving their communities as we are hard-pressed to locate and be able to rent or even buy in Santa Fe. This is unacceptable and it's unnecessary. I speak today in support of permanent funding for affordable housing. This excise tax will have immeasurable benefits for our communities. This fund would allow equitable access to home ownership through a tax on low percentage of citizens who are not struggling to keep up with the increased home costs in Santa Fe. We want to make sure that all people who come to Santa Fe to serve the community have the opportunity to live in a home with dignity and comfort. I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Ariano.
Could you say it one more time, please?
Francisco Ariano.
Thank you.
And I work for YouthWorks. And I encourage the kids that I work with every day to work hard, do their best, and just be the best people they possibly can be. But I know in reality that even though you do that, sometimes things aren't always going to work out in the best interest for you. I have a great job. I love it. But I can't afford to live here. I can't afford to rent a home for my family. I can't afford to buy a home for my family. I can't afford to live outside of Santa Fe because the commute back to Santa Fe would eat up what I'm trying to save to buy a home. There's not one person in my family who I could turn to for support because they're in the exact same position I'm in. We've all been here for generations. I grew up here downtown. I can't even go to the neighborhood where my grandparents lived because it's completely unrecognizable. There's nobody there that I grew up with anymore. The other neighborhoods I grew up in, like Baca Street, there's not one single person I know from there anymore. Every single neighborhood I have lived in is unaffordable now. I can't even get a low-income apartment because low-income apartments for me and my fiance to rent are $2,300 in order for us to fit our 2 children and ourselves. On top of that, we have to pay for utilities as well, car insurance, cell phones. We have other needs. And
thank you. I think your time is up, but I appreciate your comments, sir.
Good evening. My name is Kate Gomez. I am an educator for Santa Fe Public Schools. And I want to thank you all for being here tonight and listening to so many people saying the same thing, because I think it really is important to hear. When faced with a problem as large as our housing crisis, I know it feels unsolvable. There's so many different ways and ideas, and it's hard to decide where to begin. And I think what we are talking about tonight is the first step to make Santa Fe accessible to people of all backgrounds, and continue to keep Santa Fe the beautiful, vibrant place it is. 3 years ago, I was fortunate to purchase a home. Today, if I were to purchase the same home, I would need to be able to purchase a home that is more than double than what I paid. I consider myself incredibly lucky, but that is incredibly unfair to the people who did not have the same opportunities I had 3 years ago. I work with educators who commute from Las Vegas, who commute from Albuquerque and Rio Rancho every day. I worry that if we continue to have the increases in housing prices that we do, those educators will eventually say, this commute, I can't do it. And we will lose amazing educators. Moreover, I am deeply concerned about the students we invest so much of our time, our love, our energy into, that they will also have to leave this beautiful city. You have an amazing opportunity tonight and in the future to change those worries. Thank you for taking the courageous first steps to making the change that will make Santa Fe a place for everyone.
Thank you.
Council, Mayor, my name is John Paul Granillo. I'm a community activist. Southside District 3 is where I reside, where a lot of my work goes into. I'm not going to hit you with 100 statistics or probabilities of all this stuff, but I'll hit you with the facts that I know. I work for a youth organization with opportunity to risk youth. And so we'll talk about quality of life for a minute. If the parents are working 2 jobs just to survive and can't have the place to live, who's taking care of the kids? So then we have a police issue with the other stuff. Then I got to go in and try to fix all that kind of stuff. And there's so much other things that go with it. So what's the quality of life you're going to give them? House is the biggest place, and it's all where it starts. If they don't have something stable there, our family structure is going to fall apart while we serve for other people. If we do the tax itself, District 3 is the one that got the most out of the housing tax. When those ARPA funds went through, it was 280-some thousand that YouthWorks gave out into the community for that pandemic for the city. We did it for you and we gave it to those people. But I remember looking at their faces. And do I think that this is the perfect one to do? No, there's nothing perfect about it, but it's a start and a step in the right direction and the opportunity to give people a chance to breathe. That's the quality of life, to stop and breathe. It's the intent. And as an obligation, you really should just look at the obligation of making the right choice of what that is. I can't say it's one or the other for each and one of you. That's inside yourself, but it's with intent. The intent, it's no different than the word I love you, Mayor. If I said I love you, I have to mean it. Without that, there's no intent. And it's when you make this decision, I hope you do it with the right intent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gigi Aldana, and I'm here to be on the behalf of the youth, because the way I see it is, how do you guys expect the youth to move on forward and become adults when we're not even giving them an opportunity to go on and get their own apartment, their house, when we're just raising the housing? So I think we should give them an opportunity and just to let them know that they are somebody and they can do it. And I know people that work 2 jobs and they're barely making it. So I just ask that maybe we should take a moment and think about housing for like the youth and the people that already live here.
Thank you. Could I ask you to say your name one more time very slowly?
Gigi Aldana.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Justin Peters, and I will be reading for my Executive Director, Malin Schuler. YouthWorks. Santa Fe's young people simply can't afford to live here anymore. Right now, more than 1 in 5 of all Santa Feans spend at least 50% of their income on rent. In 2017, nearly 40% of workers in Santa Fe were commuting from places like Albuquerque and Rio Rancho, most because of housing costs. Youth and young adults who work to deliver services to our city and contribute to this vibrant community are doing the math and their income levels don't line up with the costs of housing. That's why it's so important to vote for the 3% excise tax on homes that sell for over $1 million on this November's ballot. If this referendum passes, young people and working families in Santa Fe can expect $6 million of funding generated every year for affordable housing and homelessness services. Everyone knows a young person in Santa Fe whose family has been here for generations, but is being displaced, no longer able to afford to live in Santa Fe, the city that raised them, their parents, and their grandparents. Worse yet, many youth in Santa Fe continue to experience homelessness and housing instability, numbers that have risen to an untenable state. The lack of safe, stable, and affordable housing is the primary obstacle for young people striving to gain traction in our workforce. Stable housing forms the foundation for youth to complete education and job training, apply for work, and utilize social benefits that ensure successful outcomes. The affordable housing crisis poses a threat to our economy, one which our young people who are raised here and want to stay here and live above survival means are increasingly unable to fulfill. Malin has lived here in Santa Fe for 31 years and raised her 3 sons here. She founded YouthWorks in 2001 and
Thank you. If you have the rest of that and you want to pass that over, that'd be terrific. Thank you. I don't think the mic is working quite yet, and maybe adjust it so it's close to your mouth.
I don't know how to do it.
There you go.
Is it working? Okay.
Yes, now we've got
So,
you.
My name is Pilar Faulkner. I want to speak to this issue from 3 places. 1, as a mother. 2, with my experience as being a planning commissioner. And 3, my experience in running for city council in District 3. As a mother, I just moved my son to Rio Rancho. And it was his dream and his fiance's dream to stay in Santa Fe and to make businesses here and to be residents in Santa Fe. And it is literally impossible for them to do that. So as a mom, I personally have had to see my son leave the town he loves because he can't afford to live here. Secondly, and I'm not speaking as a planning commissioner or formally representing the planning commission on this, but I do want to speak to my experience on the planning commission. Affordability is the number 1 issue that we hear over and over and over again. And it is relentless as an issue and as a problem. And then 3, the only reason I speak to being a candidate is it's pertinent in that I have been out in my community canvassing and talking to my neighbors, and I've actually talked to a lot of young people. There has been not one person who is not in support of this excise tax. And in fact, I have been asked about the excise tax more than just about any other issue. And they tie it to affordability. So I want to say I'm not a big fan of taxes being where we go to solve all of our problems. Genuinely, I'm not. But in this case, this is something that the people need to be allowed to vote on. And so I support this going forward to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you adjust that microphone? Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Génesis Ontiveros.
Good evening, my name is Genesis Ontiveros.
Yo vivo en Santa Fe
I live in Santa Fe.
y yo y mi familia hemos batallado en agarrar una casa propia.
And myself and my family have been having a hard time affording a home.
Y en el futuro yo y mi familia queremos agarrar una casa.
And in the future, we would like to have a home, own a home,
Y también tener un perro.
and have a dog.
So, he querido estar en Santa Fe toda mi vida y he estado 12 años sin tener una casa propia.
So I've been here in Santa Fe for 12 years and we've never been able to afford a house, but I would like to stay here and afford a house.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Ángel.
My name is Ángel.
Y yo quisiera tener una casa propia
I would like to own a home
porque pues quisiera pasar tiempo con mi familia, tener fiestas afuera de mi yarda.
because I would like to be there with my family and be able to have parties at the land on our land.
Y también pues yo quisiera tener pues 2 perros o gatos.
And I would like to have 2 dogs and a cat.
Porque pues rentando una casa a veces no te dejan tener animales y muchas veces no puedes tener tanta libertad.
Because when you rent a house, you're not able to have animals most of the time, and they don't let you have parties.
Y también pues yo he vivido aquí 6 años y estos 6 años no he podido tener una casa propia. Yo y mi familia quisiéramos tener una y pues quisiera que sea pues muy pronto.
And I've been here for 6 years and we have not been able to afford a home. And we would like to afford a home pretty soon.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gina Aus. And again, I know a lot of families who are not here, that families, and they tell me, Gina, we don't have a house. Right now, we don't have a place to live. I have 6 families who ask me for help to pay rent, to pay deposit. Again, I can't help. And I feel bad because I can't help. I don't have the money for help. Just one family, she's here now, she got a house. A studio, not a room, just a studio with a kitchen, a fridge, and that's it. But I know 6 families who don't have a house right now. 2 moved to Española because he have another family living there. The other one, I don't know where they are. But break my heart when that kids tell me I don't have friends in my new school. I don't know who is my teacher, and the other kids make me bullying because I don't have a house. How you feel if your kids tell you, we don't have a house, mom? We live with my neighbor, we live with my cousin. Imagine how that family feels. So the point is easy. I don't work for nobody. I just try to help. But I know how the community, Latin community, I can speak with some Latin communities, how they feel. They work super hard. They clean bathrooms, clean houses, do the hard work. And that, it's the payment. Don't have a house. Don't have nothing. They have just one car. They can afford really nothing. I can show you pictures, how they live.
Thank you. I think your time is up, but I appreciate your coming.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of our lovely city council. My name is Adrienne Harvitz and I'm a realtor. I spoke on behalf of this motion to have this initiative on the ballot in November several months ago, and I still stand firm in my belief that Santa Fe deserves a real chance to show our support for this realistic, actionable solution to fund the Affordable Housing Trust and create more opportunities for the development of housing units that people who live and work here can afford. The housing crisis is a real problem that I see daily in my work. I often represent buyers who live and work here. Some categories they fall into are young newlyweds or soon-to-be wed couples, single women and single mothers, as well as others. And in our search for homes for my clients, we often struggle to find units that they can afford. And when we do, we face fierce competition from often out-of-state and cash buyers who often the sellers would prefer to work with. With rising interest rates and scarce affordable units, the buyer's dilemmas are many, and I cannot stress how much we need solutions to this problem. As a member of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors and the New Mexico Association of Realtors, my last statement or request, and maybe it's a pipe dream, would be that my fellow professional realtors stay open-minded about this bill and seek solutions and continue to dialogue about it. And to the people who are in charge of making and revising this before it goes on the ballot, I would like you to also be open to ways that we could work together so this becomes a tax we can all get behind. I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that when two forces are opposed, there's a third force, and that's one for reconciliation, and it wants to happen. I believe we can all unite around this. Thank you all so much for listening to me and for your time. And I really believe that we all deserve a chance to come together and support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karina Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of the Interfaith Community Shelter at Pete's Place. At Pete's Place, we often witness the ravaging impact of the affordable housing crisis on the people who live and work in Santa Fe. Case managers at the shelter have distributed rent and utility assistance to hundreds of families over the past 2 years. The Interfaith Community Shelter Board of Directors has voted unanimously to support the 3% transfer tax. We strongly believe that this would benefit the entire community. We're the cornerstone of our workforce: social services workers, educators, government employees, hospitality workers earn less than it takes to find an affordable place to live and raise their children. Those who currently oppose the tax in favor of supporting more housing development need to understand that housing development can take years. The crisis is real. It is now. And more affordable housing means fewer people precariously housed or living on the streets. The transfer tax would help prevent homelessness and is one of the many things the city of Santa Fe can do to move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Adam Johnson. I am the Executive Director of the Old Santa Fe Association, a nonprofit that has advocated for the prosperity and welfare of Santa Feans since 1926. The prosperity and welfare of Santa Feans depend on this ballot initiative, which will provide a dedicated stream of funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I want to remind those who may be skeptical of this measure, and I was disappointed to see the editorial in the New Mexican and the recent misinformation advertising from the Realtors Association in that paper. I want to remind those who may be skeptical of this measure that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is managed by a community board. Contrary to misinformed commentators, this ballot initiative will not create government bloat or fund a developers management unit. Funds go directly to and only to affordable housing efforts such as rental assistance, transitional housing, and affordable unit construction. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund needs funds to do its work. We believe the city should also contribute to the fund, to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Let's make sure that we can support working families and longtime Santa Feans for the time to come. Please vote for this initiative. Let the voters show their enthusiasm for it in November. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gino Zamora, and I'm former city attorney for Santa Fe. But today I'm also a small business owner. I co-own a law firm here in Santa Fe. And we can't recruit lawyers to our law firm because lawyers can't afford to live in Santa Fe. I was recently at a Food Depot event a few weeks back, and the CEO of Christus St. Vincent talked about how she can't recruit doctors to come to Santa Fe because doctors can't afford to live in Santa Fe. So if doctors and lawyers can't afford to live in Santa Fe, how can our nurses, our first responders, our service workers, our trades workers afford to live in Santa Fe? You know, I'm old enough to remember when Councillor Rivera was in high school. And the thing I think about from our high school years is how many of our classmates couldn't afford to live in Santa Fe and don't live in Santa Fe. I'm tired of our greatest export being the graduates of our high schools. Santa Fe should be a place where everyone belongs and everybody is able to live here if they so choose. I support this excise tax because it's a step forward to fixing our affordable housing crisis. And I encourage each member of City Council and the mayor to vote in favor of placing this on the ballot in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Destiny Krupnik. I'm 20 years old and I live in Midtown Santa Fe. I am a leading youth ambassador for CASA First and a member of Earth Care. I'm also a huge advocate and supporter of affordable housing. I have spent my summer homeless and struggling to make ends meet. When working one job that pays minimum wage, more than half of my income goes towards rent. Only 30% of my income, to be financially savvy, should be going towards my rent. The least expensive rental right now in Santa Fe is $1,140. On a budget of $2,244.80, that's 51% of my income. Factoring in utilities, phone bills, and food, that leaves $149 for any emergency, gas, car bills, or anything else that may come up. 2 months after I was born, I was placed into CYFD's care. I was lucky enough to be adopted, but over 1,000 of foster youth age out. 29% of these youth who age out will end up homeless within the next 4 years. If I, who was given a leg up and adopted, am struggling to make ends meet, how can anyone expect a traumatized youth who has been living in survival mode their entire life to live and pay rent in a town that isn't meeting our housing needs? As someone with health issues that sometimes prevent me from going to work, I am left constantly struggling. Today, I thought about taking a loan to be able to pay rent, eat, and feed my dog, who's tiny. He doesn't eat that much. I should not have to take out a loan that will take me 2 years to pay back in order to live with the basics of shelter and food. I'm considering moving to Albuquerque so that I can comfortably live and not be terrified that I'm going to be homeless again and couch surfing. I don't want to leave Santa Fe. This is my home. This is where I grew up. This is where my family and my memories are, and my community and my support systems. But due to the lack of affordable housing, I am being pushed out of a community that I don't want to leave. Please support the high-end excise tax so I don't have to leave my home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members as well. My name is Pete Visaraga. I live in District 3. I am one of 800 dues paying chain breaker members across the city of Santa Fe, the bulk of whom are low-income people, are people of color, and many of whom stand the benefit from the programs made possible by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We are here today to encourage you to vote in favor of the high-end excess tax affordable housing ordinance. I have worked at shelters with our unhoused neighbors and have been forced to turn people away during the winter months because lack of funding means a lack of beds and caseworkers. Growing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund could change the reality in Santa Fe. Let's see, we are ready. No, as you know, this is only the next of many steps needed to solve the housing crisis, not just here in Santa Fe, but across the country. We want to appreciate Mayor Weber, sponsors, Councilwomen of Valeria Cassett, and the council for putting this bill forward and ongoing support for affordable housing. We are ready and able to, we are willing and able and enthusiastic to start putting boots on the ground to talking to our neighbors to turn out the vote for this important excess tax affordable housing. The first vote takes place today. As your neighbor, we ask for your vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Maggie Boyle. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. I'm a social worker and I, in my work, support grieving children, families, and teens. And I just want to say that I keep leaving Santa Fe and I keep coming back because this is my home. I have this little ritual where I get in touch with HomeWise to run my numbers. And then I compare the money that they will give me for a loan with real estate prices. And I fall into a pit of frustration and depression and kind of fall off the map, right? Until I can work myself up to try it again. Y'all, I get along with everyone except my property managers. They are rough. And the only reason I'm staying there is because I know there is no other rental in Santa Fe that I can afford. Do you ever walk around some of the neighborhoods in Santa Fe and they just feel eerily quiet, right? That's my experience when I walk my dogs on Upper Canyon Road. And I love imagining like, what are the fixes, right? I work with families who are fleeing domestic violence situations and our shelter is full. And I just think like, what if we could put those families in this empty home that nobody is living in for a couple of months? But that's not realistic, right? When I heard about the high excise tax, I was so ecstatic because I was like, this is actually realistic. This is something that we can do. It's all about a question of framing. I can help realtors frame this, right? When you buy into Santa Fe, you're buying into our community. You're not just buying in to the $1 million elite version of Santa Fe. That's not why you want to be here. We're seeing that through the reasons that you're coming to Santa Fe, because you want to be at Indian Market, you want to be at the Folk Art Market, you want to be at Spanish Market, right? So I just want to appreciate you all. Thank you for the opportunity and for getting this on the ballot so that we can all vote for this. Thanks again.
Thank you.
My name is Nate Downey. Thank you very much for having us here. I'm from District 2 and I could have walked here, but I'm getting old and I hurt my knee, so I had to drive. But there's a lot of people in my neighborhood who didn't walk here and they didn't drive here. And I think my message in some way is for everyone who did make it here to make sure you organize and vote, because that'll be harder than it seems in this room right now. Okay, the voters who vote often in local elections may not like this as much, but I want you all to get it on the ballot so we can figure out what works. And I know that as a landscaper in this town for many, many years, people don't use water. Landscapes really use water. And I think we need much greater density to conserve water and to conserve land so we can have better bike paths in this town, more pedestrian functioning sidewalks so it encourages people. And so the greater density that we can get, the better, especially close to the center of town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Nikkei Gustavov. I've been here for 38 years. And when I first moved here, the place that I lived in on Galisteo Road off of near Rodeo Road was $500 a month. That same piece of property now is $1,500 a month. You have a great opportunity here to put this excise tax on the ballot. The last time this went, it failed. You have another opportunity. You may not get another opportunity after this second time. If you don't take it now, you'll be wasting not only money, but the people who are having to work to be able to afford houses. They're not going to have that second chance. That's my message to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, members of the council. My name is Andrea Romero. I am honored to be here tonight to talk about what I see as the most important issue, not in just this city, but across the state. I have the honor of representing a community as part of Santa Fe in the state legislature, House District 46, and have been very vocal that I believe housing is a human right. And with that human right, we all deserve to be in safe, affordable, and stable housing. If you live in New Mexico, whether you're new to here or old to here, this is something I believe should be invited to all. And I'm very proudly chairing the United for Affordable Housing to help get this passed. Housing has been incredibly important to me in my life. When my parents were divorced, when I was a kid growing up here in Santa Fe, we couldn't afford to live in Santa Fe when my parents separated. So we moved up to the norte. We lived in Espanola because of even then as a child, housing has always been expensive. And so when we think about the generations of folks who get the honor of growing up in this town and wanting to live, I have leaned on family when the finances weren't good to be able to live there. I have rented. I have also been a landlord. So I've seen the entire spectrum of how it is and how important it is that we have stable housing. So this has been a multi-generational issue that has now permeated my entire life. And so when we see how it affects not only individuals, but communities and the future of what it is that we're investing in with this tax that is going to those who can afford it, that is going to those who we believe can actually help regenerate into our community affordable housing. The state has record investments right now available in affordable housing. Having communities actually lead the charge, show us how to do our jobs at the state level is something.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Reed Fossey, and I'm one of the unhoused members.
I'm sorry, could you pull the mic a little bit closer to your, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Reed Fossey, and I'm one of the unhoused members here in Santa Fe. I moved here in April, and I came to the July 12th meeting and didn't take the opportunity to speak. But one of the things that I wanted to say was that that statistics show that like 58%, I believe, of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and even those that are making like 100,000 to 200,000, it's 42% or something like that. And there was just a gentleman earlier that was a lawyer who said he's having trouble hiring lawyers, also doctors. And so I don't know if anyone listening might be like advertising, in the advertising to vote for the bill. But certainly from what I would suggest that, that they make it personal to the people, that anybody, if they have a hospital stay and they have run up a $50,000 bill or more, or, they're like one woman who spoke here whose husband passed away and now she's on just a single family earner. It could happen to anybody. And not only that, but just nationally or just, throughout the world, any slight upset, it wouldn't have to even be here in New Mexico, like a volcano goes off somewhere and like the agriculture goes haywire and then it collapses a market here or market there, or there's another pandemic or whatever. In other words, that even though we have very relatively few unhoused percentage wise, but quite a larger number.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the governing body. My name is Catherine Rivera. I'm a resident of District 1. I ask that you please send this to the ballot. Please send it to the voters. It's not a question of need. I suspect that as the voters decide on this, in the back of their mind, there will be an underlying question of confidence. Confidence that the fund is achieving what it was set out to accomplish. Are the funds going to the right audience? Are the funds serving the community that it's designated for? You owe it to the city to provide confidence of management of this fund. If possible, to the authors of this ordinance, I recommend you contain language that would help build robust transparency and reporting to the community regarding the use of this fund. As the fund grows, your responsibility and importance in demonstrating proper use of this fund is only going to increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Woods. Thank you, Mayor Weber and council members for bringing this to the table. I support the high-end excise tax, and I really think that we should bring it to the public to vote on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. My name is Peter Ives, and I am a supporter of sending this measure to the voters of Santa Fe. I applaud, first of all, the fact that the city puts $3 million into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund every year. And I believe you're all familiar with the significant public benefits that accrue to our community as a result of that investment. I also remember at an earlier meeting looking at some of these issues, the estimate was that this might generate an additional $4 million for that fund. And so the capacity to leverage those good benefits as a result of what's being done currently by an amount that might exceed the amount you put in annually is truly phenomenal and something to be strongly considered and supported in the community. We know that what we are doing now in terms of affordable housing is not solving the problem. In the resolution, there's a note in subsection C, section 4, subsection C, that 4,668 new units are needed, and many of those on the affordable side. So this again presents a valid and tested mechanism to accomplish those purposes. I was looking in the Santa Fe Reporter, and it reported that the average home price in Santa Fe increased 14% between December 2021, the fourth quarter of 2021, to January of 2023. That means $1 million home that sold then for $1 million is now worth $1,140,000. 3% of that amount in excess of $1 million is $4,200. Not a significant amount, and certainly not one that's going to impact the actual sale of that particular property. I do note that
Thank you. I think the clock. If you have more written, please do give it to us for the record.
I'm not sure you could read my.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Colleen McEwen. I'm a resident in the South Side. I'm a success story of the affordable housing program through Habitat for Humanity. Very grateful recipient of an affordable mortgage through them. And I just want to stress the changes that happened for me after that happened right before the pandemic, November 2019. We moved into our home, my son and I. As a single parent, I could not afford even HomeWise. That was sad, like someone else mentioned. The cascade of effects since then allowed me to go back to school to be a nurse. I just graduated. I got offered a job in Albuquerque at UNMH, and I turned it down to stay here because I have an affordable mortgage. So I just want to stress that, we stay here if we can afford to stay here, and I know the community would love to soak up nurses. I've got so many job offers. It's crazy. So I would encourage you to make it affordable, because the people I worked with at St. Vincent and part of my clinical nurses, full-time, paid decently, can't afford to buy homes here. So really encourage you to put this on the ballot and let people vote on it, and allow other people to stay here and become a success story with affordable housing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Elizabeth Epley, and I'm here to show my support for the high-end excise tax. I am one of many in the cohort of young adults who moved out here for AmeriCorps originally and stayed due to a love of this community and a commitment to being part of the solutions of homelessness, access to essential resources, and the need of specialized services for youth and families. There are so many creative and bright minds, especially native to New Mexico, but also with fresh perspectives from across the country that are eager and ready to be a part of this evolving, unique community as its next generation of leaders and working class citizens. We want to raise families here and be a part of this community where wealth is measured by the quality and heartfeltness of your relationships, not the car you drive or the greenness of your lawn. This community needs a plethora of resources to retain its local population and economic opportunities for new families so that the Santa Fe locals are people who are hardworking and motivated to address and drastically improve the growing issues our city faces. It's hard to be in touch with the needs of the community one serves, especially being in the nonprofit, social work, or local government sectors when one commutes from a different community entirely. Furthermore, we hope all newcomers are committed and take seriously the community they are joining with all its beauty, its quirks, and its needs. By requiring a 3% high-end excise tax, it is a way we can filter out new home buyers who are relocating to Santa Fe and are able to afford $1 million plus homes, many of whom this is their second home and who do not care to invest in this community and the areas that we need, specifically in regards to affordable and safe housing. I urge you to vote in favor of this high-end tax as it is an investment towards a caring and involved community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, city councilors, thank you for taking the time to listen to your constituents this evening. My name is Brandon Vella, and I'm a member of HomeWise's Livable Santa Fe Fellowship Program. We've heard here tonight many examples of our working class being unable to afford to live in Santa Fe. I'm in support of the pursuit of happiness by everyone, but I think it needs to be emphasized too that this city needs the people you've heard from and others like them in proportion to the needs they have expressed this evening. Not only for their contributions of service and labor, but also for their perspective and cultural vibrancy. Consider where the path we're on leads. Look, for example, at the resort towns just north of us in Colorado, and how these towns have become sick, desperate shells of their former selves. Affordability, sustainability, livability today is the only way forward. As for the tax itself, let the people vote. It's obvious here this evening that there's an abundance of support for a measure like this. When it passes, this measure will be a catalyst for change as this council and the whole of the city will hear clearly the will of its people who it serves. This is by no means the last step or the whole solution. The city should prioritize maximizing this initiative by getting its accounts in order to become eligible to take advantage of complementary contributions from higher levels of state and federal funds. It would be irresponsible and a wasted opportunity not to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Bryant. I've lived here 33 years. I'm the executive director of Stand Up for Kindness, an initiative that encourages us all to move from bystander to upstander. And I think tonight has shown us that Santa Fe is a city of upstanders, that we are standing up for what is right, that everybody deserves to be housed. I echo everything that has been passionately shared, so I won't repeat that, but I guess I have two comments. As an educator, it pains me to know that the Adelante program, the Santa Fe Public School program that serves homeless youth and their children, has over 900 children registered. There were maybe 900 children today that did not know where they were going to lay their head tonight, that do not have a space to quietly do their homework. That is not acceptable. It is just not acceptable. So I really appreciate that you guys are being upstanders, and I know we're all going to work together. And I guess my most profound truth here is that the unhoused are not a problem to be solved. They are people to be loved.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth West, and I, of course, am in favor of sending this wonderful issue on to the vote. And I would like to encourage all of you to really make this unanimous, because as somebody said earlier, the message that you all send that would be sent with an unanimous vote would be something that would be a powerful support for this important issue. And something that I have only heard slightly mentioned. Basically, I agree with almost everything that people have said. There are some people here who I don't always understand where they're coming from. And yet here they are speaking just the way I want them to say things. So that feels great. And I'm not as discouraged as some people might be. I think a vast majority of people, including some very wealthy people, will be behind this. So I want to just underline something there. What this vote, if it passes in November, and I'm assuming it is going to be sent there, will do for the lucky people who have more than $1 million to spend on a house. And I mean, you can read that there's many more than 1 million. So I think it's going to be good. What they will be asked to do is to join us in this community by donating the little extra. And it is going to make it so much more fun for them to pay for their house. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's a very good thing to encourage generosity. So I'm expecting a unanimous vote here tonight. I hope I'm right. And I really thank all of you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Hauk. I live in $1 million+ home in Santa Fe. It is the money that I have to retire on. And I think this is a poorly thought out way of trying to solve a problem that is bigger than just 3%. It is a way that you are punishing me for literally putting every penny I own into my house so that when I sell it, not only will I have 38% capital gains on any profit in my house, you guys are going to snatch 3% in some potentially bloated government scheme. And what if I were a person who was able to get let's just say a $2 million house? I put 10% down. That's $200,000 I put down. I have a loan for $1.8 million. My husband, who is the breadwinner, passes away. I'm now stuck with that payment. So I have to sell the house. But before I'm able to recoup anything on that house, I've got to pay off the loan. But I'm looking at paying $30,000 that I don't have because I have a $1.8 million loan on the house. And that's presuming I can sell it for what I paid for it. The math doesn't work here for situations that are specific to, expensive homes that have big fat loans on them, or people like me that poured every penny I have into my house. And that when I have to sell it to live on it, you're going to take 3%. What's that going to do for my housing? I don't like this. I don't like the way it was thought out. Yes, I want to house the homeless. Yes, I want to house children that need meals and food and are 700 on a waiting list. I get that. But what you don't get is that you're taking money out of my pocket that I earned, and you're taking, do I get that tax deduction? Do I get this tax deduction? Or do you just take it?
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'll try to be brief. My name is Alma Castro. I'm also a resident of District 1. And I just wanted to thank the council and especially those who are sponsors on this bill for thinking about sellers and putting that excise tax on the person who's going to buy and not the person who's going to sell. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in this room before we go to the Zoom opportunity who wants to speak to this issue and has not yet come up to the microphone? There's no line, so please do step up if you have not had a chance to speak and you wish to. Okay, are there folks on the Zoom waiting for their chance?
Yes, Mayor. If you are attending on Zoom,
please raise your virtual hand. And if you are on the phone, you can press 9 to raise your hand. And I'm going to go ahead and call on Daniel Werrath.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mayor, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm so impressed with the turnout tonight. First, just a huge thank you to the sponsors of this bill to bring it forward, Councilwoman Jamie Cassett and Villarreal, and the mayor and city manager and city staff who've all done incredible work to keep this moving forward. We've been trying to do this for the entire 20 years that I've been working on affordable housing in Santa Fe. And things have never been worse. We're literally over the waterfall on housing affordability. There's days I want to quit. In the last 4 years, we went from over $250,000 homes to 69. In that same time, we went from $180 million homes a year being sold to over 400. The current median home price is $600,000. That takes a mortgage payment of more than $4,000 a month. That's what people need to pay to own a house in Santa Fe, and it's just not right. In 2009, we listened to the realtors when they told us there was a better way or another way. And look where it got us. Nowhere. I think we really need to reject that thinking here, because they're fighting the idea of a tax, but there are people out there fighting for their livelihoods, and we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Lamprecht.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Weber and City Council members. My name is Drew Lamprecht, and I serve as the president of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, a nonprofit organization with over 900 members representing all aspects of the real estate industry. The association has been a strong advocate for many city housing initiatives that address affordability and stability. This evening, city leaders will decide whether or not to levy a 3% home tax on high-end homes to fund affordable housing. The proposal is very similar to one rejected by voters and past city leaders. While there are many other ways to fund affordable housings, they are not on the agenda for consideration. If this measure to advance to voters, it becomes uncertain if the city will continue to budget $3 million annually to the Housing Trust Fund. If successfully passed by voters, the law will face legal challenges with an uncertain outcome. If enacted, it remains unclear how the housing market and local economy will be fully impacted. Research suggests a 3% home tax can negatively impact the housing market and city homeowners by reducing home sales, creating market aberrations through tax avoidance, reducing mobility, and stripping away some of the generational wealth built up by Santa Feans. The economic boost lost because of fewer home sales can further hurt area businesses. Because of these serious concerns, we urge you to reject the proposal. The association remains an enthusiastic and steadfast affordable housing partner, ready to work with city leaders on legal revenue proposals that are equitable, can attract broad-based public support, and provide a stable, reliable funding stream. Thank you for the opportunity to share our views this evening.
Thank you very much.
Marie Stanley Starr. Diana Woods.
Hello, I'm Diana Woods. Thank you so much, Mayor Weber and the councilors, especially Renee Villarreal and Jamie Cassett. I am a realtor and I belong to the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, but I disagree with SFAR's decision to oppose this ordinance. I filled out the survey and said, yeah, let's do this. I have met so many of the good, hardworking people who serve our community, teachers, mental health providers, veterinarians, artists, nurses, servers, and many people over 70 who really need the help of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to provide help when they need it. And that's another thing that the trust fund does, fix up the house so they don't have to rip their roots up after 70 years and go somewhere who knows where else. Our workers need affordable housing, and we need our workers. I believe if we explain to our sellers and buyers the good that will come from this fee, our clients would accept the need for this fee. I urge you to allow the people of Santa Fe to vote on this ordinance. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I think that this should definitely go to vote. My question, though, is where is this housing stock really going to come from? And I think that's really an important question. I wonder if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund really serves what population it serves the most. Does it serve first responders and educators, or is it some other population? And I also would be much more in favor of this as it stands if it would include the sale of commercial properties too, because really it is businesses who need workers. And I think that they should be contributing to this fund. In fact, I think that I would be much happier if there was a small tax, and I don't know if a tax law prevents you from doing this, but a small tax, property tax across the board, except maybe for houses under a certain amount, that would be paid yearly and would be a very specific income fund. I also want to ask you to pledge tonight that you as a city council will go to the state legislature and ask them to change tax laws so that some of the lodgers tax can go to affordable housing. And so there can be a differential tax on second homes, and some also, whether at council level or state level, a limitation on short-term rentals, because this is the housing stock that actually could be used. I just want to see if there's anything else, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and make sure that you say that it's the buyer's responsibility to pay this tax and not the seller's, whether it's in this resolution tonight or this ordinance or whatever it is that's going to go to the voters or not. Thank you very much.
Is there somebody who couldn't get their mic to work? You called a name and we didn't get a person. Put it down. Okay, thank you.
Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I appreciate all you've done in listening to the members of the community tonight. I received an email, I think it was either yesterday or today, and it asked me as a member of the community to come and speak my mind. I really just want to say, I hope you'll vote for the 3% tax on high-end homes and support the Housing Trust. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much.
Kelly O'Donnell.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Great. My name is Kelly O'Donnell. I am the Chief Research and Policy Officer at HomeWise. I am also an economist with over 25 years of experience working in fiscal policy and public finance in New Mexico. HomeWise supports the high-end real estate excise tax. In addition to financing affordable housing, we also build affordable housing, and we benefit from affordable housing trust funds in a number of our developments. So our use of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund goes to building affordable units. Some of our current developments in Santa Fe include Casa Pacifica, which is 80% affordable, and Los Canales, which is 100% affordable. I also authored the fiscal impact estimate for this tax proposal, as well as a white paper on the tax. And I wanted to make myself available for any questions pertaining to how those estimates were arrived at. And I also, one thing that occurred to me is that although many people who have spoken today have characterized this tax as imperfect, I would say it's about as close to perfect as we're going to get. It is a progressive tax. It generates adequate revenue. It's easy to administer. And many of the quote alternatives that have been offered by the opponents, including allocating some of the gross receipts tax on short-term rentals, are not really alternatives. That, in fact, is simply appropriating money from Santa Fe's general fund. So although there have been a plethora of alternatives discussed, many of them, if you scrutinize them closely, aren't really alternatives at all. So I, again, pledges my support and the support of HomeWise to the high-end excise tax, and I'm happy to stick around if there are any questions about the fiscal impact estimates. Thank you.
Joe?
Joe?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh.
Yes.
Hi, sorry, my thing was doing a thing.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
My name is Joe Christian, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council and to you, Mayor Weber. I am, of course, highly in favor of the high-end excise tax. I think it's a modest step forward in working on our affordable housing crisis. I feel like there have been so many powerful and eloquent speakers tonight that I don't really need to add a lot to the story, but I do want to say that our Northern New Mexico chapter of the National Organization Surge, Showing Up for Racial Justice, is very much behind this initiative, and also that my partner, who recently became a real estate licensed realtor here in Santa Fe, is really upset by the choice that the Santa Fe Realtors Association is making. And it's sort of casting a shadow on what he was excited for a new career. So I just want to reiterate, as a few other realtors have here, that not everyone in that business agrees with the Realtor Association's choice to fight this. And I really hope that it gets a unanimous decision to be able to move forward to the voters. I will be out going door to door if we have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rachel Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Thompson, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to thank very much the sponsors of this. And I join Elizabeth West in hoping that the vote in favor of sending this to the ballot is a unanimous one. I too think it's a very important, symbolically. There have been a number of questions about where the AHTF funds, how they're spent, and whether the fund is answerable to the public. So I just want to read a quick impact statement that's on the Santa Fe Housing Actions website. It says, in the last 3 years, the AHTF has invested nearly $9 million. That was $3 million a year, apportioned by the city council, in total funding, generating over $27 million in additional affordable housing investment, because the dollars have to be matched 3 to 1. impacting more than 2,500 households. And that included 40 households bought homes made affordable with mortgage assistance to lower their monthly mortgages. And that's something HomeWise does. 122 homeowners avoided foreclosure during the pandemic. Actually, some of these were probably CARES funds. Anyway, 1,451 renters were helped with rents, utility bills, deposits, and back rent. This is in preventing from people from getting homeless in the first place, which is what you really, really want to do. 110 rental homes were constructed. 274 rental homes were rehabbed or upgraded. 288 households with special needs were supported in short-term rental situations. 94 affordable home ownership units received development subsidy, and 150 unhoused people were served by Consuelos Place, which is down on Route 14. It just, the Association of Realtors is a special interest. It's going to act like a special interest, and they're going to keep throwing all kinds of crazy things out.
I think your time expired, but thank you very much for giving us your thoughts.
Barbara Chatterjee.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, very much.
My name is Barbara Chatterjee. I'm a 25-year resident in Santa Fe, and I really want to make just two comments regarding the proposed ordinance itself. First, in your discussion, and then in the wording of the ordinance, as if you pass it, goes to us, the voters, that it is made extremely clear that this is a new funding stream to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and will not supplant any other funding streams in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, including the $3 million that is currently budgeted by the city. It is extremely important that we see this as new money coming in to this critical problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Barbara Bentry.
Hi, I have been, thank you very much for this meeting and for letting me speak. I've been participating in the local group that is working to study and remedy homelessness in Santa Fe. It has been an incredible learning experience, and I'm sure that many people do not completely understand the many intricate aspects of being unhoused, as I did not either. I am fully committed to helping in any way possible to help create funding for these efforts. I know that the main resistance to this tax is from the real estate community, but I also believe that the real estate community has been greatly benefiting from the pandemic migration to Santa Fe by people from all over the world. Like me, when you fall in love with this community, you will pretty much do anything to move here, as we did. As someone who moved here 18 years ago from California and was able to buy a home, the cost of living in New Mexico is so much lower than so many other areas of the country. I believe that this excise tax is absolutely no deterrent from moving here. And quite frankly, as I look around at the incredible increased building in the community that's happened over the last few years, if this tax were even to slightly slow down the growth in Santa Fe, I don't think anyone would mind that either. Santa Fe is unique. I agree with the person who earlier stated, look at Colorado and the runaway development that has happened here. Is that really what we want to happen in Santa Fe? Do we want this town to be totally occupied by wealthy retirees who are importing their lifestyles from the high-end coasts of our country? We moved here for the diversity. We moved here for the culture. We moved here for the ability of artists and teachers and first responders and healthcare workers to participate in our community with love and joy and a sense of well-being. Please vote for this to go on the ballot in November. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miles Conway. Miles Conway. You're muted.
Miles, can you unmute? There you go. No, not yet. Let's see if there's somebody else and we can come back to Miles.
Kurt Hill.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, councilors and mayor. I've been a realtor in Santa Fe for 38 years. I started at age 22. I have a great concern and interest in the homelessness and our housing issues. The mayor appointed me to the committee for his study in 2018, and we came up with multiple possibilities for solving our problem. We all know the problem is inventory, lack of inventory. We don't have a balanced real estate market. Over the years I've been selling real estate, our inventory has typically been between 2,000 and 2,500 properties on the market. We currently have about 350. So inventory is our issue. We have a lot of ways to push this forward. And we just don't need this divisive tax. It's just another divisive issue that's happened in our town. And I hope you'll consider voting this down and looking at the solutions that were provided in the 2018 report on affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm back.
Miles, are you?
I'm here. Sorry about that. Miles Conway. I live in 495 New Mexico 592. I am in support of this excise tax heading to the ballot. I am one of the residents who, when seeking a home in Santa Fe in my earlier years in the 2000s, could not find a home and decided to live in the county. Turned out to be a fine decision, and I'm happy out here. I'm also the executive officer of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. Our membership has strong feelings on both sides of this issue. What we do agree on is that we need to use every tool in the toolbox in this moment to address the housing crisis. I was on a meeting today with members of the Governor's Council on Housing Investment, and the production industry of housing is doing everything we can, asking everything we can to try and deploy the kind of housing that we need right now. That includes extension of infrastructure. That includes perhaps looking at tax incentives for builders who deploy housing in the residential sector. I will say that this tax, should it pass through the voters, is going to be essential because we need to leverage funds, stack money, and get the housing deployed at the rate of affordability that local Santa Feans can afford. So thank you for bringing this ballot measure up and doing everything you can to address the housing issues in a very aggressive and bold manner.
Thank you.
There are no virtual hands up right now, Mayor.
Okay, at the moment in the Zoom room, there are no hands up. If you would like to speak, please do raise your hand. And if you're in this room and you missed the first opportunity to speak, there's still a chance to get your voice heard by going over to the podium. So we'll pause in the Zoom and open it back up to anyone who hasn't spoken here who wishes to speak.
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I emailed you all in favor of this excise tax.
We need a name.
My name is Claire Boyce. Apologies, I'm a little nervous. So yes, I am also in favor of this. I am someone who moved here from out of state, from Colorado, and just seeing what happened in Colorado with I mean, it was, for a multitude of reasons. I don't want to see that happen here in New Mexico. This place is a very beautiful place that I and many other people have a lot of love for. And I think that we are in danger of losing what's so special about New Mexico and about Santa Fe, because what's special is the people. And it's not something you can just, buy in a tourist shop or, it's something that's very, very deep and very almost kind of sacred. And I think that supporting affordable housing is very connected to keeping what's so special about New Mexico, keeping it here and keeping it vibrant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in this room who missed the first opportunity and would like to speak now? Is there anyone else on the Zoom who is waiting their turn?
No, Mayor, no. Well, one just raised right now.
There you go.
Rachel.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Rachel Heidemann. I was just in the meeting, but I had to head home. So I am grateful to jump on the Zoom and just speak in support of this policy and this legislation. I really encourage this to go to the voters, and I want to thank you all so much for putting something forward that I think can be deeply unifying for residents across Santa Fe, across diverse demographics. I don't see this as a divisive issue whatsoever. I think there are a few loud minority opposition, but I think the vast majority of people, as we saw tonight, are in strong support of this. And we are all hungry to see our government work for the people. And I think this is such a powerful way to demonstrate that our government is supporting us and is here for us and has our backs. And I think this is something that we could all truly get behind and could be something that is a very strong unifying force for all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you for speaking. Anyone else in the Zoom room or here who wishes to be part of the public hearing and add your voice now? Zoom room is no more hands.
Hands there.
Okay. In that case, I think what we'll do is close the testimony, and I think I'm sure everybody wants to either ask questions or make a statement among the members of the governing body. We often merge the two, questions and statements. So what I think would be optimal would be to entertain a motion and then go through everybody, giving everyone a chance to speak to the motion, speak to the pros and cons, and ask questions at that time.
Move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion on the floor that everybody can address. It means we're actually open still to ask questions of anyone, but it means we actually can address the motion specifically. We've had pretty good success in the past with having a first round where everybody gets 5 minutes, and then if we need more time, and the 5 minutes tends to be more like 10 minutes, we can stick with that and then go forward if we need to go back around again. So let me just take it in the order of, would you want to use the sponsors to have a chance to speak first?
I sure do. Thank you.
Our two sponsors take the floor. Mr. Bray, you seem to have a microphone poised as well.
I was just ready for karaoke, but would you like us to have G continue to set a 5-minute timer for the?
I think if we could have a soft 5 minutes, we don't want to cut people off in the middle of a line of thinking, but I think we need to be indicative because we have many more items to discuss tonight, that keeping within boundaries and not just going for 20 minutes per council member is a good idea. So I will turn it over to the sponsors. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor, and then Councilwoman will come to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
I really do want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking to this issue. And thank you to everybody who emailed. I have read them. I apologize. I've not had time to reply to you as there have been a lot coming in, but I really do support or appreciate a lot of the support, but also just the opinions of the community. It really means a lot to me. I think what I would like to do with this initial 5 minutes is speak to the general philosophy and what's going on. There's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of questions that I would like to address, and my co-sponsor, Councilwoman Villarreal, will pick up where I leave off. First of all, just to make sure everybody is clear on what this is, most of you are, but I have heard a few missing pieces. This is a one-time excise tax that would be applied at the point of sale to be paid by the buyer on homes over $1 million, only on the amount over $1 million. I think most people understand that piece. The one key is this is only going to apply to the buyer. The seller will not be the one that is responsible for paying that tax. As we have heard, there are individuals in our community who do have property that has increased exponentially in value, and that value is very important to them. And so as this was being designed, this was one of the key pieces that we did want to protect, is the investment and the financial protection and the economic protection of those individuals. There's been a lot of question as to why this and why not that. We did need to look for something that, one, is a new funding source. As people have mentioned, any utilization of current gross receipts taxes is essentially coming from the city's general fund. While this does not necessarily mean that we can't put money towards the general fund, what is so important about that general fund is that we have the flexibility. Whenever there is an economic downturn, we need to make sure that the city keeps functioning. So what we were looking for here was a new revenue stream, a permanent revenue stream, and a dedicated revenue stream. We also needed to find something that was legal. So the questions around taxing second homes, we do not have the ability to do that per the state. And some of the other taxation ideas simply are not tenable at this time and not legal at this time. So those, unfortunately, were no longer on the table and not something to be considered. The other piece and the biggest piece for me was, how do we make sure that we are not negatively impacting the people we are trying to help? And so when we talk about some across the board property tax increases, I know so many of my constituents and so many people have spoken more eloquently to it today than I could right now. But they're really hanging on by their fingernails, trying to stay in this community. And housing costs are already untenable for so many of them. And so really making sure that we were not negatively impacting those people that we really do want to help was key. Getting into the housing market, as so many have mentioned, is nearly impossible. If we were to apply this excise tax across the board, it would be yet another barrier for those individuals who cannot afford it. So we were really looking at where's the balance? You know, how do we make sure that we're generating enough money? How do we also make sure that we are not negatively impacting those people that we want to help? How are we continuing to serve this community, to build that diversity, to keep people here? And finding that balance was challenging. And as I believe Daniel Werwath mentioned, this has been a conversation that has been going on for over a decade. I know I first received a report from the Housing Action Coalition. Oh gosh, I can't believe if it was before COVID. I remember I was sitting at Apuntia when that, report was slid across the table and looking at all of these different options. And when we started to take all of these different considerations, this is the one that really stuck out. The other piece that I think is really important is that I do not believe, and I cannot speak for my fellow governing body members, but we have, we've been steeped in housing. We know that this is the number one issue in the city of Santa Fe, but I do not believe that this is the only solution that we need to this issue. This does have to be part of a larger package. I am not done working on this issue. There are a number of pieces that we need to continue to explore, how we can create that housing stock that has been spoken of,
how we can make sure that there are other revenue streams that are coming in. We do currently have dedicated revenue streams to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and those will continue. And that's actually a wonderful segue over to Councilman Villarreal, who will be able to speak a lot about the appropriation of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars.
Thank you, and thank you for hearing the chime in the background. That was good. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Cassett, for being in this this effort that has been, I think most of us would know this is not a new idea. This is something that some of us, especially me, that I've been on the council for 8 years, almost 8 years, and this is something that has been tossed around trying to figure out what is the best mechanism and formula. And there was rigorous data presented to us. And I think it was based on a lot of different experts that did provide us with information that made it clear this was a responsible way to handle a high-end excise tax. There's a few things I do want to mention about the exemptions that I'm not sure if everybody knows about. For this excise tax, it would not apply to the following: any property which is subject to affordability restrictions, any property conveyed to a unit of government, any property conveyed to an organization set up for charitable or religious purposes, the transfer of title or change of interest in property by reason of death or will or decree of distribution, transfers made pursuant to mergers or consolidations, or to secure a debt, or any conveyance of commercial, undeveloped, or family transfers. And I did want to stress the family transfers. If families want to transfer property to their family members, this excise tax will not be applicable in that case. I do want to mention a few things. I've been serving as the chairwoman of the Community Development Commission, the CDC, for 8 years. And I've seen the CDC thoughtfully make recommendations for the utilization of funds from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to serve providers in our community who are doing extraordinary work to support affordable housing initiatives, from the preservation, construction, or creation of affordable units, as well as down payment assistance, rental assistance, and home repair for low-income families. Each year, the needs for affordable and stable housing initiatives has grown, and therefore the requests have grown. But the pot of money that we have to allocate from has not grown. And so those of the folks that serve on the commission, they're made up of community members with a variety of lived experiences and expertise, have had to make very hard decisions along with staff about where to make recommendations for funding while trying to meet all of our city's affordable housing priorities, as well as community housing goals. And usually we see around 3 times the amount of requests for the funding than what is actually available. Fortunately, the governing body voted to prioritize $3 million for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund from the general fund monies the past couple of years. And I would say that was only possible due to the fact that our operating budget was offset and subsidized by federal stimulus funds that came from the CARES Act, as well as the American Rescue Plan Act funding. So we likely won't see that scenario in the future, nor do we want to. We want to be able to make sure we have a dedicated stream of funding to go into the affordable housing. And there was one person that wanted to make sure that we weren't supplanting or replacing any of the revenue that was already allocated to that fund, and that we will not be replacing that. There are dedicated funds that will continue going into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. While I think we should commit to utilizing the general fund monies to support affordable housing, the trust fund, we also need this consistent, reliable funding source to be able to have robust affordable housing initiatives, especially for proposals that include building more affordable units and workforce housing options. In my experience, we have not had enough funding sources for developers and nonprofit partners to be able to come together to try to work on affordable housing development that actually could create units. So that to me is a big sticking point. That's why we haven't been able to do that. I would have to say that there's a lot of rigorous restrictions on our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. There's an income requirement for all the funding sources that we end up allocating. That I think it might be on the website of some of those restrictions. So I think saying that we have to be accountable, we're definitely accountable for all the things that we actually have to be required in order to use the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So that's a perspective from my point of view, serving on the CDC, and there's other aspects that maybe we can answer if my colleagues have further questions as it relates to this proposal. So I will yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you for trying to stay within that time limit. I greatly appreciate it. Let's just see how our different governing body members would like to pursue the use of the time. Councillor Lee Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to thank all the people who came out tonight. The room has cleared out a little bit, but you diehards that have stuck around, it's much appreciated because it gives us the opportunity to not just discuss within ourselves, but have you involved with the conversation, at least to hear us. I have a question in regards to something that was stated, that there was rigorous data provided. I don't think I've seen that data or who provided it. Can that be at least set on record as to what the data was and who provided the data?
Let me see if I can direct that to either Councillor Cassett or Councilwoman Villarreal. Do you have access to the report you were referencing, and perhaps you can make sure that everybody has access to that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we did receive an email yesterday from Kelly O'Donnell. She did send us the white paper. We also, the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition, they also provided a report. I believe it was in 2021, but there is access to that. And yes, I think we received that one too. Oh, Kelly O'Donnell's white paper. Yes, so we did receive that white paper that did come in yesterday, and the email does show all of us on there. So that is a really wonderful data source, taking a look at a number of the issues that are facing the city of Santa Fe, what the state of housing is, how the state of housing has changed, how that has changed in relation to wages, as well as what we would expect to generate from this and where that data comes from.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cassett. Kelly O'Donnell, do you know what organization she is involved with?
Say that again. I'm sorry. The acoustics are so bad.
Is Kelly O'Donnell, is she just a freelance?
Oh, I see.
That's affiliation.
Councillor Cassett, do you want to answer that?
As she stated, she is with HomeWise, I'm forgetting her title. Kelly O'Donnell is a very experienced, she's the Chief Research and Policy Officer. Thank you so much, Councilman Ramiro-Worth, for pointing out things that are on my email. She is also an extremely well-respected, very experienced economist within the city and the state. If it is permissible, I'm not sure it is permissible for members of the public to speak, but to give her background. If not, I can pull that up. I do have access to her resume. Thank you.
Back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. Another question I had was, we've had a little bit of discussion actually in committee about the $3 million that we currently provide from the general fund to this effort. And I've heard that it's possible that it can be pulled back. Do we have confirmation of that? Or I mean, I have heard that the city should support this in every way possible, just currently by Councilwoman Villarreal and your statement. We don't know how much that would be. Can we get a kind of a a comment on that. If the city is willing to contribute, I would feel very good if it was dollar for dollar. I think that would be a very good effort to say, hey, look, we are in it with you if we were to push for this. But what's going to happen to the $3 million if this goes and does get passed by the voters?
That is a decision that we do get to make at our budget hearings. So the control over where our general fund dollars go is a decision that we do make every year during the annual operating budget. And that's how those dollars have been allocated. There are current funding streams that are dedicated that will remain dedicated. And I would refer to Director Ladd for a description of all of those funding streams, as I potentially would forget some. But in terms of the city's general fund dollars, that is a decision that is made by this governing body.
Councilor, would you like a little more information on that one?
No, that'll be fine. Thank you very much for that answer. I do have one last question, and there was information of possible survey that went out to certain people in regards to support for this tax and this endeavor. And do we have knowledge of who that is or who sent the survey out? Was there a survey sent out?
Do either of the sponsors know about a survey that went out? You do? Yeah.
There was a working group of professionals who did send us a survey out. This would have been via Facebook was actually how I first saw it as well. And that I'm not sure of the time frame that it went out, but we're looking at some of the experts and professionals in the field who are taking a look at how to move forward with this tax.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cassett. So survey was sent out to people. Do we know who conducted the survey?
Do you know who conducted the survey?
There's been a couple of surveys apparently. So there was an opinion poll that went out. I am not sure who was precisely in the conduction of it. Conducive? Who conducted it precisely? I do know that there were experts from the housing industry, from the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition who weighed in on the development, as well as maybe even the Santa Fe Home Builders Association. I know the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition. But there was I'm not sure, maybe this is the one, the realtors referred to a survey to their membership, and that would have been done by the Realtors Association to their membership and not to the general public. So there's been 2 surveys.
Thank you. I don't know if I've been able to see the results of those surveys. I would like to have that information if possible. Just for more information on my part. Thank you. I think there was a timer that went off, so I'll go ahead and concede to the next person. Thank you.
Thanks for heeding the chimes. I appreciate it. Councilor Rivera, would you like to take the floor, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, just I'll get my comments done in the 5 minutes and then be done. But there were some comments made about other options for funding affordable housing, and I'm glad Councilwoman Cassett addressed that and acknowledged that we're not done yet, that there's more that needs to be done, and those will continue to be looked at. There's another comment that was made about clever ways around the tax, and I won't be here after December, but I hope that this governing body keeps track of that, keeps a close watch on that to make sure that any loopholes are closed around that. I want to ensure the public, I heard a few comments about generational wealth, and had a discussion with one of the sponsors, Councilwoman Villarreal, and she reported back to me that this was on the buyer and not on the seller. So appreciate that part of it, because that was one of my biggest concerns. If this does pass, and it looks like there's a lot of support for it, I hope that the future governing body will really look at Cerro Contenta Phase 3. I believe phase 1 and 2 were some of the best affordable housing projects that were put forth and really kept a lot of people in Santa Fe, a lot of our local kids in Santa Fe, which I think this tax is trying to address. So phase 3 of Tierra Contenta, many more houses and really building out a neighborhood that started out doing exactly what I think this tax is trying to do. You know, we talk about community and bringing community together, and then yet when something like this comes up, we tend to villainize people that are in opposition, like the Realtors Association, and I don't think that does anyone any good. We're all part of this community, whether you're in favor or you're not. Everyone comes from a different place, and I hope that as this moves forward, that part of it is respected. And then same with the vote. I know people have mentioned that they want this to be a unanimous vote. I hope that, you know, if it happens, great. If not, I hope whoever is in opposition to it, again, is not villainized. Everyone comes from a different place. We'll have different viewpoints, different ideas. So I hope that respect stays there. As for me, I dislike taxes of any kind, especially on a specific group. Whether we think they can afford to pay it or not, it's not something that I typically want to support. But I'm going to support this measure tonight because it ultimately brings a decision to the voters. And that's what I think is most important, that the voters get to decide what's important for their community. So I will be supporting this tonight. Would like to thank the sponsors for all their hard work and for really answering my questions in the side when I had them, and appreciate all that hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Chavez, let's give you the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking Councilwomen Villarreal and Cassett. And I want to thank the community. I think the topic of housing it's important for us to be vulnerable as a community and to be honest, because it truly is a root cause to other complaints that we have about our community. We have, concerns around addiction. We have concerns around crime. We have concerns around lower graduation rates and poor health systems. And it really stems from not having a home. And the problem is bigger than what we realize. You know, the data only tells the story of those that ask for help or that visibly need the help. And there is a whole large community out there who do not have housing security, who have 3 to 5 families in a home, who don't have time to ask for help. They have time to work 3 jobs and to make sure their kids get to school and are fed and are in bed in time, and do it over and over again in hopes that their kids end up with a brighter future. And they won't if they don't have a home. Those individuals deserve it the most. Those ones that aren't getting the help but are just trying their best day by day. And I've had the opportunity to work with these individuals. I've had the opportunity to learn. I've had the opportunity to know what true sacrifice is when I thought I knew it. As a Hispanic Santa Fean rooted here, I thought I knew it. I thought I knew what that sacrifice looked like. I had no idea. There are so many that have no idea what that sacrifice looks like. And I had the honor to be inspired by families in my work outside of being a city councilor. But that work is going to go to waste if we don't give their youth, their future, why they sacrifice an opportunity to remain in their city in a home that's sustainable. I can't stress enough, and I get vulnerable. I would say I don't have housing security as a single mom. I'm working 2 jobs and I don't have it. I am one of them, but I definitely have more security than most of those that have inspired me. So I want to my comment earlier is the problem is bigger than what it appears. There's those that don't have a voice right now And as we're coming into our beautiful town and we talk about community and we talk about this magical place, why not contribute to those that are the most vulnerable, the most struggling? You're joining our town, you're joining our effort of being part of this beautiful, magical place. And so I'm in full support, and I want to thank, like I said, my colleagues for the work. It's a very important thing because I work with kids. So there was a comment made about there's a lot of kids that don't know where they're going to live, and they still show up and they still try to learn. We have to show up for each other. We have to show up for them. And I think it's powerful if this goes to the voters and the city of Santa Fe is showing up for them. And we don't know what that's going to look like, but imagine the true magic that would take place in Santa Fe that day if it occurred. And so with that, I just again want to extend my appreciation to you all in this room, to you all advocating out there, to you seeing those families and holding their hands and wiping their tears and giving them hugs when you tell them that you just don't have the resources to help right now. Thank you for keeping them holding on with at least that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Michael Garcia, who is coming to us remotely. I don't want to forget about you because you're over my head and I can't actually see you, but I know you're there. So Councillor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's good to see all my colleagues virtually. And it's great to see so many community members come out tonight and participate in the process. As I mentioned in my opening comments, this is government of the people, by the people, for the people, and it requires the people to participate in the process. So thank you, everybody who came out and took time out of your busy schedules, whether it was in person or virtually, to participate in this very important process. There were a couple questions that were brought up from folks that I just wanted to see clarification on, and I know that one of them was one of my colleagues did seek a somewhat additional clarification, and this is around supplanting or supplementing the existing resources. And one of my colleagues had mentioned that we as counselors have the ability during the budget process to ensure that those resources are there. And I completely agree with that, but it's also the budget process is also a collaborative process. And it puts the council in a very tough situation if the money is not allocated in the first place, because then we have to move monies around and pull money from what was being proposed to fund what was funded previously. And so I guess my question is for, it's more so directed at the administration, maybe the mayor or the city manager can answer this. Should this pass the council, and then should it pass the voters, is the intention to continue to use existing GRT resources to supplement the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Blair reached for the microphone, and I can also chime in, but go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Garcia, I think as Councillor Cass spoke to before, we're not in any position to commit future governing bodies or future city councils to budgetary action. And so year by year, as the sitting governing body chooses to consider the budget for that fiscal year, it will be up to the governing body to determine whether or not to continue funding this program. This mayor has funded this program in the draft budget that he has submitted. Future mayors may do that, they may not do that. But again, as the governing body all have the ability to amend a draft budget to move money around, that is something that could be considered at any time. I will tell you in full candor, I don't believe there's any intent from me or from this mayor or sitting governing body members to defund that program. There's zero intent to move that money somewhere else to use the money that would be passed to this 3%. Again, I think as there has been a discussion in the public, the idea is that this additional revenue generated is one of the many tools needed to combat the affordable housing crisis in Santa Fe. It's not the tool, and it's not going to replace an existing tool we have now.
Let me augment that a little bit, Mr. City Manager. Because I've been asked this by journalists, and I've been asked it by opponents as well as supporters of this idea. There has been no hesitation on my part to put $3 million into every single budget that I've submitted to get the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to where it is right now. When I walked into the mayor's office, and I know Director Ladd has the data on this, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was being funded at a trickle. It was really neglected. It didn't have support. It didn't have a steady flow of funds other than what could be managed through fee and lieu or other sources. So we've done a steady $3 million a year, but we don't think that's enough. That's not going to get the job done, even with the 3 times match that comes with the allocation of those Affordable Housing Trust Fund. As Councilwoman Villarreal pointed out, the money goes out into the community with the requirement that there's a 3 times match from the recipients. So it's actually a $9 million allocation when we get done. The passage of this measure, I think, is essential to supplement what we've been able to do with the general fund. And I think we ought to continue to put our money where our values are, and that is in affordable housing and in workforce housing. I don't believe we'll ever be able to say we've reached the ceiling of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund allocations. I think what we've done is to establish a floor. And if this were to pass, we would simply have a much more stable, dependable, predictable revenue stream that would lift that floor up to a much higher level.
Great. Thank you, City Manager Blair and Mr. Mayor, for clarifying. Just want to take a step back in time when the fund was below $3 million, and there was that big push from the community to fund it at the level of $3 million. And it did take some push from folks, and I'm glad we got there, because my comments at the time were, show me where you spend your money and I'll show you what your values are. And I'm glad we ultimately made that choice to spend the $3 million and allocate the $3 million a year. I do hope that that allocation continues, because as Councilwoman Villarreal has mentioned, the needs have definitely grown, and we want to ensure that as the needs are growing, we can continue to support our community. Additionally, should there be a shift in GRT, whether it's home sales or other GRT, we want to make sure that the resources are there to meet those demands, especially those are when the demands go higher for affordable housing and the supports for affordable housing. So I want to make sure we have that sustainable supply. And I think ensuring that it's in our budget, we'll do that. The last question I got is more around the legality. And I know I asked this during committee hearings, but just to clarify for the public, and I guess this is a question for the City Attorney's Office. Madam City Attorney, can you clarify if this proposal is legal or illegal? Because I want to make sure folks well understand where we stand on the merits of this proposal.
Okay, let me direct that to the City Attorney about legal research for the basis of this proposal. Madam City Attorney, can you speak to that?
Sure, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I'm happy to do so. Yes, there's a specific statute that authorizes local governments to impose excise taxes if the governing body first adopts an ordinance, which is the bill you're considering tonight, and then puts that ordinance in front of the voters as a ballot question. And then the resolution to allow that ballot question is also on your agenda for tonight. There's very specific exemptions. Real estate transfer is not one of those exemptions. Motor vehicles and tobacco are 2 examples of exemptions from that permission to local governments.
Councilor, is that good? Councilor? We lost him. Well, let's,
Mr. Mayor, it looked as though he froze and then his screen disappeared. So
Okay.
I might recommend you continue on while we try to get him back.
I think if he, for his time had elapsed, but if he wants to come back and check on Aaron's last answer, we would certainly give that opportunity. In the meantime, while his technology has not worked, I will go to Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just make a couple of very quick comments on this. This document supplied by Kelly O'Donnell, which is available for anyone to look at and read. It gives an astounding amount of information on this. That's what we need to make these good decisions. Also want to comment that this is one method of helping, just one. This isn't going to supply the answer. It's going to help, but it's just one thing. We're going to need other things in the very near future to put the dent in the, I hesitate to use the word, but the housing crisis that we have in this small city. It's not easy for folks. I spent some years working at HomeWise a while ago. I was a lot younger. HomeWise was still a terrific growing organization. And this is just one thing, folks. We've got more things that we've got to do about this, but this is a good step. And I have confidence in this because of the data that's supplied by this kind of document. It's not just someone says, oh, this is a good idea. There's a lot of data here that supports that idea. And that's how I make good decisions, is by having good data. So thank you for everyone coming out tonight. And let's get this done and let's move on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And now, Councilor Mayor Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, I guess, point out a few things. I think one of them was already pointed out. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I did ask for the numbers. I'm not pulling them up at the moment about how much was going into that fund prior to the commitment of this governing body over, I believe, the last 3 years to put $3 million in general fund gross receipts tax revenue into it. And it wasn't very much. And I can remember at the time I ran on this issue when I first ran for city council. I ran on a platform that said we should find a funding stream for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And so I'm happy to be at this moment where we have identified something that will generate real dollars. And when I was first running and when before we made the commitment as a governing body to commit $3 million of general fund revenue into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I think it was hard. My understanding from talking to Alex Ladd was that it was difficult to have a strategy to solve or help with affordable housing and the different kinds of needs that we had, because we didn't know how much revenue we would have year to year. So I think, the first thing we did was allocate budgetary resources for it. And that was an enormous first step. Now identifying a revenue stream that is likely to produce a significant amount of money year in and year out, I think is a second step to that. So I'm excited to have this opportunity to see this. I did want to emphasize again this idea that this money is leveraged, and it's my understanding something like 3 times. Is that correct? Yeah. So we're talking about a tax that generates $3, $4, $5 million a year. But the impact of that is multiplied by 3. And then, of course, the budgetary priority and commitment we have made adds another 3 million, multiply that by 3. So this is significant dollars. It's not a silver bullet. I agree with Councilor Lindell that there's going to be more we're going to need to do. And I think we're working on some of that stuff. I want to support Councilor Chavez in what she said about the people out there who are struggling and how they give her courage. And I applaud her comments and her understanding. I think being in the schools, she sees this in real ways every day. And I just want to say I appreciate those comments. I would also agree with Councilor Lindell that this particular ballot item is ready for the voters. I think it's been well thought out. People have really worked on it. They've done the policy work. They've provided the data. They've looked at what we have, what we don't have, what other cities have done, how taxes can be used to help us in this area, and have really laid out a concise but I think effective plan for how we generate dollars for this fund. Very important. I want to also talk about short-term rentals. The fee, the gross receipts tax that is charged on short-term rentals has been thrown out as a possible funding source. It sounds good, but I think what people should understand is that we get our gross receipts tax as a percentage from the state, and it's a lump sum from all the sources that are charged a gross receipts tax. So trying to separate out the gross receipts tax portion of that would be very difficult because the state doesn't do it that way. And we, again, only get a percentage of the overall amount on the amount that's charged for gross receipts on short-term rentals. I don't see that as viable at this point. There's been some conversation about legality. There's been, I think, some scare tactics that if we pass this and it's legally challenged and the legal challenge is successful, somehow everybody will be imposed this tax. And I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think that's how it works. If this for some reason was challenged on its legality and those challengers were successful, it would just mean that this tax wouldn't be imposed. It doesn't work the other way where you grow it and everybody gets taxed. So I think that's something to be critical thinking about. And I heard the timer go off, so I will yield the floor and thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Michael Garcia, I know we dropped you right after you had asked your question from for the city attorney, and I don't know if you heard the answer from City Attorney McSherry.
Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I didn't. I think some technical challenges on my device
Yeah,
prohibited.
I'd be happy to go back to the city attorney so she can respond to your question about legal, the basis for the legality of this measure. I think she's researched it and can tell you the answer.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia for the question. Yes, there are specific taxes and specifically excise taxes that municipalities are authorized to impose. And there are certain exemptions from that, such as motor vehicles and tobacco. A real estate transfer excise tax is not excluded and therefore is legal.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I'm sure I can't hear the timer there, but I'm sure I was probably getting close to the timer. So I just want to close and say, I hope that should this pass us tonight and pass the voters, that we begin to really look at investing the resources into developing the supply of affordable housing stock. I think that's a big challenge that we've run into, is that we've got the resources, we've got, in instances, vouchers for affordable housing, and they can't be utilized because the stock isn't there. So I do really hope that if this ultimately passes the voters and passes us tonight, that we begin to build a robust supply of affordable housing stock and then we begin to develop a robust supply of workforce housing stock. I mean, I think that's ultimately which is going to help us begin to address the housing crisis that we're currently in. So with that, no other questions, no other comments. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to the public again for coming out tonight, and thank you to the folks who clarified the questions for me.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you very much, Councilor. Very good. I'll just take a few minutes to make a few comments. I think the comments from our community members tonight have been really powerful, and I appreciate everybody speaking up, whether you support this measure or you don't. This is a conversation that is critical for the city's future. It is really much the case that, as has been said by so many of the speakers tonight, the city's future, one speaker said the soul of the city is hanging in the balance. And we had people speak to us who have come from other places in Colorado and elsewhere, where the shift in population because of the cost of housing has totally transformed the nature of those places. That's not what any of us would like to see happen in Santa Fe. This measure, while it's about housing, is about a lot more. It's about the diversity of our community, the composition of everyone who lives and works in Santa Fe. And the basic fundamental proposition is, if you work in Santa Fe, you should be able to live in Santa Fe. That's how we preserve the character, the culture, the history, the uniqueness of our city. I fully expect there to be, assuming this measure goes to the voters, a robust conversation about it. I think it'll be data driven. I think it'll be fact based. I think it will be benefited by folks like the research of Kelly O'Donnell, who has a background in economics and in policy that is second to none in New Mexico. And I fully expect opponents to bring data to the table as well. And I think we ought to discuss it from the point of view of data. But as council members have said and members of the public have said, it goes beyond data. It goes to the heart of who we want to be as a city going forward. And so I see this as a pivotal moment for our community, where we have an opportunity to step up and take on the number one issue in our city, which is housing. It's also the number two issue in our city and the number three issue in our city, because so much is dependent upon the availability of housing that's affordable for people who lack the means otherwise, or people whose families have been here for generations and want to stay here, or people who are in the workforce and are desperate for a way to live here while they work here. We need them. We need their kids in the schools. We need them as volunteers in our nonprofits. We need them as coaches in all of our sports programs. We need them to fulfill the promise of our city as a diverse place that welcomes and preserves the quality of life for everyone, so that everyone has a shot at a good life in an amazing place. Now, we've seen this tax effort used in other communities. We're not breaking new ground. There's something like 35 states. There are progressive versions of this in Connecticut, Hawaii, New York, the District of Columbia, and in cities across America. So this is not a novel idea. It just comes at a very critical moment where we have to step up and take a decisive measure on top of all the work we've already done with accessory dwelling units, with the work at putting city land to work as housing sites, with, as Councilor Rivera said, the advent of Tierra Contenta Phase 3, the housing at Midtown. We have got to, this is a moment where every one of these measures is going to be critical if we want to preserve and protect the fabric of our city. I do appreciate the work that people have done to assess and analyze the pros and cons of this. And I think there will be a very strong and vibrant dialogue. And I think it's incumbent upon people to get out and work the issue. If you care enough about it, that you want our city to be the place that it has been historically and continues to be that way into the future, this is an issue that's worth fighting for, working for, and making a difference on. So I applaud everyone's hard work and look forward to the next steps. I think I've used up my 5 minutes. I don't know that everyone got a chance to ask all the questions they came prepared to ask. I think we're doing pretty well on this with the 5-minute time limit. So if somebody has a comment, a question that they haven't been able to raise from the governing body, or the sponsors want to say some closing words, I'd welcome that as well.
Move the previous question.
Okay, we have the question has been called.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
is it this legislation or the resolution where there is an amendment proposed?
Good question, Counselor. And I'm getting nods from the city attorney about that very point. I appreciate your saying something from your Zoom room. Thank you. City Attorney.
Mayor, but councilors, the proposed amendment is in your packet for this ordinance. It's a one-liner. It mostly deletes text.
Okay.
I don't know so I spoke with the sponsors about it. I can explain it or I can defer to them, either way. There was some confusion about the first exemption, and this is the one that Councilor Villarreal mentioned earlier about the affordable housing exemption. It was there was a lot of words in that exemption, more words than there needed to be. And so it was becoming somewhat confusing to read. It really is the exemption for the affordable units that have affordable housing liens on them. There was references to the homes program and a prior program and the developer that originally had the program. And then it said the unit with the lien. So really, we're just getting rid of the extra language and being very clear that it's the sale of a unit that is restricted to be affordable housing.
Councilor Garcia, thank you for flagging that. I appreciate it.
Move the previous question.
And we still have to make the amendment.
I'm just saying we need to vote. And
We have to make the amendment.
I know, but you got. No, Councilor, the prior question is to adopt the legislation. So if you do that, we can't vote on the amendment. Okay, I withdraw.
Okay, I appreciate your effort to move this with people having spoken. I think that's fair, but there is an amendment that has been proposed by the sponsors to clean up this issue. I don't know if did Aaron do justice to what you're trying to do here?
Yes. Move to approve the amendment.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the amendment that's in the attachments. Is there a discussion of the amendment beyond what we've heard from the city attorney?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I have a question.
go ahead, Counselor. Counselor Lee Garcia has the floor.
Discussion or clarification, thank you. So if I'm understanding that correctly, can we identify, so exempting certain situations and the property, so what's being stricken is on page 6, line 22 of the resolution. What's being stricken is property which is part of a development subject to the Santa Fe Homes program, to the Housing Opportunity Program, or to any other form of permanently affordable housing, including those. So by striking that, it would read any conveyance of ownership of a dwelling unit that is sold subject to liens, deeds of trusts, land use restrictions, or other instruments that ensure. So if I'm reading this correctly, does it exempt any property that may go above $1 million that's tied to the Santa Fe Homes program, tied to the Housing Opportunity Program, or to any other form of permanently affordable housing? Who would that include? Just for
Madam City
clarification.
Attorney, can you speak to that?
Mayor, Counselor Lee Garcia. Yes, so it would, if the consideration to buy an affordable unit ever exceeds $1 million or is ever over $1 million, it would still be exempt from this tax.
Okay, that's, I mean, somewhat confusing to me because I wouldn't see that an affordable housing unit would ever go above $1 million. Who knows? And so I just, it's confusing to me. I understand why it's there. But it still is kind of confusing to me as why that would be exempt. It's not affordable and possibly the tax should be collected on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if the sponsors want to speak to the amendment any further and what it, Jamie, did you want to say something? Or I just think Councilor Garcia has raised the question. We may have given it the best shot we've got, but if there's
Mr. Mayor, I'm just flagging for you that Councilor Michael Garcia has put his hand up as well.
very good. Thank you. I appreciate that because my back is to Councilor Michael Garcia. Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Blair, for acknowledging the hand being raised. So it seems from what's been stricken is what really sticks out to me is the word property. We're replacing kind of property with dwelling unit. And in this instance, if there is conveyance of property, which I can look at as land or units, it's not exempt. And so I think, I guess I'm just trying to understand the intention around this because I understand the simplification of it, but I don't think it's confusing if you left it in there as well. I honestly don't see that as confusing. I think it kind of helps to establish, that these particular Santa Fe Homes program, the housing opportunity program, it's clearly stated that they're exempt. And I guess I'm just trying to understand if it's just simplification or if there's any other reason why it's being stricken.
Is there a are we anticipating a situation that could occur? How can we make this easier for everybody to understand?
Mayor, councilors, let's see. So the word unit was used at the end of the sentence, so it didn't really reflect the beginning of the sentence, which I think was throwing people off when they were reading this. And so this is really intended to make it clear what this exempts. There are properties subject to these programs. And then it's the unit that has the land use restrictions that is the exemption. So the property subject to these programs, I think this is where we're getting the confusion about new construction at an earlier hearing. So new construction is intended to be subject to the tax, and that is what this section does not exempt, because it is the affordable unit that is exempt, the one that is subject to the liens. It is the portion of that property. So that's why it says is part of a development, and then it speaks to the unit. So the unit is the part of the development. And we had folks reading this thinking the development was subject to the exemption, meaning all new homes, which is absolutely not the intent.
I think Councilor Cassett wants to offer her view. Go ahead, Councilor.
Well, I do, and actually maybe now I need some clarity. So in the instant that a development is providing affordable units, maybe Director Ladd would be able to assist me with this, but what I'm concerned about is the resale. So if there is a development that's providing affordable units, there already is going to be, a loss there for that initial development. I'm more concerned about the resale later of the property. So I'm sorry that I think wires got crossed. Because I would imagine, that, and maybe Director Ladd can speak to the cost of the development when they are able to provide those affordable units up front. We know that that is already something that is being a provision. I just want to make sure that when it's resold, if there's a development that does have affordable units, that in that resale, that they're not exempted.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, the confusion over the original language made it seem as if a development that had a portion of affordable units, so a market rate development with a portion of affordables, it made it sort of sound like because that affordability requirement applies to the whole project, that somehow that meant that those market rate units would not be subject. So the idea is to specify that it's the unit, and that any unit that has an affordability lien on it, so this includes all the resales of those affordable units, will be exempted.
Okay. And but that also accounts with that initial sale. So developers developing properties, that initial sale, if they happen to have properties in this development over $1 million, that sale would be subject to the tax, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that is the intent that from your expertise we are looking for?
That is the intent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So,
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Michael Garcia's hand is up. I'm not sure if that's a new hand up or still.
Go ahead, Councilor. I think you may still have the floor, actually, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was the hand. I forgot to put it down.
Okay. So I think the intent is to make the distinction that Director Ladd was just describing about what does and doesn't get exempted. Yeah, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's confusing to say that there's going to be affordable units that were designated as affordable continue to stay affordable. And I don't think there's ever an instance where we have had an affordable unit that's $1 million. Can we clarify that? Because that statement was a little confusing to me. And I think if we give an example, that would be helpful. Because I think if we place it so that people understand and a certain example in our community, an existing example, that would help clarify things.
Director Ladd, do you want to try to speak to that, please?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, when we were talking through it, it's probably not necessary to even mention the exemption at all because of that very point, that an affordable home with a lien on it is not going to be $1 million. So it's already set aside as the beneficiary of the tax and not the one producing the revenue from it. But we made the decision to keep the language in there because we just thought it can't hurt to spell that out, that anyone who lives in an affordable home never has to worry. As long as that affordability lien is there, that is never going to affect their home or anyone trying to buy a home. And who knows, in 10 years, maybe our affordables will cost $1 million. You know, that it's, I'm not expecting that, but I think we have to, we're trying to just make sure that there's never confusion.
I think the city attorney's hand up.
Mayor and councilors, the other part is the definition of consideration. So it's the actual amount paid for the transaction. But this is also where there could be confusion that we're hopefully eliminating with this exemption because it says it is without the deduction for new lien, mortgage, et cetera, contract indebtedness. So if there are instruments on the mortgage that are supposed to be included in that calculation, we don't want anyone to confuse that for those being added to the actual price being paid as part of the consideration. So if there's an affordable housing lien that is of certain value, in addition to the amount being paid, that amount potentially could exceed $1 million.
Okay. Other questions on this amendment? The amendment has been moved. Are there other questions about it? Yes.
I'm just going to read what the amendment, with the amendment, what that section would say. So it says the tax imposed by this section shall not apply to any of the following transfers. Any conveyance of ownership of a dwelling unit that is sold subject to liens, deeds of trust, land use restrictions, and other instruments that ensure the unit will remain affordable. That's the full sentence. I think the way it was read earlier, there was just a portion of it, but that to me makes sense. And the explanation makes sense to me. The $1 million example doesn't make sense to me, but I understand this language change, the simplification of it. So.
Okay, thank you. Other comments on this proposed amendment? If not, can we call the roll on the amendment, please?
Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
amendment pass.
Thank you. So now we have a motion on the floor as amended. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on this motion as amended, please?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
No, sorry. I'd like an opportunity to explain my vote. Thank you.
Very good. Motion passes, and Councillor Lee Garcia, you have the floor to explain your vote, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, Mayor Weber. Apologies. This was a tough decision for me in regards to which way I vote on this. Because wholeheartedly, I feel everybody who is here that has this need, and ultimately this will go to the vote, to the voters. It's right that it does. I take a look at things such as this in regards to, we do have a huge community and not everybody is always in agreement. The way we get to good policy is to agree to disagree sometimes. You know, sometimes people state that, and they state that housing is a human right. And it's important for us to not lose sight of that, because we do need to provide and help for the most people that cannot afford. And so, you know, I go back to thinking with my brain and not my heart, because that sometimes I want to just wear my heart on my sleeve. But I also have to take a look at common sense wise, what makes sense to me. We take a look at taxes, and again, a lot of times people don't realize how much we are already taxed. And this is everybody. It's not just the wealthy. It's everyone. We get grocery receipts tax, 6 to 9% throughout the state. Where does that go? Some of it comes to us. We have the responsibility of utilizing that to help this effort. Housing is already taxed to the rate of 4.88%. I know that doesn't go directly to this effort. House sales are also taxed at a 2.88%. And so there's lodgers taxes, 5%. There's gasoline taxes, 17 cents per gallon. We all pay these things. You know, there was discussion over grocery receipts coming from short-term rentals. I mean, the list goes on, and it's difficult for me to support a tax that, again, is just another tax, and then it's another tax on another tax. And I do vow that if this goes to the voters and is successful, I will help in creating and making sure that every dollar of this gets spent wisely for the people that desperately need it. And so the reason for my no vote against is just that. I want to thank everybody for coming out here and voicing their opinion, because a lot of times it's not easy to stand up there at that mic and say what you truly believe, and you have every right to do so. And I applaud you all for coming out. I also applaud those that got on the Zoom and some of the people that opposed it, because they have the right to do that also. And it's a lot of times very difficult to stand up there and say what you have to say without being scrutinized over it. And once again, thank you for coming out. And that's the reason for my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. That completes that item. We're going to take a 15-minute break as announced on the agenda. We'll be back in 15 minutes, everybody. Take a stretch.
Thanks. Yeah. So like it seems like it's
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We're a little more than 15 minutes, but I think we're back in good working order. So, Madam Clerk, can you do what we do? Take us to the next item on the agenda, please.
Yes, Mayor. The next item is 9A, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Jamie Cassett and Councilwoman Renee Villarreal. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the City of Santa Fe's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding approval of the city ordinance establishing a high-end excise tax for affordable housing.
And that,
Aaron McSherry.
right. So
To present.
we have our two sponsors still with us. I don't know if either of you would like to speak to this, and then we'll get them, or why don't we get a motion and then we'll have a discussion and people can talk about this.
Move to approve.
Second,
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Would the sponsors like to speak to this? It's the resolution part of the ordinance we just voted on.
I would just say that I really want to thank the community for coming out and supporting, and for really, really showing up, supporting each other and coming out in droves. And now the real work gets started once we pass this, which I'm assuming we will, as the ordinance just passed. So thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Villarreal, did you want to speak to the resolution part of the ordinance we just voted on?
thank you, Mayor. I'm having some technical issues.
Okay.
But I guess what I would say is this resolution defines the actual ballot question that will go to the voters. So it clearly states how it will be written on the ballot in English and Spanish, correct? I'm looking at City Attorney.
City Attorney McSherry, the question is English and Spanish on the ballot.
Well, councilors, the caption is translated on the agenda. I believe we already have obtained the translations for the questions. I don't know if they're posted yet, but they are ready to be posted, which once we know what our election materials are, we will be posting them all in English and Spanish. But the title of the resolution is here in Spanish on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All good? Are there questions about this resolution? I think we just conducted a pretty thorough discussion of the overall policy. Comments on the resolution from members of the governing body. Councilor Michael Garcia, you're over my shoulder. Are you okay?
I'm okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from members of the governing body? Seeing no hands go up. Madam Clerk, this is ready to vote on. Could you please call the roll?
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
No.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, that having taken care of that item, can you please read us the next one?
Yes, Mayor, this is consideration of a resolution. The sponsor is Councillor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution proposing two ballot questions to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election to amend the city's charter to require the governing body to establish an Office of Equity and Inclusion and a Human Rights Commission in ordinance. And Marcy Inorino, Manager of Legislation, is the staff person.
Thank you. And Councilor Garcia is the sponsor. Councilor, I think we're going to try to stick with our approach from the last part of this meeting where we're kicking things off with 5 minutes worth of comments or questions. But since it's your proposal, could you get the first opportunity to speak to it, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proposal derives from the Charter Review Commission's recommendations provided to the governing body during their most recent deliberations this year. And to honor the wishes of the Charter Review Commission's recommendations, this resolution is a product of that I'll go ahead and yield the floor.
Thank you, sir.
We should get a motion.
Yeah, I just wanted him to introduce it. Is there a motion at this time?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve this made by Councilor Michael Garcia, seconded by Councilor Rivera. Is there discussion? I think let's just do what we did last time, only we'll start at this end if it's okay, Councilor. Councilor Cassie, you have the floor in 5 minutes, or if you have not the requirement, there's no requirement to use the time, but if you would like to use it, it's yours as you wish for questions or statements.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, we did discuss this a bit in committee. I think that this is a really important issue, but I know one that is currently being worked on by some of our colleagues in looking at a potential Office of Equity and Inclusion. And I also really don't object to, codifying this in charter. I understand that piece. As I had mentioned, I would like a much clearer idea of what that means. I do have a couple of questions. So that we do have 2 questions being proposed here that seem to be interdependent on each other. And I'm curious how what would happen if one passes and the other doesn't? I imagine that it would just operate without that one, but it does seem that they do move together. I'm not sure, Marcy, if you have an answer, or City Attorney McSherry.
I'm not sure your microphone is, mine's not working either. I think you want to make sure your mic is on before you get going there.
Hey.
Now you're good.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, councilors. I'm Marcy Iannarino, the Manager of Legislation and Policy for the city. And there are 2 ballot questions that are related. And you have seen these resolutions, but I'll just sort of for the public sort of summarize their formatting. If the ballot measure came forth as a recommendation from the charter, the beginning of the resolution describes what was going on with the charter process. And then you'll see in the middle of the resolution what the Charter Commission suggested as changes in context. So this is actually important for this one in particular, because there's a coordination aspect to this one between the 2 bodies that are being proposed. So we've got a Human Rights Commission, and we have an Office of Equity and Inclusion. And this is on page 3. And the part that discusses the coordination is line 10, or actually 9 is where the sentence begins. And so it describes the establishment of an Office of Equity and Inclusion. And then it talks about administering the policies described in this section of the charter in coordination with the Human Rights Commission. So we kind of chewed on how to present this to the public and how to capture the coordination that's described there. So you do have, and then if you scroll, you'll see a discussion about what the proposal is going to look like, including the ballot measure. So the actual questions are there. And so we opted for 2 questions, one for one body, one for the other. And we did kind of wrap our heads around, well, we could try to put both bodies into one question, but from the perspective of the voter, what if, like, I guess it would set up a situation where if you had one question, you'd vote in favor for both of them or against both of them. But so this one allows the voters, the way that we've proposed it is that the voters can vote in favor of the commission or against, and in favor of the Office of Equity and Inclusion or against. But it does set up kind of a question for what happens if one of the bodies is rejected and the other is accepted. So yeah, that is a good question.
So it's a question that we aren't sure what would happen in that scenario.
No, I think we'd have to work it out. We'd have to figure that out. And both of the bodies are supposed to be an ordinance. So,
right.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The other piece that I've struggled with here, and I think, I've been actually struggling with all of our resident advisory committee, is how do we make sure that we're really utilizing them well? How do we make sure that they're being effective? What commissions do we need? We have a lot of commissions that I would imagine would cover the topics of what a human rights commission would be. So we have the Veterans Advisory Board, we have the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board, we have the Mayor's, the Advisory Board on Disability, we have the Women's Commission, we have the Children and Youth Commission, we have the CDC, which looks at housing. So I'm curious about the impact of putting on another resident advisory board, or we have the Food Policy Council that's with the county that looks at issues of food security. So again, this question of what would this actually look like? Are we replicating work? Our committees take a lot of staff time. And so understanding how we coordinate those, I think that taking a look at all of our advisory committees and determining if there is a better structure that more appropriately meets the needs of the community, but that also provides better, a better communication with the governing body. Because a lot of times, unless you sit on that advisory committee, we don't really hear what's happening, and those policy recommendations don't rise to the occasion or rise to the up to the governing body so that we can take action on those. So as I've stated with this one before, I am in strong support of the concept. I think that this is incredibly crucial work. I am happy that I know, I believe at least 3 of my colleagues are working on this currently, of establishing an Office of Equity and Inclusion. And I do think the longevity piece is crucial, but I would prefer that we take the time to write the ordinances, figure this out. There might be some tweaks that we have to make before putting this in charter, in case this is not the model that we discover works best for us when we really dig in and do the work. So I know my 5 minutes are up, so I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for being mindful. Appreciate it. I know these are really important conversations and it's hard to stick to a short time limit, but we can come back around if there's stuff left unsaid. Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am one of the counselors that is currently working to get a resolution introduced. I was actually hoping that we could introduce it at our meeting next week. It would create an Office of Equity and Inclusion. I have remained interested in this and have been working on it since we withdrew the ordinance that would have created it earlier this spring. And so I, again, don't think that this is something that needs to be in the charter. And I do think we can do this without asking the voters whether we should. And in fact, I think we've had a number of emails today, and I'll let Councilor Lindell speak to this more directly, but we've had a number of emails today suggesting that if one or both of these were to fail, we might actually set back the work in this area. And I would certainly, at a time when human rights are being challenged across the country, and being the progressive community that we are, I would hate to set that effort back. I also and I may come back to this. I want to read an email that I received today from Nancy Long, who chaired the Charter Review Commission. And I think it speaks to something that I'm concerned about in the sense of how this process works. And I think there are a number of steps about how we get to a place where we put something in front of the voters seeking their approval in our charter. And I've said this before, our charter is really our constitution. And as such, it should be a document that looks like a constitution. It shouldn't look like ordinances, and it shouldn't look like regulations where you get into a great deal of specificity. And our process of what we put in the charter is, of course, that we, as the governing body, pass a resolution and we create the Charter Commission and we give them some things that we think ought to be looked at. And then they convene and they add other things that they are interested in. Or when I sat on the Charter Review Commission, we actually went around to different parts of the city and asked the community what they thought we ought to look at. And so from there, we developed a work plan and we brought forth recommendations. And I think there's been suggestion that if we don't put all of this stuff in front of the voters and we don't do it right away, we're somehow not honoring the work of the commission. And I want to suggest that to honor the work of the commission, the best thing we could do is to take the time necessary to take these ideas, many of them very important, and really develop them further and get them at a place where they are either ready to go in front of the voters if we need to do that. And there are only 3 things actually tonight that we're looking at that have to go to the voters. Most of the stuff is stuff that if we find important enough, I think we need to roll up our sleeves and do the policy development work and put these things in ordinance or do it by resolution, because we do have that power. And this is certainly one of those areas where we do not need to put this in front of the voters. In fact, doing so might actually be harmful to the efforts if they were to fail. And again, I started by mentioning this email from Nancy Long, and I'm just going to read a little bit of it before my time expires. It says, the commission passed on to you. Oh yeah, I think I started that. So Nancy Long chaired the Charter Review Commission this year. She actually served on the commission with me the last time around, but this year she was the chair. And she says, the commission passed on to you some very worthy topics, and I will not address the details of any individual proposal on your agenda, but instead provide an overall opinion. An amendment to the city charter, which acts as the city's constitution, is a serious matter deserving of careful and complete study and a careful and complete presentation to the city's voters by way of explanation and the actual ballot measure. My concern is that such a careful study was not possible in the short period of time the Charter Commission was impaneled. And in the short period of time, the city has had to take the commission's work and refine it for presentation to the voters. We understood that some of our recommendations might not be appropriate for charter amendments, but we did want those topics studied by the city for the appropriate implementing measure, which could be by ordinance or resolution. We also understood that it is you, the governing body, that has the responsibility and discretion to consider the proposals sent to you. As our elected officials, it is your job to decide if the matters are fully vetted enough to present to your constituents. We just got the process started. I appreciate that opinion. I very much agree with it. I hear my time is up, and I would just suggest that, again, we are bringing forward a resolution to create an Office of Equity and Inclusion. I think creating that office will help us understand how we work on a Human Rights Commission, if that's something that we want to do. We don't need to put this in front of the voters in order to do it. And in fact, we are already taking the necessary steps to do that. So I do not support this. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Romero Worth. I think that hearing that email solidifies a lot of things for me, and what the Charter Commission did and what they brought forward to us. However, on this particular issue, not only am I not able to support it, I am really asking this council to consider the consequences of bringing this forward to the public, and if it fails. I think the consequences for myself feel dire. I think we all got numerous emails today from people from the Human Rights Alliance. I'm going to read just a couple paragraphs from the email that came from Kevin Bowen, head of the Human Rights Alliance. He says, however, I am deeply concerned that a ballot proposal for such an office, in addition to Human Rights Commission, is being presented for addition into the city charter with no other information, budget, scope, size, mission available for these proposals' new additions. If the governing body votes to place these two items on the ballot without much information or a plan for public information campaign supported by either a community-based group or the city, we will be confronted with an uphill battle for passage and the possibility of a fail. What we can absolutely not allow to happen is for this proposed measure to be placed on the ballot by the governing body and for it to fail for various reasons. One, citizens do not understand the purpose and importance of these two new additions to the charter. Two, money, no clear delineation of how this would be funded. And three, the lack of funding for a public information campaign that would explain the purpose and promote a for vote. If this ballot proposal fails, we will be taking several steps backwards in our fight for equity and inclusion for not only the LGBTQIA plus community, but for our Black, Brown, Indigenous, Asian, and other citizens here in Santa Fe. Make no mistake, this ballot initiative will be watched nationally because of the times we are in and the recognition of the city of Santa Fe as a safe and diverse community. Further, the failing of this ballot measure could easily embolden those in our community that hate our various marginalized communities to be more forthright in their hate up to and including violence. I think that says it all, my friends. This is a risky ballot measure. And I don't need any other reasons to not support it than that. I have other reasons, and certainly Councilor Romero Worth addressed numerous ones of them, but we can accomplish this through ordinance. People on this council are already working on it, and it's risky. And people that haven't been on the receiving end of that kind of hate, I think getting risky with that is really, really unfair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm going to go to our Councilor Michael Garcia and then come to you, Councilwoman, if that's okay. Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Sure. I wasn't prepared to comment, but I guess I'll maybe comment in regards to some of the feedback from my colleagues. What I find ourselves in is a bit of a predicament, not only with this resolution, but with all of the recommendations put forth by the Charter Review Commission And what I mean by that is we had one counselor speak to that the charter is not the space to, put lots of detailed information. But there's also the counter argument, there's lack of information. And I think that's the unfortunate thing with this recent Charter Review Commission process is, as stated by Ms. Long, the lack of time that was afforded to them, the lack of opportunity for them to provide the information we need on our end as the policymakers to ultimately take that information and present any recommendations to the public. I think that's the ultimate goal of the Charter Review Commission is to take the guidance and direction from the governing body, look at any proposed recommendations for proposed questions to go on the ballot for that next immediate election cycle and move forward. That's the guidance given. And so I think that's the very tough situation with the process that we just had to endure with this recent Charter Review Commission. I would highly recommend that as we move forward, we determine how we want to take this information and move forward. I mean, that was my whole intentions around the special meeting I thought we were going to have, or we had in June around discussing the report, because at that point in time, no counselors did raise to the point, hey, we're working on this already in regards to the DEI office, because that would have been a great opportunity to bring that up. I think, as I stated when I introduced this legislation, I'm moving forward with the will of the Charter Review Commission, and that ultimately is unfortunately the process we were handed. And I feel it's our responsibility as policymakers to take that information and do what we can to provide their recommendations to the general public. As you'll see in forthcoming resolution proposal, we will discuss the structure and makeup and time of the Charter Review Commission, so I won't spend time on that. But I think we put ourselves in a very much a catch-22 with this process. Not enough time to get the details, and not enough time to now determine as a body, how do we move forward as a group with those details and recommendations. So again, some very unfortunate way we had to deal with this process, but I've heard from 3 Charter Review Commission members directly that are very discouraged about the process that they just went through in regards to the time, energy, and effort that went into the process, and how we've arrived at addressing their recommendations. And so I think we need to better the process to better encouragement of public participation in the Charter Review Commission process that ultimately leads to quality recommendations and quality policies that are going to ultimately strengthen our city government. So with that, I'll go and yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I will turn now to Councilwoman Villarreal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to just thank and honor the work of the Charter Commission and the members who volunteered their time and to work on concepts and ideas of potential amendments to our charter in close partnership and guidance by our staff in the attorney's office. And also, I want to applaud and thank Councilor Garcia for pushing forward with these ballot questions to be considered. I think it's the validity of that is important, whether we agree or not. While I don't think that the commission was given enough time to do their work and enough research time, some of their recommendations I do think are ballot ready, and I do think some need some more work. And I also think some need, more research and consideration. And then there's some recommendations that I don't think need to be a ballot question. So in this case, for the Human Rights Commission and Office of Equity and Inclusion, these are both near and dear to my heart. And I know there's a lot of conversation that ensued about whether or not these two proposals should be placed as a ballot measure. I think we all know, where I stand with the Office of Equity and Inclusion as I'm continuing to work on that measure. And I think adopting an equity lens really kind of reshapes, I guess it requires a lot more reorientation of our operations and structures and how we do business in local government, and also how we interface with the public. So I think it's extremely important to get those details worked out. And what I worry about is, right now, as my colleague has talked about, we're working on a resolution that will create an Office of Equity Inclusion and might not have that name. And so I did have questions on the legality because we're working on this resolution. The name of the office is not solidified, but it might not end up being the Office of Equity Inclusion. So if we put this as a ballot measure to the voters, the name, if it's passed, would stay as the Office of Equity Inclusion, and we would have no ability to change that. Is that correct?
Madam City Attorney, if it gets into the charter as that name, is it that name then until and unless modified by a charter amendment?
However, councilors, that would certainly be its legal name in the charter. I mean, you could give it a second name. You could say also known as or something like that.
And the other thing is in this resolution, it talks about establishing an Office of Equity and Inclusion and a Human Rights Commission in ordinance. And so right now with the Office of Equity and Inclusion, or a name similar to that, we're moving in the direction of utilizing a resolution. So does that then conflict with what the charter amendment would say, or what's required of us?
Remember, councilors, if the ballot question were to be supported, then there would need to be an ordinance.
Okay, so what our work as a resolution would then, we'd have to shift gears and potentially look at an ordinance version of it.
Remember, councilors, you would need to look at an ordinance version of it. It could be consistent with your resolution.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what, I haven't reviewed the resolution yet, so.
Right. Okay. So I guess, well, I'm conflicted about this, and I agree with some of the comments that were made from the community, from the Human Rights Alliance, because if people don't have enough information, it might confuse them, and it might prevent us from moving forward with our efforts. The other thing that I have conflictions about is the Human Rights Commission. Any commission, community committee, are recommending bodies, and they're only advisory, and they only provide us with recommendations in most cases. And so to me, even putting it through as a charter amendment would not necessarily give it teeth. And so while I support the Human Rights Commission, I actually think that there's all these different entities, committees that are already existing that actually could feed into that work. And so what does that structure look like? We don't know yet. So I'm not in favor of a ballot measure as it relates to creating a Human Rights Commission, but I would consider a ballot measure that would talk about creating an Office of Equity and Inclusion, because it does not change at the whim of political pressures. And that's what worries me. If there's something that we want to move forward with, there may be other either other colleagues or other administrations that might not see it as important. And so the Office of Equity Inclusion could potentially get dissolved. So I have a hard time with that too. So I'm conflicted. And I guess what I'm curious from the attorney's office, since these are bundled into one resolution, even though they're two different ballot questions, we can't vote on one or the other tonight. It's considered one packaged.
However, councilors, the way it's written, I think you could reduce it if the public was still on notice reasonably, the way you reduced it, that would be a lot of amending to this resolution to accomplish that. You'd have to reduce the caption significantly, remove a ballot question, and remove the section about how the charter would appear later. You certainly can't add anything. You could reduce.
Well, that piece is, I don't know, I'm conflicted about that. Because again, I don't want people to be confused about what an Office of Equity Inclusion could potentially do and how important it would be for the city when there's no education around it to explain or to show why it would be important for us. I would encourage my colleagues, if we're moving forward with a version of an Office of Equity and Inclusion, that if you say you support it, that you should support it wholeheartedly, not in concept, because I think we're at the point where we need, this is a priority for the city, and you can call it whatever name you want, but I think it really has a very important purpose. So I encourage my colleagues that if they don't want to see this on the ballot, which I understand there's some reasons why we shouldn't, I think we need to make the commitment that an office of this kind needs to be something that we prioritize in the city. So I'll stop there for now.
Councilor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I am too conflicted about a lot of this, a lot of what's on in front of us this evening. I do appreciate the dialogue, and I do want to thank Councilor Michael Garcia, because I think whichever way we go with what's in front of us, I think that he has ignited some momentum in getting the work done based on the Charter Commission's recommendations. And I think that's important. I do have concerns. I have concerns around the public having ballot questions without education and without enough information to make an informed vote. I feel like that's very hard for me to sit with as a leader. And we want to make sure that you're able to make informed decisions that affect how the city functions and how, our community exists. I also struggle with the fact that the charter review process happened the way that it did. I feel like you could feel the lack of confidence because of our broken system and not because of their work or effort or attempt to make something that wasn't set up for success, but it was because they did the best they could. But in the discussions we've had in meetings, you could feel this rush and disappointment, and I call it a lack of confidence because, as a city, we didn't set them up for success. And so I think that's a big priority in the future. I also wanted to comment on a lot of feedback I've gotten from constituents, which is if it's in the charter, it has to exist. And I caution the community because existence without intention is really dangerous and loses so much meaning. Yes, it could be in the charter and we have to have this office. But if it's not built with intention, and I would just have to say the people I know working on this, on the Office of Equity, she's sitting next to me, part of the members, Councilwoman Villarreal has intention. She's trying to build something with intention with a team, and that matters. So yes, a vote would mean that it has to exist, but I just can't stress enough and warn enough about something existing without it being intentional. And if we have a solid foundation in its existence and we have the right people who are dedicated to the work, building something that really can be meaningful for our city, I think that's much more important and a much better response to the work of the Charter Commission's proposals and in implementing the proposals. I don't think this has to be a ballot question. I think that this is very important and that it will exist with the heart and dedication of the individuals we have here. And I think
the community will be more supported with the development that way. So that is where I kind of rest on this item specifically. And there's another item we're going to be talking about again, where I got a lot of feedback from the community about, well, then it has to be there. It has to be there. And I just warn people about that, about what does it mean? Like, what kind of security does it give our community that something just has to be there because it's on paper? So I'd challenge people to reflect on that. It's really not that powerful if you really think about it. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I too want to thank Council Michael Garcia for bringing these forward, at least getting discussions going and allowing us to have these tough conversations. And then secondly, I'd just like to thank Councilwoman Lindell for sharing your thoughts and really, I think, speaking from your heart, and that really says a lot to me. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate it. Councilor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. While going through this list of resolutions and what we're asked to talk about or read and evaluate what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, what makes sense in my opinion as far as timing, what makes sense of what we should put forth to the voters, what we shouldn't. This, for me, this specific resolution, timing wise, I don't know that I'm in support of it. I really feel and I do appreciate the words of everyone on this governing body for how this has come to fruition, the process that it was presented to us from the Charter Review Commission and from even Councilor Garcia taking that the next step and proposing it as a resolution and giving us all the opportunity to talk about this. And I think that's where we do come up to our best decisions. And I think at this time, the words that have been spoken by my colleagues in regards to the concerns about sending it to the voters right now resonate for me. I'm regurgitating it. And I feel that this is something that is important for us to talk about. It's important for us to not shy away from it because it is a reality in our current state and where we're at. And how we actually have true respect for each other, not just say we should be one way towards our group or one way towards another group. And I think this is a first step. In regards for it being a ballot measure, I at this point am probably not in support of it, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor. I'll try to summarize a few thoughts of my own in the time I'm allotted. I think there's, first of all, the need to recognize the hard work of the Charter Commission. I see Paul Durdak is here sticking in, having served on the commission. He comes here tonight to bear witness to how we are working on the ideas that the commission forwarded to us. And I think that speaks volumes to both the commitment of the people who are on that commission and the seriousness with which their work is taken. I also think it's philosophically accurate to say that from the commission members that I've spoken to, there's no anticipation that simply because an idea was advanced by the commission, this governing body is obligated to endorse it and put it on the ballot. That wouldn't be a true stepping up to our own responsibilities if we were simply a pass-through agency. We have the responsibility to look at each one of these and decide what's the best way to take action, having heard the commission's powerful voice to say that these are issues that we need to grapple with. It's now incumbent upon us to say what's the best way to move them forward. And sometimes it's to put it on the ballot. Sometimes it's to put it on the next ballot if it's more ready, or to operate with the resolution that's already underway in this case to review our processes if they are somehow not working. We have a lot of tools as a city government to affect positive change. And I think the major message that I get from the work of this commission is not only to evaluate these recommendations as potential items to go on the ballot and then to go into our charter, which is the most serious step we can take, but also to say from the members of the commission, take this work seriously. If it isn't yet ready to go on the ballot, or if there's a better way to move it forward more rapidly, take those steps. And that's the way we honor the work of the commission, is by developing and advancing the core message involved in their recommendations, not necessarily adhering to the recommendation as something that needs to go on this ballot in this cycle. I take seriously what Councilwoman Villarreal said about information. It's always a challenge when something goes onto the ballot, whether voters are going to be well enough informed to make a choice that makes sense. Part of what I think was impressive about our conversation about the proposed excise tax is that we know there will be a well-run effort on the part of everybody in our community to make that an informed choice. And other things that would be on the ballot, potentially the one we're talking about right now, would probably get much less attention, much less development, much less consideration of the seriousness of how to make it work. I do believe that we saw in the chart report, and it was really the recommendations of that document that was the source for the proposal that was advanced previously to get an office stood up. And I think there is absolute commitment from this governing body to do that and to make sure that it's set up and ready to operate and will make contributions to the community. I think at the same time, if we're being honest about our position in our commitment to equality and inclusivity in Santa Fe, we were ahead of the state at one point in what we said in our governing documents, and we let some of that slip. We didn't state our commitment to things that the state is now saying, and we don't have to take that to the voters to make those changes. That's something, if we're totally committed to improving our commitment in the city to equality, inclusivity, and opportunity and justice, we can do that as a governing body. And I think we should do that as a governing body. Councilwoman Villarreal is right. It's not just a charter amendment. It's a way of running the city government. And it's a lens of justice for people in our community. And I believe we are committed to that. An office will be a step in the right direction. I don't know whether adding another commission or even having it voted on with the possibility of confusion or failure is the right thing to do at this time. So I'm committed to honoring the work of that all our members of the Charter Commission did, take their ideas and make them part of our city government, not necessarily with a charter amendment, but perhaps in a way that is even more effective. I just want to make that statement at this time. We may have other people who'd like to say some more about this particular issue. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing hands. We have a motion. Let's see who made the, can we revisit? The motion was originally made by you, Councilor Michael Garcia, to approve this.
It was Councilor Michael Garcia who made the motion, sir.
And it was seconded by Councilor Rivera. So the motion.
Mayor, quick question for you.
Yes, sir. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
If we would like to, for example, maybe direct this topic to the Quality of Life Committee for further consideration, is that an option? Because I think there is definitely the appetite for us as a governing body to look into these measures deeper. As stated, some of our colleagues are already knee deep in the work, especially in the Office of Diversity or Equity and Inclusion.
Yeah.
And I think if we could make a direction to let's further study this, maybe look for some guidance from the city attorney.
And the city manager.
Mayor.
Yeah, well, Councilor Romero.
So I think suggested we do have a draft of a resolution that would create an office. It may not be called the Office of Equity and Inclusion. We can go in at another time to why that language is maybe evolving. And I have no problem with referring the resolution to the Quality of Life Committee. I think it would naturally go there anyway. But it would give us a launching point to have the conversation. And again, we don't have to put this on the ballot to do it. We don't need the voters' permission to do it. The excise tax for affordable housing, we absolutely have to have voter approval in order to do that one. This one, we can do this. We have the power to do it as the governing body, to do a resolution or to do it in ordinance. We've started with a resolution. It may be something that will evolve into an ordinance. And it may also, I think, once we get that office kind of in place, we may decide that a Human Rights Commission is something else that we want to, evolve into. But again, we don't need the voters' permission to do this. We're already working on it. And I think that, quality of life is absolutely the natural committee where the resolution would, that I, as one of the sponsors, would recommend that it goes.
Well, let me build on that briefly, because Councilor Garcia asked a question I think that applies to pretty much any and all of these proposals in front of us tonight. Whether they're voted to go on the ballot or not, it's certainly the purview of any member of the governing body, particularly the council members who are policy legislators, to pick a measure they would like to make their next priority and dig into it, develop the kind of white paper we saw with the excise tax and bring forward a much more fully evolved version of the proposal. It doesn't have to be referred to anybody. You can roll up your sleeves and decide it's your personal priority that you're going to make that the next thing you really delve into in great depth, and see if the questions that have been raised in concern about name and the question about inclusivity, all of those can be furthered by really serious hard work in the policy arena. And it doesn't, and then that gets to, if it turns into a resolution, if it turns into an ordinance, whether it's on this one or one of the other ones we talk about subsequently, that's really the process that I think Mr. Durdak and others were saying to me is the logical next step. Let's roll up our sleeves and do the hard work to make this really a fully fleshed out proposal. Other comments or questions? So there is a motion on the floor to approve this for being put on the ballot.
Mr. Mayor, just because you can't see my hand, sorry.
I'm sorry, Councilor, I really can't. I apologize.
No worries. I can see my version of y'all is, I can see it's right behind you. So I guess with a measure like this, and especially something so critically important to our community, obviously more research and information is needed to move forward. So, I think I would like to maybe withdraw my motion for approval and maybe reconsider the resolution in general, or pull it for consideration in general. That way we can really look into the topic at hand and, look at it in the sense, does this need to be actually two separate topics? An Office of Equity and Inclusion, and then the Human Rights Commission. As I stated before, I was kind of moving forward with the direction of the Charter Review Commission. And after hearing some comments from my colleagues, I think I definitely would like to dig into this deeper in the sense of, I guess with that being said, go ahead and withdraw my motion to approve, and then I would like to, I guess, remove this for consideration. That way we can dig into this topic deeper and present a more thorough and detailed recommendation for consideration by the governing body.
Councilor Rivera, do you withdraw your second, sir?
I will withdraw.
Okay. So there is not a motion at this time on the floor. The city manager's hand is up. The city attorney, city manager?
Mayor and councilors, you all have a practice of a motion maker withdrawing and the second withdrawing to withdraw a motion. It is inconsistent with Robert's rules, but it is your practice. So if no one wants to call a rule of order, I've got people whispering in my ear over here, but then that is your practice. And until it is objected to, it is your practice.
Okay. So with that, at this point, since nobody's objecting, we have no motion on the floor. So would somebody care to propose a way forward, Councilor Cassidy?
I would imagine we have to take some sort of action, so maybe table indefinitely at this juncture.
Do we just pass?
However, councilors, you could so table and it would be postpone indefinitely.
Thank you.
Yes.
But point of order, did I hear the sponsor withdraw the whole thing?
Yeah, that's
He withdrew the motion.
But did he withdraw?
Councilor, you weren't
clarifying.
Yeah, clarifying question, Councilor Garcia. There was a withdrawing the item or withdrawing the motion?
Withdrawing the motion. I apologize for the
No,
confusion.
that's okay. I think we're trying to resolve if we're not going to take action, is there a motion on how to resolve the proposal that's presented in front of us by this being as an agenda item?
Well, if I'm understanding the intent, it's if that's going to be moved to deny. So move to deny.
Yeah, there's a motion then to deny this, which would not preclude putting it into the policy development effort. It would simply mean it's not going to, we would say as a governing body, if that motion were to pass, it's not going on the ballot.
However, councilors, that's not one of your motions.
What is it, Madam City?
Well, I guess actually you can deny. Sorry about that. Yep.
Okay, so the motion to deny has not got, there is a second.
Second.
Okay, so there's now a motion to say we will deny putting the effort to put this on the ballot. Doesn't mean it won't, to Councilor Garcia's earlier point, be subject to further development, but it doesn't have to go to the voters at this time. Discussion, Councilor Garcia, your hand is up, sir.
Oops, I'm sorry. I'm still getting back in the swing of things of being virtual some instances.
That's all right. I don't want to leave you out in the cold. That's all. So there is a motion not to put this on the ballot at this time. And I think Councilor Garcia made the point earlier, that doesn't preclude rolling up sleeves, digging into it, coming up with work and continuing the work that's already underway with the resolution that's being developed. Is there further discussion of that motion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on that motion?
Yes, and to confirm, the motion to deny was
Councilor
Councilor Cassett and
Councilor Lindell seconded.
thank you. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Travis,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passes.
thank you. So I think we know what our intent is as well as what the motion effectively did. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item then, please?
That is item 9C, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution submitting a ballot question to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to regulate adoption of the city's budget and capital program, require adoption of ordinances, updating financial processes, and accounting systems, require sufficient staff to facilitate timely completion of independent audits, and consolidate those new sections with existing sections of the charter regarding finance topics, including investments, procurement, and independent audit committee in a new article called financial management. Staff is Marcy Iannarino.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Garcia.
I would like to request that we suspend our rules to be afforded the opportunity to speak to this item. Unfortunately, there was a confusion during the scheduling process, the committee scheduling process, and this didn't not have the opportunity to go before a committee to be discussed. And I'd request for us, make a motion for us to suspend our rules so we can at minimum discuss this item.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second to suspend rules so that this can be discussed and action taken. Is there discussion on the motion?
However, it's a non-debatable motion, non-amendable,
There we go.
two-thirds majority vote. Yeah.
Then let's take a vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. So the rules have been suspended, so this can be brought up. Yes. She said yes. I guess last time we started with a motion, and then we did the process of asking questions. Is there a motion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely this item.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone this item indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second from Councilor Cassett. Is there discussion on the motion for an indefinite postponement of this item?
Well, I'd like to speak to the topic at hand if.
Absolutely. Councilor, I'm so sorry. I just can't see you. And so I'm operating very much at a disadvantage. So please do speak up when I'm not knowing that you're ready to take the floor.
Sure. No, thank you. And I apologize for that, Mr. Mayor. This is another recommendation put forth by the Charter Review Commission. And this one was a very broad topic. We actually, due to the unfortunate time limitations we had to draft this legislation, move forward with just a portion of the recommendation. And I believe to really give the topic its due diligence and due process review, we really look at how we move forward with the recommendations that have the additional components to it, such as there was discussion around the city manager presenting the budget. And so I think for us to really tackle this, it should be a whole package. But I definitely, as I've mentioned before, and I'll mention it again, wanted us to begin the discussion in regards to how we can take these recommendations made by the Charter Review Commission and really look at a potential implementation process, whether it's the full recommendation, a partial recommendation. But we begin the discussion in regards to how we are going to, as a body, what we feel is the best way to take action on this recommendation. So with
Thank
that,
you.
I'll go ahead and yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate that. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. This ballot question, from what some of the members of the commission stated, is that it does reflect mostly what the commission was recommending. I think there's some good aspects to it, but the way it was packaged in this resolution was confusing. And the actual language that was going to go on the ballot was extremely inaccessible and confusing. And so I applaud Councilor Garcia for committing to having us look at this recommendation. I would say the staff's recommendation for the ballot question is going to confuse voters, and I would be concerned it wouldn't pass given the way the ballot question is currently written. And I think that's disappointing because I think we need to make sure the language for ballot questions are very clear. There's actual guidance on how charter questions and ballot measures should be written. And I think we need to think about that when we move forward with other potential ballot initiatives, ballot questions in the future, because it's just really convoluted when you read this one. It was disappointing to me because I think there were some good pieces to it. So I encourage my colleagues that will continue to be on the council to start looking at some of these pieces and recommendations and apply them accordingly. So I won't be around for that, but I encourage my colleagues to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Mayor Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. This mic is odd. It's so far away. So I should have started in the last resolution that we considered. I want to be clear. I think that the Charter Commission, I valued the time and the effort that they put into the work that they identified and that we identified for them to do. I think they have come up with some seeds of ideas that need more tending. They need more time to germinate. We need to work on the packages. They don't have to be charter amendments in order to do them. This resolution we're talking about right now is a prime example. Some of this stuff is dictated by state law. Some of it I'm actually interested in doing. I think our budget process needs some work. I'd like to be looking at, how other cities do their budgeting process. What kind of time do they take? Who's involved? What are the steps? This is an area where I think we can improve. And I think this year we did make some improvements to our budgeting process. But I think there's more work that we can do. And I have been trying to be patient as the finance team has been very focused on getting our audits caught up. And as the minute those audits are done, we are going to be looking at further improvements to our budgeting process. Again, there's a lot of stuff in this one. Completely agree that there are things here that we can improve. And we don't have to put it in front of the voters in order to do it. And I'm interested in doing it. And some of it I'm already working on. So again, I just want to say, I think, the Charter Commission's work is important, was important. And I think the ideas that they have are ones we can run with. We don't necessarily have to make them ballot questions in order to do something with them. And I'm very interested in moving forward with some of the things that they've identified as needing work. So just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Mayor Worth. I thought this was another one of those interesting ones of these discussions have started to occur. And just as we as a governing body continue to look, I think we've identified very much that our budgeting process does need a lot of work. We've all expressed that. And as we have those conversations, I am less concerned about, I know there was the conversation about it coming from the city manager. I'm less concerned about reducing the mayor's involvement in the budget than I am in increasing the city councils. That's what I'd really like to see. It's not necessarily the that I felt that, that the mayor shouldn't have a budget, but my biggest issue with the budgeting process is that we we're not there until the end, and how we get to be part of that shape and formation. So as long as we're discussing things that we will continue to be looking at, I just do want to put that bug in my colleagues' ears about thinking how the governing or the city council is able to get involved earlier in that budgeting process, as well as I know the work that Councilor Maraworth is going to be continuing in terms of how we have better financial oversight and more detailed oversight of how the budget is actually moving along and being expended. But for me, I think that's a really big point that I want to make sure we're thinking about is we as a city council, we need a lot more involvement. We need a lot more ability to make the educated assessment and decisions around the budget and where we think proposals maybe should change. So thank you so much. That was all.
Thank you. Councilors Garcia, Councilor Rivera. Good. Councilor Chavez, I think you're okay at this time. I want to, first of all, I agree with Councilor Garcia's choice to say, let's put this on the table and do more work. I wanted to dig into it because I do think part of taking the Charter Commission's work seriously is to do at least the courtesy of digging deeper into what this proposed ballot question as drafted would do, and to take it seriously enough to assess it so that when we do dig deeper and do more work about budget process or anything else that's in this financial management article, we know with more specificity what we do and what we want to do differently. So let me just broach a few subjects because I think it goes beyond just whether the language is clear or not. I think it's whether the thinking is clear or not. So this proposed ballot question, if we were to put it on the ballot, would create a whole new article in the city's charter. That's a big deal. The problem with it is that the resolution is very broad. It's potentially far-reaching, and it addresses so many different areas of the city's financial operations, including investments, budgeting, procurement, internal, external audits, and many of these topics are governed by state law and are already subject to oversight by state agencies. And so if we were to do this without taking the serious effort of really in detailed way, making any proposal match existing state and other state agency oversights, we run the risk of setting up a conflict with state law or with procedures as they change at the state level. And I'll give you a few examples. Investments are addressed in the Public Money Act, which is administered by the State Department of Finance and Administration. The budget process is addressed in the Local Government Finances Act, which is administered by the State Department of Finance and Administration. Procurement is addressed in the State Procurement Code, which is overseen by the State Purchasing Division of the State General Services Department. External audit is addressed in the Audit Act, which is administered by, as we know, the Office of the State Auditor. So as we dig into these issues, we really have to have a clear picture of what we are already required to do and how we are meeting those requirements now. And so I do agree with Councilor Garcia that it's a very important subject to dig into and take seriously and to do it properly so that we take stock of what we're already required to do, how we are meeting those obligations, and how changes, whether in ordinance, resolution, or processes, would continue to make sure that we are in compliance with the state and state law and state oversight. So I really do believe, again, this is a serious issue. We need to take it seriously and do a serious job of making sure that whatever we do and however we go about it, we've done our due diligence and not rushed it before knowing how we would potentially get at odds with the state in our good intentions. Unintentional consequences can sometimes occur. So I think it's a clear call to take this subject on, but to take it on in depth. And again, roll up sleeves, policymakers go to work, come up with recommendations. Other comments from the governing body? Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Could you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you read the next item on our agenda for tonight?
Yes, Mayor, that is item 9D, consideration of a resolution. This is sponsored by Counselor Michael Garcia and Counselor Chris Rivera. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to include a provision stating that the governing body, commissions, and boards must adopt procedural rules stating that they must adhere to established principles of procedural due process and fundamental fairness when functioning in a quasi-judicial role.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion on this one as well.
Move for approval.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. I would defer to the sponsors if you'd like to not use up all your time, but briefly give us an introduction and then we'll.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we confirm who is the second?
The second was Counselor Michael Garcia. The motion was made by Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Counselor Rivera, do you want to give us a quick, that doesn't have to be that quick, but give us your take on this proposal, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a resolution to make sure all our commissions, including the council, are on the same page when it comes to quasi judicial hearings or meetings, and then to ensure just what it said, fundamental fairness with all parties involved.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia, you're also the sponsor on this, sir, and then we'll go around to the council members and you'll also have a chance to speak more at length, but if you wanted to do a quick introduction, I'm amenable to that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Rivera, for your comments. This is a recommendation that came directly from the public during the public hearing portion of the Charter Review Commission. And so I fully stand behind this recommendation, as I've heard loud and clear from my constituents, and it actually was one of the kind of eye-opening processes as I began my first term of the quasi-judicial process and the challenges that are involved with it. And so I think this resolution proposing this question allows for the public to fully determine, should we strengthen our processes to allow for a procedural due process and fundamental fairness, and ensuring that that's included in our charter. I think it's been, from my perspective, it's been very frustrating for constituents across our city, not solely in District 2. So that's why I move forward with this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would agree that the public has been learning along with us what our role is when we undertake a quasi-judicial process. I'm not exactly sure what we get from this. I think I have expressed interest in, if we need to create an ordinance or a resolution that says specifically our process for how we handle quasi-judicial land use projects, I think we should do that. And if it would be helpful to the public to have an ordinance or a resolution that speaks directly to how we handle a quasi judicial land use case, then let's do that. I'm not sure what we get by saying we will follow. What are the words? Fundamental due process and fundamental fairness. I mean, I guess I'd ask this question of the city attorney. Due process is a term that is used and dictated by case law, and different types of due process are required for different kinds of parties, correct?
Mayor, other councilors, I would say different types are required for parties versus none, certainly. And then in different types of situations, different levels of process are required. Due process is to protect interests in life, liberty, or property. And then also when rules are created to protect entities as well, that process has to be followed. So due process is a concept with lots of case law associated with it. Fundamental fairness is less defined, and there's not a definition proposed here.
Right. So
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that last sentence? It's again, echoing here is really devastating. You said, I got the piece about due process, but I missed the last part.
The term fundamental fairness was not proposed with a definition, and it is not a concept in this context that I believe has much development as to what it would mean. One is a term in our constitutions, both state and federal. The other is not something that is a developed theory in this context. There's obviously general feelings around it, but we wouldn't know how it would be developed necessarily.
Yeah, so I guess, and they sort of, and I think with the land use cases that we've had, particularly affecting projects in District 2, I see these things as they've been kind of morphing into each other, right? It's like, oh, well, we need due process and it should be fundamentally fair, or, there should be fundamental fairness in our due process. And again, I don't know what we gain by putting this in the charter. I think what we need to do is, if people don't understand our quasi judicial process in land use cases, then let's create an ordinance where we write it down, and then it's very clear to everybody and we can refer to it and we know what we mean, and then we don't run afoul of what sorts of due process are due to whom and how, what things are okay and not okay. But I don't know that we need to put this in front of the voters again in order to do it. And I think this is so vague, it's unclear really what it means. And I think, my time is up. We also got an email from Maria Perez, who was a Charter Commission member and has helped us with a lot of things. And she says in her email, the proposed language for almost all the questions, especially regarding the budget, capital program, and audit, which we've just dispensed with, and the quasi judicial procedure. As a member of the commission, a policy wonk who works on democracy issues at the national level, and as an individual with over 20 years of formal education, I am unable to understand what these questions are asking. Having inaccessible ballot language is a common and transparent way to undermine democracy. So I'm not sure what we're getting from this. I think others are pointing this out, and I have concerns with this, and I'll stop there because my time's out.
That's fine. Thank you. Counselor Cassett, and then I'll just look, rather than necessarily going down the row, I'll just look for hands to be raised. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a couple, I think probably similar concerns in this area. One of my biggest concerns here, as we've seen with land use cases, is there's differences of opinion of what things mean, and that can be really challenging. So my concern here is that if something around fundamental fairness, which does not have a definition, were to go on the ballot without specific information, as Councilor Romero Worth mentioned, we don't have to put this on the ballot to set this on, but the people might vote on it thinking they're voting on different things. And then when it comes to actually writing out what those procedures are, saying, wait a second, we, if they do approve it, we approved this and you're not delivering. But we can't deliver on what we don't know what it is. And I think that there's too much room for interpretation of what this potentially could mean. I will also say that not just the quasi judicial piece has been confusing, but I think that we do need to look at our land use process as a whole. I mean, we've discussed this multiple times. Councilor Romero Worth and I have reached out to the Planning Commission Policy Subcommittee to start taking a look at things like our ENNs. What do other communities do? How do we really start to work on this? And at the same time, we're currently updating Chapter 14, and that will necessarily have an impact on all of our land use processes. And so I think at this time, putting this on the ballot where I don't know what this means. If my voters were to ask, what would this do? I would not be able to tell them. Two, we're taking on that Chapter 14 update. We're taking on that general plan update. We really do have an incredible opportunity with land use right now. As Councilor Romero Worth stated, I think that it is important that we write out our quasi-judicial processes. I think we probably need to write them in code, and then we probably need to interpret that code for the public because not everybody speaks legalese. And so I think that would be something that we should take on. But the biggest piece here is I just am really concerned about the potential for a differentiation of interpretation, and that people might believe that something is happening that is not. And then us trying to go backwards and create a process where, there wasn't enough clarity. But I do, again, another important topic. There is, I think that's a common theme. The Charter Review Commission brought forward a lot of really important topics. And, as was stated earlier, I do think that the way to best honor that work is for us to then take it and do our homework. I did have one of the Charter Review Commission members state that, by voting this down, it's pushing these things off or, using it as a stalling tactic, which I have to vehemently disagree with, is that it's just how I view policymaking, is that I want to know the details. I want to understand, what exactly it is that we're saying. I want it, to the best of my ability, to know what those unintended consequences are, to try to mitigate them or decide if I can live with them. And in this scenario, I'm just not sure what this means, but I do full-heartedly agree that our land use processes need work. We need to take a look at them. And we've heard loud and clear from the community and the development community that what's happening isn't working. So if it's not working for, our residents, it's not working for the development community. Okay, I've heard that message loud and clear. We definitely, we need to do some work on this. And I think that that's going to be really important work ahead, but this is not something that I would feel comfortable putting on the ballot at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I think what I'd really like to understand is this process, because it's not like members put a bunch of things together and just haphazardly put this forth based on some public comment in this case. And I'd really like to understand from staff, because there was guidance given by staff during this process. So all the things that are being brought up by my colleagues, why wasn't this a conversation with commission members at the time when they were formulating this? And if we didn't think that certain language made sense or was appropriate, why did not, or maybe it did happen, did staff talk to the commissioners more in depth about what is more appropriate for a ballot question in the case of quasi judicial proceedings? And maybe staff could give us some more insight.
Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, councilors, on this particular one, I think there was a number of proposals that were raised. Chairwoman Long, I think, alerted various folks, given her personal experience, that quasi judicial processes are primarily governed by case law, and that was the primary extent of the conversation while I was with the commission in relation to this one. I believe there was an additional proposal made, and it was voted on while I was out of the country. So I actually haven't watched that proceeding. But the primary discussion about this proposal or prior versions of it was that it's, this quasi judicial processes are governed by a lot of case law that already exists. And that was something that Chairwoman Long brought up multiple times herself. I didn't actually really get pulled into this one very much. But there were 15 different proposals that were discussed. And staff was asked for, various levels of input on some of them. They weren't put to paper till the very end of the process. Some of them were worked on in various iterations. The one I provided the most feedback on was the financial one, and provided a lot of the state laws that govern that area, particularly the State Audit Act, because the initial proposal included, I think, many sections about audit, primarily that conflicted with the State Audit Act, and many sections about budget that conflicted with state law. So there was a very iterative process. The ones that I've signed off are legal. There were various things that we discussed prior to the final version that I wouldn't have been able to sign off on. So there's layers, like there's policy questions that, I don't necessarily give feedback on policy unless I'm asked for it. But I definitely give feedback on legal issues when requested and or when I see them. So, and these versions are legal. I could sign off on these as legal. I would be able to write a written opinion saying that they are legal and do not conflict with law. But I was not coaching on people regarding what I personally think someone should or shouldn't do on policy issues, because that's not my role.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess, but these are legal. The charter amendments are legal. They have a legal nature to them. So I guess I'm just wishing there was, I wasn't there and I didn't witness it, but I just wish there was certain things that we could have not prevented, but trying to get clarity, legal clarity for our commissioners. And I also think there were time constraints, and even time constraints that didn't exist when, the commission was told you have to finish this in May, because the governing body actually has to vote on it in July, which wasn't actually the case. We ended up having more time because the county clerk said that by the end of August is when we'd actually have to have it, I think, delivered to them. So it's just hard for me because there's some richness to some of the thought of commissioners and what they were trying to achieve. And I just wish there was more guidance along the way. And I think if there was more time, then that could have happened. So I think now the way this ballot question resolution language is how it was set forth for us is extremely confusing. No one would understand what it's saying. And that's disappointing because maybe it could have been written in a way that was tackling the quasi judicial proceeding issues. I think really ultimately from what I'm hearing from my colleagues is members of the council need to commit to working on an ordinance or ordinances to lay out procedural rules for quasi judicial proceedings conducted by the governing body and our city commissions and boards. So I think this should be a priority, and I won't have time to get to work on this, but I think it's crucial. And while I can see it's probably not going to be on the ballot and it probably shouldn't the way it's written now. I just think that there's a way to do this right. And then we can take from what was researched and done with the commission and start using it in a way that can help us make the process clear for the public. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Other counselors wish to speak? Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the comments. I supported this because it gives the task for creating the process to the governing body. And in the many years that I've been here, even when I worked with the city prior, the process changes with every administration. So there's no consistency at all. So in the time that I've been a council through 3 different administrations, there's been a process that has changed 3 different times, and it's all by interpretation of the city attorney working with the mayor. So it was looking for some consistency, and again, making it part of our charter would put that forward, not just for this administration, but for future administrations. So that's why I supported this. It does give the task to the governing body. We see firsthand what the issues are, what works, what doesn't work, and be able to look at making changes, whether I don't know if it's through an ordinance or through something else, but there has to be consistency moving forward. You can't have the process change every 4 years and expect the public to understand what's happening.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments at this time?
Mayor, I'd agree with what Councilor Rivera said. I think that's why writing it down, putting it in ordinance, so we can refer to it, and it does carry over between mayoral administrations if you're seeing a difference, and you've served councilor long enough to have seen that difference. I've only served under one mayor, so I only know one process. But if we're getting if it's not consistent across different administrations, I think that's exactly why you would create a law that did that, and then everybody could refer to it and know what happened. And I'm very interested in working on this. And I think Councilor Cassett has expressed interest too. So, maybe we'll call it the Councilor Rivera law.
I think the city manager's hand is up, sir.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure you saw that Councilor Garcia's hand was up.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, City Manager, for acknowledging my hand was up. I tend to agree with what Councilor Rivera was saying in regards to this. What this proposal does is it's asking the voters for the guidance. And I know that there's will on the council to look at how we begin to establish these policies, protocol, et cetera. But what this does is it reaffirms it in our city charter, and it ensures that it's there. If it's in city ordinance, it can ultimately be withdrawn. Whereas if it's in the city charter, it is established that these procedural rules are going to be there. Some way, shape, or form, they're going to be there. But if we don't go the route of having it in the charter, we can move forward with an ordinance, and it can be a next administration or 2 administrations that repeal that ordinance. And so I think I think it's, in my opinion, the way I'm reading it, it's clearly stated that we're being given the guidance to adopt procedural rules that require quasi-judicial proceedings be conducted by the governing body and city commissions and boards. So it's saying these procedural rules that are when quasi-judicial proceedings are being conducted by governing body and city commissions and boards, that they adhere to the established principles of procedural due process and laws and fundamental fairness. That then gets back to these procedural rules that the governing body is being directed to create. And so I think having it in the charter ensures that it is there. And unless the public says, hey, we don't want those rules there anymore, they're going to be there in perpetuity. Whereas if they're an ordinance solely, then there is the ability for them to be repealed by an oncoming administration. And so given, you know, Councilor Rivera's example of he's seen it 3 different ways, let's create some consistency. And I think I'm surprised that there's so much confusion around what's being directed. It's being directed that we adopt procedural rules. What do those procedural rules look like? Well, that's when we roll up our sleeves and we go through the ordinance making process, and we include the public in that process. And part of that process requires public hearings, and we then hear loud and clear from the public in regards to what should be in that process and those rules and what shouldn't be. And so I'm in full support of sending this to the voters. And if the voters feel like it's inconsistent or they don't understand, they can vote it down. But I think it's clear. It's asking for us to adopt procedural rules regarding the procedural process. I mean, the quasi-judicial process in the proceedings, and ensure that they incorporate established principles of procedural due process and fundamental fairness. So with that, I'm going to yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Mayor, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we put things in ordinance, we pass a law, and a majority of the governing body has to approve of that. If we were going to repeal a section or a whole law, again, the governing body would have to vote by the majority to change the process by repealing a section or repeal the whole law. A mayor doesn't get to do that with a wave of a pen. I would also say that, you know, due process, we are required by case law, by law already, to have due process given to the parties in front of us in land use cases. We don't get to make that up. We have to do that. What fundamental fairness means, I have no idea. That's I just don't know what that means. Now we can create what we think is a fundamentally fair process in an ordinance, and have that be some sort of guidance. But, and I guess I philosophically disagree that you have to have it in the charter in order to do it in the ordinance. You don't have to have it in the charter. You can do it by ordinance right now. And it sounds like it's something that there's interest in doing, and I'm interested in doing, and there's at least one other counselor who's interested in doing, and you roll up your sleeves now and you do that work. We don't need to, you need to be careful what you give to voters. You want things that you give to voters to be things that you need their permission to do, or that are spelled out in such a way that are very clear what you're asking them to approve, so that, to Councilor Cassett's point, when it actually gets approved and you do it, you're all on the same page. But I don't know what fundamental fairness means. My idea of it might be very different than other people's. And so, again, we can do this work. We don't need to put it on the ballot. I'm happy to start working on it. I'm interested in this area, and I think we can do it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett, and let's be mindful of all of us, including me, our time.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I would just say that I understand, you know, this not wanting to shift with the different interpretations of different administrations, and the concern that ordinances can be changed, but that also, because fundamental fairness, because this is painted so broadly and directs an ordinance, that ordinance can still be changed. So I don't see how that protection, how this would provide additional protection. Because again, that interpretation of fundamentals, as Councilor Merriworth said, and as City Attorney McSherry, due process, this is already set in case law. We are also already required for it. Hold on. Nope, my thought is gone. As Councilor Merriworth stated, I'm very interested in this. You know, give me any opportunity to work on land use, I'll take it. And so I do think that this is something that we can. Oh, I know what I was going to say. If the voters vote it down, are we not going to do it? I mean, I think that that's the other piece of this, that if we were to send this to the voters and they said, no, we don't want this, does that mean that we don't do this? And so I think that we also have to think about these ballot questions in the impact that it has if they are not passed. You know, we did talk about this, and of course with the Human Rights Commission, some of the impact of it not passing could be pretty dire. In this scenario, if it doesn't pass, whether because there's just a lack of understanding, you know, we talked about this education piece, does that mean that we don't have the voters' support in creating a process that is, you know, adheres to due process, but that we, you know, try to see how we can be equitable and fair and really serving the community in these land use processes? So that's the other piece of this that I'm thinking about, is that what does it say if it doesn't pass? Does that necessarily change what we would do? And I don't think it should. I think that looking at our land use processes and looking at our quasi-judicial processes and making sure that those are written down in ordinance in a way that is really clear is something that is important that we can get to work on right now. And so with that, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make two quick points. First, three quick points. First, I think we know from recent land use cases that we have a process that doesn't inspire trust in the community. It doesn't make people feel heard. It doesn't give people a feeling that they have been accorded an opportunity to present their side of the story. That's true on both sides. I think the point was made. It's not just neighborhood people. It's sometimes developers or those who would benefit from some kind of a development. It's incumbent upon us to take a hard look at our existing land use processes. I think that it's been mentioned the ENN needs revision. I know that councilors Cassett and Romero-Worth have been investigating the use in other communities of other ways of coming to a better outcome rather than having it be a existential battle between people who have to live together in our city. We also do have a lot of work going on in the land use department to make the workflows more rapid and fair in that respect. That leads me to my second point. I don't think this proposal speaks to the problem. I think it speaks to the symptom, but not the root cause of the problem. The root cause is we do have processes that folks don't understand, and we've got some practices that have not been brought up to speed or had improved over a long period of time. The ENN system has been in effect for a very long time, and as far as I know, it's never really worked very well. So I do believe we are all committed to upgrading our overall approach to coming to land use decisions, and particularly ones that are controversial and we know ahead of time are going to be very, very fraught. We just have to do a better job of getting out in front of those. The third point I'd make about this resolution, and the reason that I think some council members have said it's confusing, is it's confusing. And I think I don't mean to make light of it because it's a serious subject, but I've never read a resolution that was so much at odds with itself. It seems to be engaged in a kind of pretzel logic. If you look on page 3, it says, whereas the proposal uses terms such as procedural due process of law, fairness, established principles of procedural due process of law and fundamental fairness, impartial matter, which are not defined in the final report and may have many different interpretation and impacts depending on their use. And whereas it is not clear what the Charter Commission intended by its proposal that the city, quote, apply these principles in an impartial manner to applicants and members of the community who participate in these proceedings, unquote, because, quote, the established principles of procedural due process, end quote, depend on the process that is due to different persons based on the impact of a particular proposal on their rights to life, liberty, and property. And whereas the city employs procedural rules and practices in quasi-judicial proceedings that were recently challenged and upheld by the First Judicial District Court. And whereas the First Judicial Court also recently found that there was no question the members of the public are interested parties in a quasi-judicial land use matter, but that, quote, being a party provides more process than an interested person, unquote, and that community members failed to show they have the right to have the same rights as parties in the matter. And whereas in Albuquerque Commons Partnership v. City Council of City of Albuquerque, the New Mexico Supreme Court recognized that, quote, the enhanced procedures, unquote, that are required to accompany quasi-judicial proceedings are, quote, the primary protection for the landowner, unquote. I mean, all of the whereas clauses say people may not understand it. They may not feel that it does them a good job, but we are following the law of what case law requires. And therefore, we're going to put into our charter a requirement to do what we're doing, which is to be fair and follow the law. I would much rather dig into the complaints about our existing processes and improve them, fix the ENM, go into a different complaint or dispute resolution model that other cities use, and get to the root cause of the problem, and thereby get to a higher level of trust on the part of all parties in these very controversial land use cases. I think the challenge with this resolution is it is in some ways at war with itself. And as a consequence, the signal to the voters is going to be quite ambiguous at best. If you then go ahead and read what would be put on the ballot, should Article 9 of the city's charter state that the governing body is required to adopt procedural rules that require quasi-judicial proceedings conducted by the governing body and city commissions and boards to adhere to established principles of procedural due process of law and fundamental fairness. But then it says below that, you shouldn't include the language recommended by the Charter Commission, which had a phrase, in an impartial manner to applicants and members of the community who participate in those proceedings. So let's take the issue seriously and not put on the ballot something that's ambiguous, and instead address the complaints that are fundamental about whether or not folks feel their voices are being heard, and the process leads to conclusions and outcomes that people feel have been arrived at in a way that gives them confidence in our land use practices. That's my digging into it is the reason it's hard to understand is it's quite ambiguous and even internally inconsistent with itself. Any other questions or comments on this matter?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
I'll take a page out of your playbook by reading the definition of fundamental fairness, which is the balance or impartiality that is essential to due process. So that's what the dictionary says. And to answer Councilwoman Cassett's question, if it doesn't pass, we just continue with the way it's been, which is inconsistent and things that don't work. So again, just trying to get to that consistent point where not just this governing body and this administration, but future administrations all follow the same process. And that's mainly for the public.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a problem with putting these things in laws. I've already said what I'm concerned about, though, is my idea of what's fundamentally fair and your idea about what's fundamentally fair, and the person in the back of the room's idea about what's fundamentally fair may be very different. And so I just think the term is too ambiguous. And we're not setting ourselves up for success, which is a term which was used earlier. And I think that's my concern there. That's all I have.
If I could address a question to the city attorney. So, Madam City Attorney, there really are questions about what the law says is due process and who and under what circumstances different categories of individuals get treated differently, and it's still fair, right? It's still fair because it follows the law.
Mayor, I'm not sure I followed your full question.
Well, we're having a little bit of a dictionary battle over, can something follow due process but not have different categories of individuals feel that it's fair to them because they don't feel that they're being heard, even though due process under law is being followed?
Mayor, that is, I can't answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah. Due process and fundamental fairness. So in relation to the New Mexico Constitution, those words are not in there. There are cases that use them interpreting some criminal law cases. It is very unclear how they would, so there's definitions and then there's what does that mean in this context? And those are very different questions. Like you can define something either, from a dictionary or a legal dictionary. We don't know how it would apply in relation to quasi-judicial cases at the city. And it could be, we just don't know.
Okay.
What that would mean.
Thank you. Other comments or questions at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I have my virtual hand up and physical hand up.
Okay. Thank you for speaking up. I appreciate it.
Sure. So do want to correct the record because I think my colleague misunderstood my comments. Never did I state that a mayor could eliminate an ordinance. I clearly understand our processes and understand that it has to be done by a governing body, but there's nothing that means that one administration's governing body couldn't be wiped out by the next. And I think that's clear evident as Councilor Rivera stated in his comments. Administrations change, councilors change, laws change. And so just want to correct that record. Never did I state that a mayor could eliminate an ordinance. To further expand on Councilor Rivera's reading of the definition, and so I'll, we've referenced in the past definition. So fundamental fairness is a legal doctrine practiced by folks. And so to read a quick definition of fundamental fairness doctrine. The fundamental fairness doctrine is a rule that ensures that a judicial proceeding follows the principles of due process. This means that everyone involved in the proceeding is treated fairly and has the opportunity to present their case. It is also known as due process. A more thorough explanation. The fundamental fairness doctrine is a rule that applies the principles of due process to a judicial proceeding. It is commonly considered synonymous with due process. An example, in a criminal trial, the defendant has the right to a fair and impartial jury, the right to be represented by an attorney, the right to cross-examine witnesses, and the right to present evidence in their defense. These rights are all part of the fundamental fairness doctrine. And I think that's what I've heard loud and clear from residents, is that when we're going through the quasi-judicial process, there isn't the fundamental fairness component of the process where the one side or another gets to ask questions. And so, for example, in the due process, we don't have there's not the opportunity for constituents to ask questions of the developer. There's not the opportunity for the constituents to ask questions of the councilor or the mayor. And I think that is the whole fundamental process that's missing. And I think at the end of the day, we're looking to develop through this proposal, establish a set of procedural rules that will establish due process and fundamental fairness. And so for my colleagues that don't understand what fundamental fairness is, there's lengthy articles on the topic. And that's where, as we begin to, if the voters were to vote in favor of this process, then we as a governing body can move forward with it. And as Councilor Rivera said, if it doesn't get voted down, I think there's already the will from the council to move forward with this in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I've already got a resolution on the appeal process still pending introduction. I mean, this is something that's very important to me as well. And I'm happy to work with my colleagues on this. I think we've heard loud and clear from our residents that our quasi-judicial process is broken, it's not working, and it needs immediate fixing. And this proposal, what it does is it directs the governing body to get it done. And, that is in the instance if the will goes away, there is that direction from the voters. This needs to be implemented. So with that, I'll go ahead and yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I guess Councilor Mayor, hand was up. I don't know if anyone else.
Yeah. So if fundamental fairness is due process, and due process is dictated by case law, and case law says that parties have a different level of due process than, say, interested parties. I'm looking at the city attorney and probably confusing this. I mean, this idea that, some people get to question or counter or cross-examine and other people don't. I know it feels to some like that's unfair. And yet due process is only afforded under case law to parties. Am I saying that right? Or did I just convolute it?
Mayor Weber, so we do have the ability to define parties. We do have the ability to provide process that we think is appropriate. Once we do that, that is the process that is due. Some of those might not be inherently due. There's inherent due process for life, liberty, and property. Any process given beyond that is discretionary.
Right. So, okay. So, and then, there's this idea of what is fair. And so what we've heard might be what some people think is fair, and there might be others who don't think it's fair. So again, I don't think we need to put this in front of the voters. I don't think this needs to be a ballot question. Let's work on putting our process in ordinance, and then it'll be there. I didn't mean to suggest, that Councilor Garcia, you didn't understand the process. Sorry. What I meant to say, and what I was trying to say, is that you can't just erase an ordinance. Things do evolve. Things do sometimes need to change, and if it needs to change, that's why there's 9 of us across the dais here. And if the majority of us think that that's a change that's worthy, then we'll make the change. So I don't think, putting it in ordinance is actually a pretty good idea, because then it's there. We can all refer to it. And if we need to tweak it from time to time, because based on our experience, we could better it, then we can do that. But I don't think it's gonna, disappear just because a new mayor comes in. So again, I'm all for let's write our processes down, and let's decide what it is we think we want to do. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick comment and why I can't support this, because if we just provided a bunch of evidence about the level of confusion with this in this discussion right now. So imagine what it will be in front of the public. And I don't know why that occurred. I don't know the communication in building this and how everyone contributed, but just sitting back and listening to the discussion and everyone's interpretation. And it sounds like it's a healthy debate, but it's really confusion. And I think that level of confusion is evidence that we are putting something that is not clear enough in front of the public. And I've said it before, I don't think as leaders we should be doing that. Because again, where's the intention? If we're not putting something in front of the public so they understand and they know what how it's going to contribute to the city and the way we function, then what's the intention, the purpose behind it? So I think we just gave the public very clear evidence as to why the item is not ready to move forward.
Thank you, Counselor. And also the commitment of this governing body to create an ordinance that would be clear. Is there other discussion? So we have a motion in front of the governing body that would approve sending this to the voters. We need to take a vote. Madam Clerk, can you take a vote?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Cassett? No. Counselor Chavez?
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
No.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth?
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
No.
Motion does not pass.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, is there additional work that needs to be done if we passed a motion not to send it to the voters?
Mayor, councilors, you do not need to take the
Further
opposite
vote.
vote if the result would be the same as not voting.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, let's see. It's 11:15 by my watch, and we have more work to do. I suspect we're going to need a motion to suspend our rules to stop at 11:30. And I know people are eager to do that.
So moved.
There's a motion to suspend rules. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion. There's a second. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion, please? And Councilor Rivera's briefly stepped out, but why don't you go ahead and call the roll anyway?
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
No.
Counselor Rivera? Counselor Romero Worth?
Reluctant, yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Let the record show we're chuckling at the verbal cues that are being given by tone of voice that will not show up in the vote. And I don't know how Councilor Rivera would vote, but he wouldn't be enough to sway the outcome. So with that done, Madam Clerk, can you read the next item for us, please?
Yes, Mayor, that is item 9E. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending Article X of the city's charter to specify the Santa Fe Municipal Charter Commission's appointment, terms, and functions.
Very good. Thank you. Let's entertain a motion on that, and then we'll discuss it.
Move to approve.
I hear, yeah, we have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Villarreal and a second by Councilor Michael Garcia. Again, do either one of you wish to do a rapid overview, and then we'll take it up as we have all the others? Councilwoman Villarreal, do you want to start it off?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. This resolution and the ballot measure is what the commission recommended based on their own inability to do the work effectively, as it's very clear based on some of the other ballot measures that we've been considering tonight. And it's not because of their commitment or the expertise and lived experience, but there was not enough time. There was no meaningful or clear way to engage the public. The convening time wasn't adequate. And so I think the recommendations that came out of this ballot measure were clear to me. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia, sir.
I think my colleague covered it very well. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I see a hand up from Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. So once again, I think that we're hearing that the Charter Commission's experience can be improved upon. I don't think we need to put this in the charter. It makes it very hard to change it if with time and more experience, we want to make tweaks to this commission, either the number of members, how their chair or vice chairs are selected, what the time frame is. I think if there is concern that this process was not ideal, then let's put it in the ordinance. This is the kind of stuff that does not go in the charter. This kind of specificity is meant for ordinance. It's meant for laws where we can where they can evolve over time with experience and with the needs of the community as our experience tells us we need to have change. And the charter, again, is an overarching document. It shouldn't have a lot of detail. And this kind of detail should definitely not be in it. I'm also concerned about the language that suggests, and I believe it's on, bear with me, I highlighted it. What did I do with it? On page 3, that any recommendation put forth by the commission, unless prohibited by law, shall be given to the voters at the next election, unless the governing body does not approve it by a vote of no less than 6 members of the governing body. There's just no, again, the process should be the commission makes recommendations to the governing body. We are elected representatives of the people. Part of what we are supposed to do is use our knowledge, our communications with the community to add value to any of that work and, work on any recommendation that they bring and figure out whether it's something that needs more time to germinate, needs more work to get it into a place where you would put it in front of the voters. You don't just put anything you want to in front of the voters. And again, this has been my theme all night. And there's, this is another area where if this process didn't work so well and we want to define a process that's used, administration to administration, then let's do it. Let's put it in our ordinances. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments on this item? Councilor Cassett and then Councilor Lindell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think that one of the key things that we did get from this was the feedback from the Charter Review Commission about what didn't work. And I would express the same concern that we wouldn't have that flexibility to adjust if the next Charter Commission came forward and said, hey, by the way, these things were great, but this didn't work very well. And having the ability to change that, I think, is really crucial. There are also components of this that I think have not been considered. And so again, speaking to our ability to adjust as needed, one of the biggest things that we heard pretty clearly was that having charter review prior to redistricting would have been extremely helpful. And that was not considered in this. The other thing that I'm curious about is what the money would be used for allocating a budget. that's big. And how big is that budget and why would we need it? You know, there might be years that we are in well, this year, for example, we passed a flat budget, assuming that we were going to, you know, really being mindful of a potential recession. And so having dollars allocated to something in the charter without me thoroughly understanding precisely what those dollars would be used for, as well as contemplating potential years where we might simply not have the budget, given our earlier conversation about our reliance on GRT and what a volatile revenue source that can be. So I don't know if Marcy might be able to answer the discussion around what that money would have been utilized for. I am curious about what the thought process behind that was.
I actually, thank you for the question, Mayor, councilors. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not clear to me. I also was not here when the Charter Commission was meeting and deliberating and wasn't part of those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if the city attorney would have anything to add.
City Attorney?
Yeah, Mayor, councilors, I know there was interest in perhaps more advertising or web presence. Beyond that, I'm not positive. So I know there was discussion of what advertising options were available to get word out to the public about the activities of the commission.
Okay. Other than what potentially would have come through the city, because, you know, that's something that we frequently look at as our own communication strategies.
Mayor, councilors, correct. Yeah, I think there were questions of what was their budget, and so we didn't have an answer to that. I certainly asked if there were certain things that I could communicate back to our communications folks that they were interested in. We did do the website, obviously, and some press releases and things like that of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of our regular advertising for committees that we do. So no specific requests were made.
Okay.
On that point.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. This would be wonderful to have something that we can put down in ordinance, and especially if we put something down in ordinance, we do get the opportunity to work with previous charter review commission members to really shape that. But I do have concern about our inability to continue to learn from the process if this is set in charter. As well as there are still some pieces of this that I would really be interested in some more in-depth conversation from our most recent Charter Review Commission members and previous Charter Review Commission members about what are some of the things that worked, that didn't work, and some of the things that I would like to look into in a little bit more detail. So I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilor Lindell is next, and
Thank you, Mayor. The part of this that just gives me such pause is the highlighted part that Councilor Romero Worth read. Any recommendation put forth by the commission, unless prohibited by law, shall be given to the voters at the next election unless the governing body does not approve it by a vote of no less than 6 members of the governing body. I don't know why we would put that in the charter. I don't know why we would tie future council's hands this way. You know, think about it. Think about your time on the council. I think probably everybody sitting up here is a better counselor now than the first 6 months that they sat on the council. This gives a charter commission that is seated for a very, very short amount of time and with absolutely no experience to draw on. This gives them complete power to change the constitution of the city. this is a very, very serious clause, folks. I mean, it stops me in my tracks. This is giving a commission that's worked together for a very short amount of time and unsure of what their experience would be, a mammoth voice in what the future of this city looks like. It is, I don't know, we don't have this kind of power with ordinances. I don't know why in the world we would put this into the charter. I have no idea. It's a very, very, to me, inappropriate sentence to have in this proposal. I couldn't possibly support it. So I feel passionate about this. It's putting a mammoth amount of power to a group of people that haven't worked together long, who would have no idea what their experience is, and with very, very long reaching changes into the future, and us tying the hands of all future councils. Thank you, Mayor.
However, and this might be why Councilor Garcia has his hand up too, that what Councilor Lindell was describing was absolutely the proposal. I had concerns about it as well. And after discussing those with Councilor Garcia, we didn't include them in the proposed ballot question or the proposed amendment for some legal reasons, as well as potentially policy questions.
Okay, so it's in the whereas clause, but it's not contained in the actual proposal.
Mayor, that's correct.
Is that what you were going to say, Councilor Garcia?
Yes, and I was going to. I had a couple points, so I'll yield the floor until it's my turn to speak.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a second. Councilor Lee Garcia, then Councilor Michael Garcia, then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question in regards to the current language in the charter. So in the current language of the charter, all it does is give language to a charter review, that a charter review commission shall be appointed as needed, but not less frequently than every 10 years. The governing body shall by resolution determine the manner of appointment of the commission, provided that there shall be an odd number of commissioners. So my question is that where does the additional rules or language are? Obviously they're in our ordinances. Just
great question, Councilor. Great question. Council, I think City Attorney, you can respond to how, given the breadth of what's in the charter now, how the governing body chooses to structure each charter commission through its own proceedings.
Mayor, councilors, currently we have been passing a resolution as described in the charter. Is that the nature of your question? Or are you asking what the proposal would do?
Yes, well, in a sense, I think just what you stated there has answered my questions. And so what I'm leading to is that by proposing this, we're basically saying, okay, we want these rules to be set forth in the charter so that way they are adhered to and followed every year consistently, and that the charter review will have more time to gather, to discuss, and to have open hearings in regards to what the community wants or would like for them to hear. And so I think those are just kind of my points of clarification. But by passing this, it would basically put it in our document, which is our constitution, as to what rules we should be following or would like to be following. And again, presenting this to the community for a vote. And I think that is very important, that they do have the opportunity to chime in on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's see. I think you were next, Counselor. Oh, Michael Garcia was next.
I'm happy to defer to my colleague. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It matters to me.
I can go then, Councilwoman. That's fine with me.
I guess I just want to remind my colleagues that we have something called the Redistricting Commission. And we didn't have any qualms about this body making redistricting changes that have major implications on how we govern our city. And that's a mammoth amount of power, in my opinion, and we have no say in what they decide on. They get, it's a body of people that have to work together and figure it out. And so in this case, the Charter Review Commission would come together and make decisions. It'd have more time to really thoughtfully think about ballot measures. It would have a budget to actually staff adequately. And I'm saying like actually get some expertise, some researchers to further research any kind of legalities. So I just think that, and there would be an ability for us to vote on that, whereas the Redistricting Commission doesn't. So I think there's some wiggle room here, definitely compared to other commissions that we have that we uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick couple things. Specificity. It's been brought up. It's like pick and choose. I mean, some councilors don't want to be specific. Some do. I mean, we got to pick and choose which line we're going to stick with. You want to be specific, then why is it okay for us to be specific around the duties of the councilors, the mayor, the city manager, et cetera? Why is it okay to do that in the charter? Because, and for some reason, it's not okay to do that with an important body like the Charter Review Commission. As we mentioned earlier, what was stated by a couple of my colleagues was the whereases, not the actual implementation. So let me cover with the public that might be tuning in what we're proposing to add to the charter. We're adding language that will consist of 9 members, each appointed by a member of the governing body, elect its own leadership, serve for 1 year, have a budget and staff adequate for its functions, be advertised and receive public submissions on a dedicated webpage, hold at least 2 meetings in each city council district to receive public input, and recommend proposals that the mayor and city councilors must consider as proposed ballot questions. And so ultimately what it's proposing is a lot of what we're doing right now. The practice we're going through of considering the recommendations, we're doing that right now. And so we're not tying any hands. I want to clarify that there's no tying of the hands in the sense of we should be considering the recommendations being made by this body. Now, whether we act on it and approve it to send to the voters, that's not required. But what's being proposed here is that we as a body deliberate that and determine, are we going to send forth or not? It was asked, how quickly can we change this if we get an update from the Charter Review Commission that it's not working? Well, as stated again by my colleague earlier, the Charter Review Commission meets every 10 years. So if a Charter Review Commission meets and has some recommendations, well, we've got plenty of time to make recommendations before the next one is convened. And then ultimately, I think the budget, it was mentioned around the budget, city attorney talked about, some of the recommendations around outreach, but it also meant outreach in the community, specifically in the districts. I think that was the big concern of the lack of public input. And, it's the mentality of taking it to the people, not asking the people to come to you for public input. And so that was the mentality about having the resources to be able to take this process to the people so they can participate. And so I think this is a process that ultimately makes this Charter Review Commission stronger. It allows for a process to be laid out, clear for us to follow, And if it needs to be refined, we have the opportunity to do so. There's nothing that prohibits it. You know, for example, Charter Review Commission just reconvened. We're taking their recommendations in the 23 election. And the next Charter Review Commission, whenever that convenes, we can take their recommendations to the immediate following election. You know, there's no requirement that they meet once more than every 10 years, and we haven't done that. Last time this body convened, from my understanding, was 2013, 10 years ago. So plenty of time to make changes. So I think this proposal only strengthens the process that we've seen that is somewhat flawed and led to some of the unfortunate proposals that weren't fully thought out. And this lays out a clear timeline that they have sufficient time. They have a year to do this work. And I think that this will make the process better and stronger. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Merworth, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I don't have any problem with putting an ordinance that outlines all these things. 9 members, they can elect their own leadership, they can serve for a year. We can give them a budget. We can suggest that they advertise. You know, who knows? Maybe web pages aren't always going to be the way we advertise. Maybe more than 2 meetings in each council district is something we'll want to evolve to. Maybe 2 is too many. Maybe we'll get to a place where we have, instead of 9 members, because that would allow each of us to appoint one. What happens if the number of counselors changes? What happens if we redistrict and we create 7 council districts and we take the mayor off the council? Then we have to have 9 members, because this says 9, because right now there's 9 of us here and we each get 1 appointment. So things change over time, and you want to be able, so in an ordinance, you bring it in front of the governing body and you say, hey, we don't need 9 members anymore. Maybe we need 11, maybe we need 14, maybe we need 7. I don't know. And we can make that change with a bill, with legislation, rather than taking it back to the voters and saying, oh, sorry, we only need 7 members. Would you just approve this so we can have 7 members? That is just cumbersome. You just don't put this kind of detail in the charter. What's an adequate budget? You know, okay, you want research staff. We don't even have research staff. I'd love to have some research staff. So, you know, and again, adequate is one of those funny words that, you know, my adequate may not be your adequate. And this idea that they must consider, you know, recommend proposals that the mayor and city councilors must consider as proposed ballot questions, as we're finding tonight, you know, there has been an awful lot of staff work that has gone into this packet of material. Much of this work could have been spent actually doing the ordinances to get this stuff done, rather than, you know, putting this stuff in front of us as ballot questions, because it's either not appropriate to be a ballot question, or it's not ready to be on the ballot. So our current charter says we have to constitute a charter commission at least every 10 years. Now, there's no reason why we couldn't do it more often if we found that to be something we wanted to see. There is no reason why we can't put all these details in an ordinance to improve on what we have seen through experience this year needs work. And you know, we see this across city government. Our processes and procedures need work. Everywhere we turn, they need work. And there are ways to do this work, and we can do this work, but we do not need to put this in front of the voters. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments at this time? I want to go back to the question that Councilor Lee Garcia asked, which I think is really to the point, which is, given the way the charter currently reads, we are really the governing body is the master of its own fate on this. If we wanted to start earlier with a charter commission, we have the authority to do that. If we wanted to have, as we do with other bodies, and Councilwoman Varela made the point, some of our bodies, we just pick names out of a hat. People self-nominate and we choose a name out of a hat. In the last instance with the Charter Commission that just completed its work, the council members were each asked to present 3 names from which would be a person would be selected. In some instances, we had duplication. And so if we had duplication, this in the charter doesn't leave us room to work out those issues. 2 people nominate the same person. What do we do then? I think we have the authority we need to improve the way the charter commissions function. I do agree that philosophically, we keep coming back to the same point on many of these proposals, which is a vote of the public and putting something in the charter the best way to solve a perceived problem? Or are we creating a Procrustean bed that we really will later on regret when we could do it through the workings of the council, the legislative process, hearings, and then evolving something that meets a better solution than a stipulated solution that we then are absolutely obligated to follow by charter. The charter is a very special document. And I would agree with those who say, let's tread with caution and not just adopt something without really hammering out the details. An ordinance, a resolution, an improved process gives us the opportunity, and future councils and future governing bodies, the opportunity to adapt to changing times and different approaches. So we have the power we need right now if we would like to utilize it. A similar point that was made with several of the other proposals, it really doesn't need a vote. It needs some members of this governing body rolling up their sleeves and saying, let's put a piece of legislation together so that we have a better process next time, whenever next time is. To Councilor Marawa's point, it doesn't have to be 10 years. If we reach a point where there's a really important issue that needs to be brought forward through a charter review commission, again, we have the authority right now to bring one into existence through the will of the governing body. So let's use our power to improve the way our processes work. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no more hands for discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
No.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
No.
Mayor Weber,
No.
motion passed.
Thank you. It's 11:45. We haven't stretched our legs for a while. Let's take a 10-minute break just to take a little walk around and clear our heads and stretch our legs and have a bio break.
I know, right? Oh, give me a week.
That's good, and I know that that's good to know that that one's available. I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Mayor.
I think we're all back. Thank you, everybody, for the break. We're back in business. Madam Clerk, can you read to us the next item on the agenda? Please.
Yes, the next item is 9F. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia and Councilwoman Renee Villarreal. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to reduce the signature requirements for referenda and initiatives from 33.3% to 15%, provided that the denominator used to calculate the percentages is the total number of voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of the mayor, and make appropriate technical changes to sections 3.01, 3.02, and 3.03, consistent with ordinance number 2018-24 regarding the city's adoption of the Local Election Act.
Very good. Let's get a motion on the table and we'll do our discussion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. I think just to be consistent, if the sponsors want to say a word, this would be a time, and then we'll entertain questions with 5 minutes per person. Councilwoman?
Sorry, it's really weird to have Councilor.
I know it's very, I have not been good at it all night long,
Yes.
as you know.
I guess I'll start.
Go ahead.
This ballot question reflects the commission's recommendation. And I just want to note that the 15% threshold that the commission ultimately recommended is much higher than national standards or the recommendations of the Model City Charter, which recommends under 10%. And I believe lowering signature thresholds to be able to place a question on the ballot increases people's access to democracy. The 33% that we have currently is entirely too high. And the Model City Charter recommended having thresholds under 10%. And most jurisdictions have signature thresholds between 7 and 10%, including in Las Cruces and Albuquerque. And I guess I would just add that the higher the threshold, the more we're preventing regular people from having access to this democracy building tool. When you require more signatures, it only allows more special interests and bad faith actors to have the money necessary to gather the required signatures. And I would just add that there's a reason why special interest groups in our country and anti-democracy advocates are the only groups advocating for restricting voting rights, restricting limits on gerrymandering, and also restricting access to direct democracy, and raising signature thresholds is one way they've been going about doing this. So I believe this is well researched, and the commission did look at different examples and thresholds, and I think the one they picked is a good balance. So that's what I'll say for this one.
Thank you very much. Councilor Garcia, you want to do a quick overview?
I think Councilwoman covered it very well. I just, the only thing I'll add in or echo is that this proposal allows for the people to participate in the democratic process a little more easily, and it allows them to be supportive by the process. As Councilwoman Villarreal said, the current threshold is extremely high, and this allows the public to take actions into their own hands, in the sense of if they feel that their government is not representing them in the policy realm, they can have the avenue to begin the process of introducing legislation on their behalf. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I don't know who wants to go first. If there's anybody we're all entitled to a good 5 minutes worth of questions. If you want to take the opportunity, or to make a point or two that you think are salient for this item? Councilor Merriworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I see this a little bit differently. In a community like Santa Fe that has very progressive values and tends to elect people who reflect those values, I see this as empowering people other than the people we have in office who hold progressive values. And I think actually what we've seen in other communities, both sides use ballot initiatives to get what they want. And both sides have plenty of special interest money to pour at the initiatives that they're interested in seeing passed. And if they can't get their elected representatives to do it, they pour money into it and they make it sound like it's good. And in this community, you know, it might be something like right to work, which sounds like a good thing. But actually, I would argue isn't necessarily good for the values that we hold. I believe in representative democracy. I believe that we are elected to really dig in and learn about the issues and listen to our constituents, look at what the community needs are, and try to problem solve, affect change, do things that better the needs and challenges that we have. Unfortunately, I think this undermines representative democracy. And I think in this community, we will find it used to do things counter to our values. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I think Councilor Lindell is next.
Thank you, Mayor. What's recall in this where it says signatures for petitions for referenda, initiative, and recall? What's recall mean there?
Either one of the sponsors.
Is it recalling someone that's elected?
Councilwoman? Councilor Garcia, do you want to answer the question? Councilor Lindell's asking, what does recall refer to?
So recall refers to, yes, the recall of an elected official, but the thresholds aren't being changed for recall.
The threshold is only being changed for, that's
For
confusing.
initiatives and referenda.
That's confusing the way that this is put forward. I don't think it's very clear, but when's the last time in doing the research on this, when's the last time that this was attempted, or when has it been successful?
Councilor Garcia?
I would have to defer to my colleague. I don't believe there's been one in my recent memory. I think within, and I'd ask you, Councilor Lindell's given you one of the most tenures in your tenure as a councilor. I don't believe there's been one either. So it's been quite some time. And I think that's the pure reason why this is being brought forward, because these limits are so high, it's almost unachievable to initiate such a process.
I don't know. I don't know that anybody has worked on this or that we know anything about the experience. I just don't know that this has been a great pressing issue. And I also am of the mindset of what Councilor Romero Worth was talking about, that it may be in this community that the lower number may be used by people that don't really reflect the overall values of the community. So that I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments at this time? Counselor Cassett, and then Counselor Garcia, did you raise your hand? I'm sorry. You're okay? Okay. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this has been an interesting one for me that I've definitely struggled with. I did have this same question about, when this has been used. Sounds like we don't have a memory of when this has potentially been used in Santa Fe. Has there been information that this was not used because people found it too cumbersome, or did people just not use it?
Who is that addressed?
I guess Marcy, you might be the person to talk to on this one. I would imagine that there was some research done about the utilization of this in the city when this was recommended, not just what the model charter says, but also, looking at how this applies to a city like Santa Fe versus a city such as Los Angeles. I'd be curious about, more of our smaller cities, us, Boulder, et cetera.
Yeah, Mayor Weber, councilors, I was not asked to do that research.
Okay.
But so I don't know.
When you look at the model charter, does it specify between sizes of cities around of things? I apologize. I don't have that off the top of my head.
I also don't have that off the top of my head. I'm happy to try to look it up.
Sure. Does Aaron, do you happen to know that one?
I'm sorry, what was the question, Counselor?
The model charter, does it kind of specify based on city size?
On city size, thank you.
Population, not geographic size.
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, that is not a distinction I remember, but I can't say for certain on that question.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what these numbers would look like so currently, just the ballpark number for what 33.3% of the last election would have been? I understand that has to go district by district. I'm sure we could look up those numbers and calculate that pretty quickly.
We'd have to, Mayor Weber, councilors, we can get that information from the county clerk, but I don't have it.
We don't have it tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will say this has been one that I've really struggled with for a couple of reasons. One, that access, that ability for individuals to be able to put things on the ballot. But I also lived in California, and I lived in California through Prop 8. And I lived in California through an initiative that capped, it capped property taxes in a way that negatively impact, I believe, education. So, I mean, I lived in California seeing, this extremely liberal state ban marriage equality and not be able to get it passed, reversed on the ballot, that we had to wait for changes at the federal level. I saw California fail to legalize marijuana, and so I think that that's one of the challenges that I run into with this and what that balance looks like of what that level is to get on the ballot, knowing that it does represent potentially more of the opinion of individuals, but also not wanting to make it cumbersome and understanding that one. This has definitely been one that I've really struggled with. and primarily a lot of it was my experience. Voting also in a state where you just get these tons and tons of ballot initiatives that for me, it took a good, I don't know, 10, 15 hours to like study my ballot in the state of California. And I can tell you most people were not doing that because I'd have about 15 of my friends knowing that I would do that saying, I'm not going to do this work. Can you please just tell me how to vote? And so, you know, I do, again, I think that there is that piece of representative democracy where it is our job to do the hard work and to do the research and look at these super complex issues that are always more complicated than we think they are. That's what I have found with every single policy proposal is inevitably more complex than it always looks to be on the surface. And the expectation for voters to be able to do that, but also not wanting it to be too burdensome. And so I think that's why I was so interested in this conversation of have we looked at why this has not been utilized in the city of Santa Fe, and has it been because residents are saying, you know what, this has been too much. I've had this, I've wanted to move forward with this initiative, but because of the numbers, I wasn't able to do that. Or has it just not been utilized? Do we know that this is a problem in a city of our size? So I will yield the floor for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments about the measure? I could use a little clarification from just to get a better idea, because while Councilor Garcia is right about the amounts on recall, there's some changes to the language that I'm not sure I entirely understand that are then replicated in the voting language. Specifically, it says on page 4 of the document, there's a series of changes of the definitions under recall. For mayor, recall petition shall be deemed sufficient if signed by qualified electors in an amount equal to 33 1/3% or more. That's the same number of and then the language changes of the number of voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of mayor, including at least 15%, same number, of the number of voters in each council district who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of mayor. City clerk shall determine the number of, and then new language, voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of mayor of both citywide and per district. And then for councilor, a recall petition shall be deemed sufficient if signed by qualified electors in an amount equal to 33 1/3% or more of the new language, number of voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of mayor in the district from which the councilor was elected. The city clerk shall determine the number of, new language, voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of mayor in the district from which the councilor was elected. The previous language was much shorter. Actual voters at the last mayoral election, actual voters for mayor from each district council. This language seems, to my reading it, I'm not clear what this is achieving, whether we're making the number higher or the overall voting number higher or lower, or while the percentage stays the same, the definition of what the qualified number may be, I don't know whether it's making it higher or lower, and what the change in language is designed to rectify. So if I could get some information about that, that would be one issue. I think my colleagues have been raising philosophical issues about what happens when there is a special group of special interests that can take advantage of this and do things that have not been to the benefit of the public. The California examples come quickly to mind, where property taxes were capped and the school system went into the doldrums, but I'm just trying to get a better feel for what the language means. It shows up again in the actual item that would be on the ballot. I don't know how I would explain this to a voter. Should the Santa Fe Municipal Charter be amended to specify that the voters who voted in the most recent election that included the election of the office of the mayor, rather than the number of voters who voted for mayor, is the population used to determine the required number of signatures for referenda, initiative, and recall? I'm sorry, I really don't understand that. So maybe,
Mr. Mayor, I can help to clarify for you.
please do. Thank you.
So when there is an election, and in this instance, we're talking about a mayoral election, not every voter votes for every position. And so what this is saying is we're looking at the whole number of voters, not just the number of voters that voted for one particular position. So, for example, we're going to look at the mayoral election. What if somebody didn't vote for mayor, but they voted for their counselor? The number of folks that participated in the entire election is the universe. The universe isn't the number of folks that solely voted for mayor. So hopefully that information is helpful. The number of folks participating in the process is the universe versus the number of folks solely voting for mayor is being the universe currently.
So you would take the sum of all the district, whatever is higher, the larger number, whether it's total votes for the mayor position or total votes for every position, whichever is higher or whichever is lower.
Everybody. It doesn't matter if more folks voted for so what this is proposing, it's taking away looking solely at the number of folks that voted for mayor and using that as the baseline, as the universe. What's becoming the new universe is the total number of participants in the electoral process for that election.
Okay, so that's likely to be more.
Could be. I mean,
if you do, it seems reasonable to assume that what you said is correct, that some people might not vote for mayor, but the total universe will be larger. So you're actually increasing the total vote while keeping the number of the requirements, dropping the requirements, increasing the total vote.
That is what's being proposed. Yes.
Okay. I concur with Councillor Cassett in that I was first, and at first blush, I thought this was kind of a no-brainer because it seems very reasonable to say we want people to have more access to democratic processes. I've also been exposed to examples where increasingly the people who take advantage of these kinds of access points are not well intended, by which I mean they're trying to, as in the case of California, prohibit same-sex marriage through highly funded special interest elections, or the famous one with Howard Jarvis doing away with property tax increases that essentially kneecapped public education, captured the public imagination, seemed really kind of like a great populist movement, and set California's public education system back decades. So it's I can see the upside of this. I can see why it's attractive. I also know that it's been misused in some circumstances to do things that are really not democratic, but in fact counter to what I would regard as good democratic principles, small d democratic principles. I entertain any other questions or comments about this matter.
Mr. Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see it.
No worries. So I guess the comment I have is that there is a checks and balances that is included in the process currently that will remain. So if we look at the current city charter, part of the process is to have the city council take into consideration after it goes through the whole legal review, right? It's got to make sure it's legal. And then the city council, the governing body, has to consider what's being proposed and take action on it. Now, if the governing body doesn't take action on it, then that's when it immediately goes on the ballot for the voters to determine. So I think that checks and balances of having the governing body consider and take action on a proposal is there for a purpose. To use your example, Mr. Mayor, that if there was, prohibition of same-sex marriage that came before the council, I mean, I would vote that down. And I think that's where there are these checks and balances that ultimately, if it does go to the voters, I think the will of the voters would vote that down as well. So I think this proposal, as stated in the report, having access to initiative and referendum rights allows voters to own the ballot's provisions upon which they may vote in cases where the representatives are not responsive and prioritizing specific voter priorities or have acted despite the voters and their priorities. So this allows for, as we stated before, the people to have a little more say in their process than what they currently have. It is a huge hurdle to climb to get the current percentage that's required. Now, lowering that number, as my colleague Councilwoman stated, it's still higher than what a lot of cities across America have. And we don't see major challenges with it. I mean, there was some one-off instances that were cited, but this is not a major challenge. And I anticipate, should some of these tools be put into place, I think there are enough checks and balances in place to ensure that the values of our community will be well represented, whether it's through the will of the governing body or through the will of the vote of the public. And I think that's democracy. And I think I have full faith and confidence that our community will stand strong and firm against proposals such as eliminating same-sex marriage. So I think that this, in my opinion, allows for the process to allow for more public participation should they want to enact that process. Now, if we get into a challenge where it's abused, there's nothing that prevents us from looking at this to say this process is being abused. We need to rethink it. But I think we owe it to the people to allow them to participate in the process. And this will only allow the public to participate more fully in their government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. I have a hand up from Councilor Cassett.
So I just want to confirm what was just stated. So if the signature threshold was met for an initiative to go on the ballot, it would come in front of the governing body, and the governing body could essentially vote it down and say, no, we're not putting this on the ballot?
Madam
Am I understanding
Attorney,
that correctly?
that was what I heard. I don't know if that is that fact?
Councilor Garcia has his hand up, so I don't know if he wants to answer first or if he wants to.
Yeah, Councilor Michael Garcia, you want to take that up and then we'll flesh it out more. Thank you.
That was an old hand. I apologize.
Oh,
No problem.
City Attorney McSherry.
Madam City Attorney, the checks and balances that were referenced previously, could you clarify that for us, please?
So there is a governing body review after a petition has been verified for a initiative or referendum. And actually, I'm looking at initiative right now, so we can double check what the language looks like in referendum. But it says the governing body shall within 30 days consider the proposed ordinance in accordance with its established procedures for enacting ordinances. If the governing body fails to adopt the initiated ordinance as proposed within the 30 days, the governing body shall enact an election resolution for the purpose of submitting the initiated ordinance to a vote. So it would either be adopted by the governing body or it would have to go to a vote. And I think this is, an efficiency mechanism so that in case the governing body agrees, you don't have to take it to a vote. You can just enact the ordinance. But should the governing body not agree, then it would go for a vote.
Okay, so there's not a check and balance there. So if the governing body does not adopt it, it then goes to the ballot. If it has reached the signature threshold.
Mayor or Councilor Cassett, for initiative, that's correct. For referendum, it looks like it probably goes straight to a vote. This is not something that's come up since I've been at the city.
I can read referendum if you'd like.
Have you got the language there,
Sure.
Councilor
Yep.
Garcia?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So part of the process is governing body review. After petition has been verified, the city clerk shall promptly present the referred ordinance to the governing body at its next scheduled session. The governing body shall, within 30 days, consider the ordinance in accordance with its established procedures for repealing ordinances. If the governing body fails to repeal the ordinance within 30 days, the governing body shall enact an election resolution for the purpose of submitting the ordinance to a vote. The governing body shall enact such election resolution at the meeting at which it fails to repeal the ordinance.
Okay, so if I'm understanding that with a referendum, the governing body can say, nope, no ballot. With an initiative, you cannot say no ballot.
Mayor, Councilor Cassett,
No
it sounds like
ballot.
it's the same for both. It's just
Okay.
one, the governing body would either repeal or ask the voters if they want to repeal. The other is they adopt or ask the voters if they want to adopt.
So regardless, it goes on the ballot. There's no way that the governing body can potentially say,
Regardless, it either gets repealed or the voters get to decide if it gets repealed, or it gets adopted, or the voters get to decide if it gets adopted.
okay, that makes sense.
But it's not stopped at the governing body level by a disagreeing governing body.
Can it be amended?
Mayor or Councilor, it says the initiative one says as proposed, and then the other was just repeal the ordinance. So it does not appear that that would be possible.
Okay. And then in terms of if something were to get passed at the ballot box as an initiative or a referendum, and a future governing body wanted to overturn that, it would have to go back to the voters, correct? That's the only way that it gets.
Mayor or Councilor Cassett, that's correct. That's how the charter needs to be amended.
And what is the difference in the definition between an initiative and a referendum? Because we sometimes use them interchangeably.
Mayor or Councilor, the way it's set up in our charter is the referendum would be a referendum on an existing law. So it would be to get rid of it.
Mhm.
And then initiative
put
would
us
be
in
a
back.
new law. Yep.
Okay, I'll yield the floor.
Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Just real quick, I don't think that if we lower the requirements for what it takes to get something in front of the voters, once you let that genie out of the bottle, you're not changing that again. You're not going to be able to go back and raise the limits. So, I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. I have a procedural question if nobody else has a hand up. Maybe the city attorney can help on this, maybe not. It isn't specified, as we heard that read, whether the matter, if it were not adopted or repealed by the governing body and did go to an election, would that then automatically be a special election? And within how much time would that have to go to the voters for their consideration? Or is it at the next electoral cycle? Is that not specified, or is that just taken for granted?
I'm gonna have to read here really quick. It's a few pages worth of text, so let me just see if I can find it. If someone else finds it first, I'm happy to defer.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
it's
Counselor,
not
do you know
really-
the answer?
It's not really clarified in the charter. It just says, for example, for referendum, the governing body shall enact an election resolution for the purpose of submitting an ordinance to a vote. So it doesn't really say if it needs to go to a special election or for the next immediate election. But it says that the resolution must be developed to put the vote to the voters, or put the question to the voters.
Okay.
To adopt it ordinance.
So-
And then
so-
to further, just to clarify, because it also says, the results of an election, I think this is important to know, there must be at least 20% of the qualified electors to cast ballots to even be considered. So if it doesn't hit that threshold, even if there's a majority of in favor or against, it's something, it doesn't meet that threshold of being considered. So that's something also, there has to be 20% of the qualified electors to even be considered. And once it hits that 20%, then the vote, then that referendum or initiative then can be ultimately considered once the results come in.
Thank you, Counselor.
Sure.
Other questions among the governing body about either the language or the operationalizing of this measure? Questions? No. Yes.
Well,
Counselor Merrill.
again, the example that was used was same-sex marriage and, that, I think, again, these kinds of things, you are giving power to the minority. And so the kinds of things that are going to come forward they're going to be things that, in essence, push against the grain. They're not going to be the values we hold, because if they were the values we hold, we would be doing it already. This is, I just think these things are abused, and I caution us about making it easier to use this in a community that elects people who represent their values. And I think we're mostly in sync with what kind of community we want to be, and the types of people we elect tend to have progressive values and hold and enact progressive policies. And what you're going to allow here is an opening for that not to happen.
Yeah, I guess I'm partly with Counselor Cassidy in that I would love to have some research on why we are where we are. Why, to anybody's recollection, they don't know when the last time we had this as a mechanism used by our voters. Is it because the number's too high, or is it more Councilor Merrill-Worth's argument that for the most part, the voters are getting the kind of legislation brought forward that they would like to see handled that way? And what is the likelihood that if we were to reduce the level, we would end up with matters in front of us that are really splintering rather than speaking to the overall direction of the community? It's not just same-sex marriage may be the worst example I could pick. I think there are many others that are, at least on the surface, much more mundane and everyday, and yet they end up having very negative consequences because they've been advanced by a very small special interest that is very, very well funded, frequently not even from within the community, but from outside the community. And the result is almost a hostile takeover of the electoral process. So at some level, it seems like a obvious benefit. And then you look at the way it's been misused in our country at a time when there's more division than ever, and it raises some level of concern and again, not a lot of data or examples to draw upon to get a better fix on how this solves a really pressing issue in our community. I feel really conflicted as well. I've heard my own colleagues use the word I'm conflicted this evening more than once, and I think it's not a unusual position to be in on some of these issues. Other confessions that's really good for the soul.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Sorry, I don't mean to be interrupting. It's just I have my hand raised, and I think sometimes just unmuting myself is the easiest way to get your attention. But you know, it's clearly stated in the Charter Review Commission's report to us, and I'll read from it. The National Civic League's Model City Charter 9th edition states that the percentage of signatures required for voters to be able to put a ballot initiative or referendum on the ballot should, and quote, should not be too easy nor too burdensome, end quote. The document recommends the signature requirement for initiatives and referenda be equal in number to at least 5 to 10% of the total number of registered voters who voted in the last regular election. The City of Albuquerque's signature requirement for initiatives and referenda is 20%, whereas the City of Las Cruces is 15%. A study of initiatives and referenda signature requirement thresholds show a range commonly occurring between 2 and 15%. And then it cites a 29-page report why this is a good idea. And I would highly recommend to take a look at the report and this 29-page report, that the comparison statewide initiative process that was included in the Charter Review Commission, should folks need additional data or, you know, that supports this recommendation.
Thank you. I wish that had been in the packet. Any other comments? I know, but it wasn't in the packet. Anybody else? I think it's a toughie. We have a motion and we've had a thorough debate. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
No.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote. Councilor Cassidy.
Motion pass.
Councilor Cassidy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned, this one was really hard for me. I think, the reason that I went towards no is one, I have seen this one misused. And if I'm recalling your property tax, another unintended consequence of that one was it actually really accelerated the housing crisis in California, because you had a lot of individuals not moving because they were able to hold on to this lower property tax rate. And so, I think just because I've seen it have some really negative consequences, and I have not heard that this is an issue that I have not had a single constituent come to me and say that this is an issue. So for me, I felt that this is one that that there was time to dig in, but I'm torn on this one. So I guess we'll see what happens. Thank you.
I think Councilor Cassett stole my speech. This is one where I think it's very easy to see both sides of the issue and to argue either side of the issue. I think we're all eager to have citizen democracy in our community and in our country. And at the same time, we've seen examples of it being abused by special interests that are extremely well funded and can do things that are really against the overall best interests of the community. And so until I had a better set of examples to draw from and more input from folks abroad, if we had hearings on this and got people to talk to us, for example, that would be really useful to help flesh out the nature of the problem we're solving and how it would be utilized in Santa Fe compared to other communities. I think in this case, I'm simply erring on the side of caution without a lot of material to work from and a lot of arguments on both sides. Can you read the next item for us, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. The next item is 9G, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to limit the mayor's ability to vote when there is a tie.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
There's a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
And a second. Is there discussion?
Well, this was brought forth again, another charter review recommendation. There was a lot of moving parts to this particular recommendation, and unfortunately, we kind of ran out of time to work on this. I do thank the city attorney staff for working to put this together, and I think there needs to be some more work, and that way we can consider the entire package that was presented by the Charter Review Commission, and then we can take it into further consideration.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments on this? Believe me, I have no horse in this race, even though the word mayor appears in the title. However, I agree with your assessment, Councilor Garcia. I think the larger issue that was raised earlier by Councilor Cassett on a different matter was if we're revisiting the balance of powers and the roles and responsibilities of the legislative body and the executive branch, we really ought to do that comprehensively. And we ought to take it in real careful ways to assess whether the current structure and assignment of responsibilities and roles works or how it could be made to work even better. This also goes to a point raised earlier by Councilor Romero-Worth about redistricting and single member districts, a whole set of issues that I believe are really important. And I think this one specific item to pick it out of the much larger and much, in my estimation, much more significant set of factors kind of misses the point. So I appreciate your setting it aside. I think that's the right thing to do, sir. Other comments? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, may I confirm who seconded the motion?
I did.
It was Councilor Romero-Worth.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero-Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is 9H. It is consideration of a resolution. This is sponsored by Councilor Chris Rivera, Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Lee Garcia, and Councilwoman Renee Villarreal. It's a resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the City of Santa Fe's voters during the November 7th, 2023 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to include a provision establishing an independent office of Inspector General for the City of Santa Fe.
Thank you. It's got 4 sponsors. I don't know if each of you wanted to do 1 sentence or 2 sentences of introduction, or we should just open the floor to questions? Do you want to go first, Counselor?
Move to approve first.
There's a motion to approve. Good point, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Rivera has seconded, and Council, let's go, Counselor Lee Garcia and then Counselor Rivera, and then any other members of the sponsoring bodies can have a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I initially heard from quite a few people that thought that this was such a thing that we need in the city. After collaborating with a couple of our colleagues, came up with the consensus that I think this is something that we need to introduce. Again, I know it was introduced previously in a different previous administration, and yet in that endeavor, it failed at the time. I think this is the right time to reintroduce it. I think that it's something that it works well for the community and for the constituency of the city, that will provide to be very, very useful in deterring or helping to improve situations in our city that currently aren't possibly being done properly, whether that's fraud, waste, abuse, so on and so forth. And I think that putting this forth to the voters obviously also solidifies this and gives them the ability to say, hey, I want this. And so that's why I supported it. And I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I signed on and I'm supporting this mainly because of accountability, and we passed something that would go to the voters today that is dealing with an excise tax, and there was several comments made about making sure that we spend the money in the places that it needs to be, and that's something that would be perfect for an Office of Inspector General to do. Also heard from a resident from District 4 that told me that he worked for the state and that someone had accused him of wrongdoing, and the Office of Inspector General investigated and found that there was no wrongdoing. It's just about accountability. And that's why I signed on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman? Counselor Michael Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo the sentiments from my colleagues. You know, comes down to having that accountability and having the residents have full faith and confidence that their taxpayer resources are being utilized and spent effectively and efficiently. And the priority is the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse with their taxpayer funded resources. As my colleague mentioned, this has been before the council in the past. It was sponsored by then Councillor Joseph Maestas, now State Auditor Maestas. I did have a conversation with him as we were working to develop this legislation, and he is in full support of developing such an office for our city. He believes it will help to bring accountability for the city of Santa Fe. And so I think this will be a good step in the right direction to ensure that the trust is there with the residents, that not only with the residents, but with city employees. I think this office can be a great vehicle to lay the foundation for us to strengthen systems, policies, practices, and procedures for the city of Santa Fe. This is, as mentioned during the committee process, this is not a novel idea. This is not a new process. There are many municipalities that have such an office. You know, some of them off the top of my head, you know, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Houston, New Orleans. The list can go on and on and on. This is a department or office that is being implemented in government. You see it now being implemented in state government more. It's been a stronghold in federal government, and it is ultimately utilized as that tool to conduct those independent investigations. That way, there is not that influence that sometimes, unfortunately, intervenes with investigative processes. And so I think ultimately, it would allow for the public to have that confidence that their resources are being taken care of appropriately.
Thank you. 5 minutes per person to ask questions. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Thank you, Mayor.
You ceded your time to him first. Now we come back to you.
Because I think my colleagues covered most of the points I wanted to make. Is that, this is looking at prevention and detection of fraud, waste, and abuse. But I think more than anything, the reason why I think it's important is it's a proactive way to promote efficiencies and effectiveness in our city's operations and programs. So that's why I think it's important. I supported it back when former Councilor Maestas initiated it at the time, and I thought it made sense given the current circumstances with the position of the internal auditor being lost. And so although it didn't pass then, I'm hoping that it will pass now so that the voters can weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to go, Councilor Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the one that I've been conflicted about, and I've gone back and forth, and I've had a lot of different conversations. I've also spoken to the state auditor. And I think that my thought process has gone many different ways. One is I feel like work on this could begin without it being in front of voters. However, I also think that with something like this, it is strengthened by being part of the charter. And I think with systems of accountability, they can be lost very easily if there isn't. Yeah, systems of accountability can be lost with types of leadership or just evolutions of organizations, which has been a concern. However, I also have concerns about the impacts it has on what I feel like is already a city culture that's very fragile. When I'm thinking of employees, I think that our organization right now has a fragile culture. I think there's work to be done. There's improvements to be made within our organization for such a level of accountability. Immediately, without thought process, without doing some work to make sure that our staff and our leaders are sound and there's clarity in direction and there's clarity in systems that are already present. For example, do we have full proficiency within our staff of the systems already in place to hold them accountable for how there's follow through within those systems? I'm not sure. And I think that's work that needs to be explored. There's really important work that needs to be explored within our organization. I think, is this necessary? Absolutely. But it's hard for me because I think there needs to be a closer internal look within the city, making sure that staff are truly trained and prepared to be successful with something like this in place. Does it need to be in place? Yes, I just don't know. Yeah, I think there's just some work to be done. So I am conflicted. I feel in this moment like I could go either way. So I'm very excited to hear what everyone else has to say about it. I've already heard from a lot of my colleagues. I've heard from constituents. Everyone has a very, very good point. So yeah, I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I see everybody's hand up. Councilor Lindell, you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Again, I don't know. I'm not philosophically opposed to this. I am philosophically opposed to putting this into the charter. I don't know why we don't have what we had for the affordable housing, why we don't have fact sheets on this, why we don't have more information from the sponsors on it. And I'm frustrated that it's been 2017 that this was proposed and by Councilor Myastis, and the council didn't support this at that time, but that's 5 years ago, 6 years ago. If it was such a burning issue, I don't know why someone hasn't been working on it. There's complete authority in the ethics ordinance to create an inspector general. It already exists. It's there. Things I would have liked to have seen in a white paper like what we got for the affordable housing. How much is it going to cost? This, I doubt it's going to be less than $500,000 a year. Who does the hiring? Are these independent people in this office appointed by a judge? How do we find, what is the process to hire them if they're to be independent? What are the credentials? What is the training? How many employees are we going to need? What will be the term? How could they be removed? What are the limitations of power? Will the investigations be open to being IPRD? This just isn't ready. It's ready to have someone work on it as an ordinance, and it's already set up to go in that direction, like I said, from the ethics ordinance. I'm also concerned it was brought up in 2017 by Councilor Dominguez, talking about employees walking on eggshells. What's the message that this sends to employees? We've had a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. I think part of the information that would have been good for us to have is how many calls do we get on that a year? What's the nature of those calls? Could that be expanded to be open to the public if necessary? What's the confidentiality of those complaints? I don't understand if this is something that people feel so strongly about that you'd want to put it in the charter. Why hasn't it been worked on? Why hasn't someone worked on an ordinance to bring this to the council? Because the process already exists. And I just don't see this as a charter issue. It's something that it's already laid out for us to work on it if someone feels strongly about it. So I'm not philosophically opposed to it. It wasn't an issue that in the last few years I chose to pursue. No one chose to pursue it. So I'm not exactly clear at all why it should be a charter issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think there's some other hands that are up. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think one of the challenges that we've run into with, or at least I've run into with almost every single question we've considered this evening is that balance between longevity and the ability to adapt as things change. And similar to as Councilor Lindell stated, I don't think that there's a single issue tonight that I do not think is important or even as the proposed ideas that I am necessarily against. I think there were some details that needed to be fleshed out. There's always those kind of devil in the details pieces that I'm sure we would have conversations about. And I, kind of similar to this, one is that, we know that fraud, waste, and abuse and the functioning of our city government is crucial. But I do not have the hubris to believe that I am confident enough in what the issue and the solution are to put it in our charter. Things consistently change. The challenges that we've seen over the last few years have been, I think, if nothing else, really illuminating that there is a need to be able to adapt. And my concern about putting things in the charter is that it does decrease our ability to adapt. Ordinance still holds, the strength of law. We create a law when we create an ordinance. We still have to go through the process, but we do have the ability to move and change and adapt. So that has been the number one reason why I have objected to putting things in the charter, is that I do not know what the world looks like in 5 years. I do not know what the city looks like in 10 years. I do not know what the needs will be and how things need to change. And so I'm running into that problem with this one as well. A couple of questions that I do have, Councilor Lindell and Councilor Chavez as well kind of brought up some of these questions about staff and about the team and our current processes. And we do have a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. It does not sound like it's very widely utilized. My question is why? Do people not know about it? Are people nervous to report? And I do have this question in terms of staff. If they would be more likely to utilize a third party where there is this sense of anonymity, there's this sense of separation, as opposed to somebody who is housed within the city and who has relationships within the city. And inevitably there will be interpersonal relationships of people they get along with and people that they don't. And this does come into the factor of whether or not somebody would feel comfortable. I mean, I've even heard it among our team of, I'm not reporting this to my manager because my manager doesn't like me. My manager likes the person that I want to report against more than I do, or more than they like me. And so I would be interested to explore this with our staff, actually, as some of the prime utilizers of this. Would they feel more comfortable coming forward with issues that they're seeing in the workplace if it is somebody that is more ingrained within the city, that there is kind of this constant working relationship, or where there is this piece of separation? And I can't answer that for them. Me personally, I would prefer separation. But I'm one person. And so that's one of the reasons that I do want to see this further explored. It does not sound like our current system is being utilized. I do not necessarily know that means that it doesn't work, because it may just not be well known. But I would prefer to retain the flexibility and adaptability for us to continue to move forward and changing things as things move. And how we do set up a sense of permanence. Changing an ordinance requires public notice. It requires a public hearing. It requires this to really, for things to be very much out in the open. So I don't see an ordinance as, necessarily something that can very easily be shifted away. And some of these pieces that we would like to make sure there's longevity, I think an ordinance is it's a good happy medium. And I do think it also gives us some time that, if in the future somebody does decide, hey, we really need this in charter, but we've worked out these things, we've looked into these things, and that is a question for them. But at this point, I think this is important work that needs to happen. We have a lot of things, a lot of moving pieces here. I have a lot of questions that I would especially want to know from our employees, from city staff about what would be the best system for them. And I would like us to be able to have the flexibility to address those head on. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayorworth, I think your hand was up.
Thank you, Mayor. I can understand why this seems like a good idea, and maybe it is. I do think it's premature. We still have 2 audits outstanding. The plan is we're going to get those by the end of this calendar year. I think that'll give us a good picture of where we are as a city in relatively current moment. So obviously the fiscal year ends in end of June, and we don't get an audit out for that until December. That's 6 months after the fiscal year closes, but it'll be a snapshot in time 6 months after the fact, but it'll give us, since our audits have been late, it's going to give us a really good picture of where we are currently as a city. We have made changes. We got rid of the internal auditor. There was criticism through the McCard report of that position. We opted to create an audit committee. I think what we need to understand is the current financial position of the city. We need to see what we're doing with that audit committee. We need to interface that with what this office would do. How would it differ? Where would it add value? I think there is some low-hanging fruit that we can work on right now, which is that hotline. We can make it, my understanding is it is open to the public, but maybe the public doesn't know that they can call it. I think we did see that we could make it more prominent on our website. We could probably do more of a campaign to let employees know about it. And I agree that we should probably talk to employees. The employees I've talked to, I don't know exactly what problem we're trying to solve here. Fraud, waste, and abuse is stuff we want to prevent for sure. It's not clear to me whether we have a problem in that area. I think we should always be guarding and doing things that we can to make sure we don't ever have a problem in that area. So, but I don't think we need to put this in the charter. I think we can do that work. There's some stuff we can do right away. There's some stuff we probably, ought to see what our final audits say. I think there's also some stuff that we need to understand about what we already have and then see what it is we need. And we are doing a lot of work with our processes and our procedures. We are getting a lot of audits. We are doing some internal audits as required by the audit committee work. We're at RFP right now to be looking at some things, and some of those things will be dictated based on what we're learning from our audits. So there's a lot of work that's going on, and I think there's still some work that needs to be done so that we understand our current position and how best to use really what are limited resources. We don't have endless gross receipts tax in the city, and that's predominantly what we fund this government on. So I think we need to be careful about putting something in place that may or may not be a good match for what we already have. And we don't really know what it'll cost because there's nothing here to help us with that. So again, this may be a good added layer. I don't think we need to do it through the charter. I think this is another area where we can do it through ordinance if we need it, but it needs policy development work. And part of that is looking at what do we have? What do other cities have? what's worked for them, what's best practices, what's our current financial positions, what issues do we have? Do we have a problem with fraud, waste, and abuse? Are our current systems for preventing it adequate? I'm sure we can always improve on them. What's the best way to do that? Is it to add another layer of bureaucracy? I don't know. But I think this is the kind of work, the serious work, the hard work that has to happen to know where we should be putting resources. So unfortunately, I think we can do this in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few comments I'd like to contribute, if I may, or did you have your hand up? Michael, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I'm happy to defer you to you, Mr. Mayor, and I can go after you.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. A couple things I would say. The city has actually strengthened its oversight of fraud, waste, and abuse since the McCard report, which, if you go back and reread it, found that the internal auditor was not very effective. And so we didn't lose that. We consciously changed it to be more effective, and we've got more oversight now than we had then. We could still have more oversight. And I think if there's a through line to this the conversations tonight, what I keep hearing is people on the governing body, members of the city council, saying, I want to work on this issue. I want to roll up my sleeves and do more. I want to take the responsibility to do research and dig into techniques that will improve our process for land use, improve our process for fraud, waste, and abuse, improve many other aspects of city government that were highlighted by the Charter Commission. So I think that's a positive outcome. I did some research to try to flesh out my understanding of what Office of Inspectors General do. Albuquerque does have one. We're a little more close to them than some of the largest cities in America. If you read their 2022 annual report, the budget was about $500,000 because you're hiring very specialized people for these jobs. They have to have skills to investigate. They have to sometimes have law enforcement background because of the broad powers they have. There's something I don't know whether this figured into the proposal or not. There's a document called the Green Book that is the basis for inspectors general around the country. If you go back and reread the minutes and the documentation that was produced when then Councillor Maestas proposed this, there was a report from Baltimore, which had an inspector general, and they didn't follow the Green Book, and they had 4 or 5 inspectors general cycling through what was a failed effort at oversight. And they kept having to reboot it because it's not simple to do this work. The $500,000 in Albuquerque, according to the 22 report, they did recover some fraud, waste, and abuse. I think the total amount that was recovered by the efforts of this body was $184,000. And the examples make you stop and wonder about what we would do with such an office. This is a quote: "We investigated an allegation that a driver of a city vehicle stopped and took some Christmas decorations belonging to a citizen from the front of their apartment and put the decorations in their city vehicle. As a result of our investigation, we identified $10 of theft by a city employee." There was another one. "We investigated an allegation that the City of Albuquerque Senior Affairs and Solid Waste staff would arrive at the senior center every morning during business hours to eat breakfast. We were not able to substantiate waste associated with employees eating breakfast on city time." I think it's not to trivialize the proposal. It's to say we need, I am in agreement with my colleagues who say, let's once again, see what we're doing right now. How does the hotline work? Where is there authority for internal audits and investigations? How are they conducted? And what do our managers and our employees think about it? What does the union think about it? We just went through 3 votes just to give our union a raise. How would they feel about a vote of the people to create an office of Inspector General without even talking to them about their positive or negative concerns about it? I think we really have, I think Councilor Chavez makes a good point about city culture and engagement of our managers. I don't know that any managers of our departments were asked to weigh in on this proposal and give their ideas about it or feedback. And I would just close by paying my respects to Councilwoman Villarreal, who at the time this came up in December of 2017, I think quite accurately said, and this is from the minutes of that meeting, she'd support it, but she was worried that people wouldn't support it if they didn't have enough information. She wouldn't want something to move forward for voters to vote on, but have it fail because we didn't provide enough information. She's bringing this up as something to think about. She said, I'm in favor of trying. I think we need to be aware that when we put something forward the public to consider, we have to do our due diligence and educate them, not just why we think it's important, but how it's benefiting them. And creating a new office with a potential cost of $500,000 for employees, broad investigative authority, not clear who selects this individual, not clear how you would or who would fire this individual if they didn't work out, not clear who they report to. I think the through line for me from a lot of the conversation tonight says that there are really important improvements to make, and there are individuals on our governing body and the city council who want to adopt an issue and make it their project and dig into it and use our existing authority. And we have the ability in the existing city laws to create this office on our own. Let's roll up our sleeves, do a deep analysis, talk to the employees, and get their input, make this something that supports better city government and better city culture, rather than potentially simply putting a really complex and potentially expensive matter on the ballot and then wondering who's going to do the voter education. Because I do think it has so many moving parts. It's not as immediately obvious as it might seem. So those are some thoughts that I've been mulling over, looking at the annual report from Albuquerque, the report from Baltimore, looking at what a green book requirement actually entails for an inspector general, and then reading the minutes from the last time this came up. That said, Councilor Garcia, I know you're waiting your turn patiently, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your comments. A couple things just to reference, some what was mentioned by some of my colleagues earlier. Somebody referenced the independent audit committee. Well, I think prior governing bodies felt that, and the folks felt that was worthy enough to be included in the charter. So it's included in the charter. Another reason why I believe this should be included in the charter. Message to employees. I'm going to speak to some professional experience here. I've had to work with the oversight of an inspector general for nearly 20 years. And in my professional opinion, it has not deteriorated employee morale one bit. It's only boosted morale because employees feel that there is this independent entity that is actually going to thoroughly investigate a matter. it was mentioned earlier that folks would rather, a colleague might rather have somebody outside of the city investigate a matter. Well, that's what an independent inspector general does. Yes, you technically get your paycheck from the city, but you are completely independent. In all my experiences with working with independent inspector general's offices, they're completely a separation of almost like you work for a completely different entity, because there is no overlap unless you're getting investigated. It's also highly encouraged and promoted that employees work collaboratively with the Inspector General's office, whether it's to report fraud, waste, or abuse, or to comply with any investigations that are being conducted. So in my experience, morale has only been boosted because of an Inspector General's office. It was referenced to the city of Albuquerque. I do want to give the clear facts around the city of Albuquerque's Inspector General's office. During fiscal year 22, their Inspector General received 217 complaints and closed about 201 complaints. So that's a lot more than the couple that were referenced by my colleague. There was 15 reports conducted. 19 reports resulted in recommendations for corrective action or process improvement. And I think that is ultimately the grounds and justification for this, is corrective action or process improvement. As mentioned by my colleague, Councilwoman Villarreal earlier, this is all about being proactive, and we need to get out of the mentality of being reactive. This is not directed immediately at the city's audit. This is much bigger than the city's audit. This is creating a process that never gets us into the situation we are in with our audit. So I don't want to take this in the vein that, oh, this is being spurred because of the audit. No, this is a process that is being utilized by many municipalities across the country. So back to why should we put it in the charter? I think it was my colleague earlier, Councilor Chavez, who mentioned about sustainability. That's the exact reason why to put it in the charter, is that this is a living office that will be sustainable until the voters feel that is not worthy of being in office anymore. There's always going to be instances, that was referenced, oh, well, somebody wasn't following the Green Book. There's always going to be instances of folks that aren't following the rules. What about those entities that are following the rules? And that's where we would come into play as governing body to ensure that the rules are being followed. I think ultimately what this proposal does is it allows for the city to have a vehicle to boost employee morale, because now there is independent office where they know that there's not going to be any political influence or any other type of influence in regards to investigations. There's going to be an office where the residents can reach out and report any wrongdoing, such as the mayor mentioned of, person in Albuquerque stealing Christmas lights. That's been a concern that I've heard from residents day one, in the sense that they feel like if they complain, it's going to go in a black hole and it's not going to get addressed. This office will ensure that it gets addressed. It will ensure that it builds that confidence in the community that there is this independent office where their concerns are going to not only be addressed, they're going to be looked into, thoroughly investigated, and reported on. And I think lastly, the case of transparency that this brings along, it allows for us as a government to work collaboratively internally to work to better our systems, processes, and procedures, and allow for the public to get a clear picture of how we're doing that. And right now, the one mechanism that's being done is through the audit. And that's more of a reactive process. the city's independent or the city's citizen review audit committee, they take more of an internal, and they don't have the capacity to conduct, such as Albuquerque, 217 complaints, investigative complaints. So that would be an undue burden on that body. That's not the duty of that body.
Thank you, Counselor.
Oh, okay. Guess my time's up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There was a chime in the background. I don't think you could hear it.
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
You can come back around. This is, I think we're digging into this with great intent, a lot of questions and a lot of conversations. So we can come back around. I think Councilor Lee Garcia has his hand up, and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Believe me, I have a hard time supporting more bureaucracy. And I say that because, I like to see how organizations run with what they have. Because I feel that we are very suited to take care of a lot of problems from within. On the other hand, the reason again why I'm supporting this is because I want to see if the voters actually have interest in this. And I know I didn't, I voted in opposition of the previous tax. But I hear the words that we did a careful and complete study. And I don't know personally that my feeling is that was the case. We did have some information that was provided by people that had an opinion, took some data, and I appreciate that. And in this case, I feel that we definitely, first off, want to have the approval of the voters to move forward with this. And I think it's very important that we have an office such as this to oversee a lot of processes and procedures that I think that could be improved on. One of the takeaways that I've had from information that's been provided here by my colleagues is that, we have a hotline, but we don't know how that's working. And so do we have metrics that show how that's working? Who's calling? Who's taking care of the issues when somebody does call, whether it's 1 or 2 or 5 or 10. And so I believe that there was a person, or there used to be an office, a person who had was in charge of the fraud, waste, and abuse division, and that was taken away quite a few years back. And so here again, I think this goes to the voters to say, yes, we want this. We have ample time to mold it into what we really do want. I don't think that utilizing Albuquerque and their budget of 500,000 is something that we can fully say that that's what it's going to cost us, because we're not the size of Albuquerque, and we definitely don't have as big of a workforce. We don't have as big of a city population, and therefore I don't believe that it's going to cost that much to fund this office. And I believe that the opportunity costs that it would save in operations and within the way that things will be handled within our city far over exceeds what the cost benefit would be here. And so those are my thoughts. And again, the reasons why I'm supporting this, and the reasons why I think it should go to the voters and should be put into our constitution that says we need to have a Office of Inspector General. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for quoting me from December 2017, because I still stand by those comments. I've actually been saying the same thing, that all these ballot measures, it would be important for them, all of them, to have equal opportunity to educate the public about what they mean, what are the implications, and I'm hoping that that will happen for all of them, not just the excise tax. So that's good. I'm consistent from 2017 to now. So awesome. The other thing I have to say is about the hotline. And we did bring this up in finance, and Director Salazar gave us some information about the hotline. And it's on the website. There's a webpage. There's also a toll-free number. The thing that caught my eye about all these details about how it works is that HR monitors the portal, and when a complaint comes in, it is reviewed by them to determine the course of action that will be taken, such as an investigation, requesting more information, reviewing documentation, trainings, issuing trainings, discipline. And I think that in itself is problematic, because if there's an issue in HR, then why would somebody call in to or make a request or complaint if in itself you're being monitored by a department that may or may not have problems with, but that still doesn't create an autonomous entity for looking at this that's maybe not biased. So this kind of raised an issue to me, like, wow, that's not a great way to approach this. So I just wanted to add that. And then the other thing I wanted to say is the internal auditor in the McCard report, they said that person wasn't effective. And, based on what we heard from that person in that position, they didn't have independent authority. So when they brought up recommendations or issues that they saw, there was nothing they could do because they didn't have teeth in making a decision to make some changes. They could provide recommendations, but then where would they go? And so I always thought that was a problem. How could this person do their job effectively? Or maybe we set them up for failure. So I guess all of those factors still lead me to feel like we need an Office of Inspector General, and it won't be the same size as Albuquerque, but we'll definitely, like you had said, Mayor, that it will be a specialized job with specialized skills, which I think is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate what you both just said, because in some ways you're convincing me that we haven't got our process in the right order. If we in the course of raising issues about the excise tax, we were asked, the supporters, a slew of questions. How it will be implemented? How will the money be spent? How will we know if the money is spent well? What are the criteria for the expenditures of the dollars? Why is it this way and not that way? All legitimate questions. We want to answer those questions before we put it on the ballot, which is why there was a white paper. There were op-eds published by supporters in the New Mexican. With the Inspector General, we don't have any of those answers. It won't be as big as Albuquerque. Well, what will it be? 2 people? 3 people? We don't know what its powers will be. It's going to be independent, but we don't know who will select that person or how. Or if the person doesn't work out, how they would be, who would ask for them to be removed for not doing a good job. If they don't report to the city council, the governing body, because they need to be independent, who do they report to? I think we need to get answers to those questions before we send the matter to the voters and ask them to evaluate it. We don't have good answers. Those are really fair questions. I think we also have questions about how the current system is operating and how it could be made to operate even more effectively. We may not have an enormously large number of calls to the hotline. I think the number is something like 90 over the last 4 or 5 years. We have an enormous number of IPRA requests that are a public version of transparency, where we are asked consistently in really large numbers to provide accounting to the public for communication, for practices. We also have a really robust now and getting more robust with better software, constituent service tracking system. So we're much better able to respond to concerns and requests for information in the daily life of our residents. Now, I think fraud, waste, and abuse is something we all are very much attentive to. And it's nothing to make light of, but I go back to council, what the counselor said was in the Albuquerque report. And these are really interesting. The recitation of things they investigated are sometimes serious and they need deep investigation. And sometimes you wonder whether it's really worth the effort that was put into it by this independent organization. So I guess the bottom line for me is I don't think we've done our homework on this one. I don't think we've developed an adequate set of answers to the public. If we put it on the ballot and the public said, so how many people will be in the office and how much will they be paid and what are their backgrounds and who do they report to? And how do we have confidence that they won't go rogue as happened in Baltimore? I don't think we've developed the answers to those questions. I think we've got an idea, which is an office of an inspector general could be a good thing. We haven't done the homework. We haven't done the assessment of what we're already doing. And we do have council members on this one, as well as some of the other ones, who are ready to roll up their sleeves and say, let's dig into making this a really good proposal rather than we just put it out there for the voters to assess without really deep analysis or having answers to what will be the inevitable questions. I think the questions that people will ask are legitimate and need to be answered. And I don't think you first ask the voters to vote on something and then figure out the answers to the questions. I also do think there may be circumstances where morale improves. I think it's equally likely that people wonder why this is coming at them without any consultation whatsoever of the union or the workforce. And is there a presumption of a problem that they haven't been asked to comment on? So I have no misgivings about transparency, fraud, or efforts to assess fraud, waste, and abuse. I think those are fundamental functions of city government. I just fundamentally don't believe that at this point, the work has been done up front to validate a vote of the people. And I would hate to see a vote go down and people approve it. And then what we are giving them is not what they expected to get, or they don't think ultimately it's worth it because we couldn't answer their questions until after the vote. Any other comments?
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No, I was just thinking, I actually had a question for the attorney. But
I think Aaron has stepped out for a minute.
Are you serving as an attorney now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I am an attorney. I am not the city attorney. And my best legal advice would be for you to wait for her to come back into the room.
Thank you for your advice. It was something about our charter, just clarification. And one thing I just would say that IPRA example, I think IPRA is a mechanism to get information, but not to make changes when there's a potential issue. So I don't know if that's exactly the same thing, although it's good to have an IPRA option. And my question's about the charter.
Well, if she has it back, let's have a brief colloquy about IPRA. My point wasn't that IPRA is the same, but I do think just as we were discussing what we would do to address the issue of our land use processes. There's more tools here than we are using effectively. And if we actually did an inventory of ways to address fraud, waste, and abuse, I think we would have more opportunities to do a better job. And then it may still lead to an office of an inspector general. But first, let's see what we can do with the existing mechanisms that we've been underutilizing and put them to the best use possible. So I agree with you. It's not the same thing as, but it's like saying we're going to also look at the ENN. We're going to look at dispute mediation. We're going to look at tools that really help give us a better sense of a comprehensive solution that may or may not
There she is.
involve the actual ballot measure.
Please come to the microphone.
Madam City Attorney, there's a question pending for you.
2:00 in the morning.
And it may be easy. I just wanted to understand because I'm looking at the city's charter and it lets you know what the history is when there was an amendment made. And most of them indicate when there was an amendment approved by the voters and it gives a date. There was one in particular that I was wondering about, the election code. There was an adjustment made and it was said the history was that the amendment was for this section was approved by ordinance that we passed in March 2020. So I was curious, why did that particular item change get made via ordinance by the governing body versus by the voters?
Mayor or Councilor Villarreal, just to make sure I'm looking at the same thing you are, which section are you on?
It's 4.04, the election code.
Okay. So I think, so this was for local election act. The state statute had express permission that allowed us to do it by ordinance.
Okay.
And this was,
is that something unique specific to the election code? And
that's correct.
No other sections apply in that case? And
that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
So as the local election act, when local governments had that opportunity to switch to the November election versus whatever we had in our charter previously, which was March versus whatever the local government had previously. We had March previously.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you very much.
Mayor. So I just would add that, again, I'd work with you, Councilwoman Villarreal, starting tomorrow, because you only have a few more months around and we could work on this and do this by ordinance. And let's take stock of where we are and what we have and what we need and how this would work. And let's look at what other cities have done. Agree, Albuquerque is much bigger. I've been looking at them for staffing for the council. It's incredible what they have. We'll never have that. We're not that big. But it has been instructive in other ways. And so I think there's more we can do on this. And we do not need the voters' approval in order to do the work. And with that, I call the question.
Second.
Okay. Remind me what happens now. It's 2:00 in the morning.
No debate.
First, we vote on calling the question.
Correct.
I thought so. I may need to step out again. I need a cup of coffee like it's nobody's business. I really do. The question has been called. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on that motion? You want to talk, Sue?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Very good. In that case, we have a motion on the floor, which is to approve sending this to the voters in November. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth, No. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. No. Counselor Travis,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Mayor Weber.
No,
Motion did not pass.
thank you, Madam. I'm sorry, Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm
It's late, I understand. So I think that I just want to emphasize, I'm going to be fast because I know we all want to get out of here. A few things. I think that we have to collect more data, like even jumping into trying to come up with an ordinance tomorrow would be difficult with this, in my opinion, because I feel like there's so much work to do with collecting data internally within the city, seeing why systems are broken, seeing why reporting is not occurring. I go back to that being a culture thing. And I think we have to start with the systems that we have in place and making sure they're adequate. I think the staff deserves that before something like this is in place. I think this is definitely the ultimate goal. And if we work on it from the inside out, it'll be more successful and we would see the benefit despite the cost. So I just wanted to emphasize those points as to why I voted no.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Counselor. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. I believe, Madam Clerk, we've completed tonight's agenda. I want to thank everybody for the really outstanding meeting we had tonight. I think this was the governing body at its best. Thoughtful and considerate and respectful and really long but worthwhile session. And I want to salute everybody and also thank our residents who stayed with us and stuck it out with us, and our staff and team who helped make this happen. Thanks, everybody, for working so hard and so late. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.